and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And now we are finally back together again. Good morning, Metroplex. Been a while. Entire morning family is here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Pepe running the board with the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and the return of Cowboys Insider, Bobby Roberto Bell.
Hi, how's it going?
You tell us.
Creatine. It'll do a number on you. And after some blood work, we figured out that's what it was.
All right.
But I'm good now.
I know you didn't go to the doctor, and I know
I
you
did
didn't
not
get
go to the doctor.
blood work, so I know what knocked you out yesterday morning.
I still don't know what it was, but it was, even today, I was talking to Peyton last night. I've got like this... It's like my intestines are like tremoring from the violence occurred in there.
Did you say your intestines are tremoring?
Yeah, they're like spasming or whatever. And so, and then because I don't do a lot of things related to exercise and fitness, then my flanks are really sore from the clenching as I vomit. I don't know what it was. I was vomiting really bad, and then last night, Addison was going to bed saying, my stomach hurts. I don't know why. So hopefully just a quick bug, but now I'm worried that it passed on to Addison. No hantavirus, though, or hanta, however we're saying it.
You got tested for it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Mom will see you soon.
Do we have a test for it? I don't know. Right? That was the last time do we have a test for it?
I knew this was going to get you all twisted up.
Well, Trump got one quickly last time that everyone forgot that he was responsible for while he was bragging about it. So maybe he can get this time.
Hey, let's go.
Everyone forgot conveniently. Tolo Skip did say saw a big spike last week at all of our clinics. There's a virus going around, people throwing up and fevers. So it was not food that you ate.
No, that's what I wondered if it was. Because when I first threw up in the morning, I was like, maybe this is whatever I ate last night. Like we had, I can't even remember, sandwiches from somewhere. But anyway, after we had ate, I was like, I wonder if that's what it was. But then when I threw up the second time and then the third time, then I was like, no, it wasn't that.
Oh, there was a third. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And coming in with a new computer, finally.
Yeah,
hey.
It's a giant ass Dell computer.
It is really big.
It is big.
So it.
Oh my God! Hang on a second.
What?
Does that have the number pad on the keypad?
Yeah. Does your Mac not? Every single laptop I've ever had has the number pad on it.
Oh, absolutely, it's too big.
No. This is I don't know. This probably I probably added 2 inches to myself here, and so now it's made it difficult because the keyboard's more spread out, so I keep hitting muscle memory, like trying to type somewhere where I think a letter's going to be, and then I have to backspace. It's adding about 20 minutes extra to the prep email to this point.
40 minutes now. Holy cow.
But it's got AI built into it now, so now I don't even have to go to websites to make pictures of people in compromising positions.
AI built into it?
Yeah. Well, it's Copilot, which is Microsoft's AI version chatbot thing.
So how did you knew that was the size of when you were ordering it online in studio with KNC?
Yeah, I knew it was bigger. I was just these laptops in general, the ones that do a lot more of the video editing capability and stuff like that, they're usually larger ones. And so I knew this one was going to be bigger than the last one. The last one was just supposed to be a get me by laptop when I broke the other one heading into training camp. And I was like, well, we're going to training camp. I need a laptop.
All right, so there it is. Thank the Dallas Cowboys again for the new computer from Bobby Bell. And Kevin told me he was too afraid to say on air what you paid for, but he told me off air.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I heard during crosstalk, I was like, how did he forget? But I don't care. Yeah, it was $1,400.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Yeah. Now that's with taxes, and then there was a Microsoft Office rolled into it. And
okay,
stuff.
Is there a protection plan on that?
Mm-mm.
Oh boy.
No, I'm not going to drop this one. I don't think. I hope not.
I like it.
All right, entire squad back together again. Thanks for joining us on a Tolo Tuesday. Did this offense put you to bed?
0-2. Here's the pitch, and it's hit in the air to center field. Not very deep. Barroso in and over toward right. He's got it, and the ball game's over. The D-backs have shut out the Rangers by the score of 1-0. Only the second time the Rangers have been shut out this season.
My word.
Can't be right.
That cannot be right.
That call said it all, as this game was over in 2.5 hours. Arizona 1-0, as Nadell said, 4 hits for your Rangers?
They have one extra base hit. So, I'm sorry. In their last 5 games, they've lost 3 of them. In those 3 losses, they have one extra base hit. In their 2 wins, they have 5 extra base hits. It's like this is such an all-or-nothing offense. And mostly nothing.
It's not really a lot.
Yeah, I don't know about the all.
Well, like the all is like, hey, they'll score like 6 runs against the Cubs, right? And they'll win the game. Sure. Or they'll score like 6 runs against the Yankees in an Evaldi start. And then the nothing is every other game. And this offense, really love the approach by Young at end the game. Just taking two balls right down the middle before just flailing at one and weakly flying out to center field. Just a fantastic approach, top-notch elite. Haggerty, you can't ask for more from a pinch runner than going out there, not even stretching before you take your first lead, and before the guy even throws a pitch, you're back in the dugout because you got picked off. Not a boo, not a single boo. I don't know what was going on. Maybe they're just there to watch a baseball game, not cheer, boo, but just not a single boo.
They're waiting for DeGrom to finish the complete game.
There you go. Absolutely.
They need Bassick to tell them to boo or cheer.
That was the worst effort of the season. That was the worst effort of this. That was incredibly embarrassing.
It didn't look like it at first. You start off, you're like, oh, look, Nimmo base hit, Duran base hit, but we got 2 guys in scoring position right out of the gate. That would be the last guys in scoring position you would have all night. That would be you go 2 for 2 to start the game. You're 2 for 27 the rest of the night after that.
Oh.
It's just, it's so bad. And it's the same thing we were talking about at the end of last week where the Rangers, it feels like every time they put somebody on, somebody grounds out, somebody gets thrown out stealing. Second inning is the same thing where it's like Jock gets on, then it's up. All right, now there's a fielder's choice. Oh, well, now Osuna's going to get thrown out trying to steal second. It's like they will shoot themselves in the foot on the bases more than it feels like any team in baseball.
Incredible that yesterday they woke up in a playoff spot. They're so lucky that the West is a jumbled up mess. With the Athletics leading by 2 games over the Mariners, we trail Seattle by a half a game, and then we're 3.5 up on the Armpit and the Angels. But yesterday, woke up in that playoff spot in the mighty American League.
They were, and listen, this is part of the American League being so bad, or so average, I should say, where they're going to wind up finding a way to be in striking distance the entire year, because the entire league is going to be in striking distance the entire year. You've got the Rays, whose offense is so fun. You got the Yankees, who are in a bit of a slump right now, but they're really, really good. And that's really it. Like, that's really it.
Baseball in general this year feels very...
The NL
record-wise looks good, but then you've got teams like the Cardinals, who the Cardinals have like a really good record, and the Cardinals, what's the Pythagorean expectation? Right. They should be like a 500 baseball team, and there's a couple teams like that in the NL.
There are 4 teams in the AL over 500. There's 5 teams in the NL Central over 500.
Yeah. NL Central somehow is this juggernaut that it's never been, or hasn't been in a lot of years. But man, this is so like because of the division and the league they're in, they're going to find a way to stay in this far longer than that offense right now deserves.
Yeah, let's see what Seattle does. I feel like if Seattle gets going, Brett Boone, who will join us tomorrow, keeps coming on here and sprinkling that Seattle salt, saying,
the dust.
They're the best team. They're the best team in the American League West. Let's see if they pull away. And then we're not talking about the Rangers in any type of contention while in third.
There are 6 teams now, maybe 7, teams in baseball, just period, the entire Major League Baseball, that have worse records at home than the Rangers. Too. The Rangers have now dipped below 500 as well, which is awesome.
And, of course, yesterday you get the bad news to start, and props to the rest of the pitching for picking up Nate Evaldi, because Nate was scratched with tightness in his left side. Giannis was the one assigned to get the open, as, of course, they call it Major League Baseball. Chris Young was on with the G-Bag Nation, as he is weekly. What happened to Nate?
Yeah, it's obviously been a little bit of a fire drill in the last hour and a half here, trying to work through it. But Evo came in and mentioned that his side was relatively tight as compared to how he normally feels. Our trainers took a look and decided the prudent thing to do is to to scratch him. This may be something where he just needs a couple extra days. We are going to get it checked out to find out exactly what's going on, and hopefully later this evening we'll have a more definitive prognosis. But at this point, we are going to scratch him tonight, not take any additional risk with somebody who's super important to our season, and putting him in harm's way. Let this thing calm down, and hopefully, it's just a few days and we avoid an IL stint. But at this point, I truly can't tell you where we are.
Boy, me and Evaldi calling in at the 23rd hour. It would not be the Nathan Evaldi experience without this happening, though. So if you look over the last few years, 2024, he had gone through a rough patch in early to mid-April. Saw him really struggle with command, home runs. His ERA during that stretch was over 5, I think. And then he ironed it out, and he allowed 1 run over like 12 innings, and he was striking guys out. And then it was, by the way, he's got a groin issue, and he's out for almost a month. And then in 2025, it was good at the start of the season, but then again, early to mid-April, he kind of hit this stretch where he got into a rocky section where his ERA during that time, it was over 4. He was allowing home runs. He was walking more guys. And then now it was, all right, you go on this month-long tear where over 39 innings, he allowed 3 runs. He was striking guys out 1 per inning. And then it was, triceps issue. He's out for a month at the beginning or middle of May. And now it's clockwork. Evaldi's got a rough patch through the early to mid part of April. He looks like he starts cleaning it up. You're like, oh, okay, this is all fixed. And now he's hitting an injury stint, which if previous history means anything, then just like the previous 2 years, he will be out for a month now because he's been out for a month this same time of the season both years.
I don't remember that last year. He was brilliant in those last 2 starts. Brilliant. And, it makes sense. Like if this
last year he got disqualified from all the awards basically that we thought he should own because of some missed time.
Yeah, but
it's like, how's Nate not there? How's Nate not there?
Yeah, I didn't remember that being earlier in the year. I thought it was later, but
Yeah.
Because it really was a bummer. I was looking forward to him throwing yesterday because he had been brilliant in the last 2 starts, and I was thinking, all right, let's see if this is just him beating up on a team he owns in the Yankees, which he always does, or is this like the turn of the corner for him?
NFL schedule releases on Thursday. Yesterday, we got the breaking news during the show that the Cowboys are going to open. Bobby Belt will be at the Meadowlands for the Giants on September 13th. And then we also, later in the day, got word that the Philadelphia Eagles will be visiting on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and this will be what the Cowboys have not, for all the times that you would think they've cycled through division opponents on Thanksgiving and everything else. This will be the 3rd time, I think, in Jerry's entire era that they've had the Eagles on Thanksgiving. It'll be the first time since 2014. That was Romo's last playoff year. But no, it'll be Philly coming into town at that point. They generally don't like scheduling Philly, it doesn't feel like, in November. A lot of times they like put one in September, put one in December, try to stack things up where we get the early pop of the Cowboys Eagles, and then we get late season division rival stuff. But I think that if you're looking at the way that they're structuring things now with the schedule, in the past they like to have whoever the Cowboys are playing on Thanksgiving, that team gets to be at home the Sunday before, and then Dallas has to travel on the road the Sunday before, and it's usually from somewhere a similar distance. So if they're going Philly to Dallas, then I would guess the week before Rams. That's my guess. Week 11 at the Rams.
I think the other thing is that this might mean Philadelphia in December on the road.
Which is...
Because if not, that is a big miss that you don't play the Eagles for the final 6 weeks of the season.
They did that in 2014. Their first game against the Eagles was Thanksgiving, and then they still put them in December. So you just went 2.5 months without seeing the Eagles.
Giannis is officially on the block. Get ready to experience the Luka pain all over again. Wemby is back, and Bobby's thoughts on the Mavs' new general manager coming up here on Sean and RJ. Everyone back together again right here on The Fan. But in terms of your food today and the food the rest of the week, what do you...
Mitchell against Cunningham. Mitchell with 5:20 to go. Steps right, 3 ball up and good. Oh, that was sweet from Donovan Mitchell, and he's got 38.
Cavs radio with the call. Donovan Mitchell makes second half history, and we are now tied between the Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We got everyone finally back together again here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Donovan Mitchell missed his first 6 shots, did not make his first field goal until 2:48 left in the second quarter. He had 4 points in the first half and then goes on to match the league record for a playoff second half with 39 points as the Cavaliers beat Detroit. 43 in all.
That's an insane number in a second half of a basketball. You're almost getting. It's more than a point and a half a minute. It's 2 points a minute.
Look, we saw Donovan Mitchell when Utah was crumbling against the Mavericks. He's always had this type of talent. There's questions about James Harden type questions about him in big moments and in playoff games. But this guy, he's always had everything. Athleticism through the roof. He can be your leading scorer on every single night. And last night could have had the record, but he missed a free throw. But the series is evened up.
He can fill it up. That's always been his thing, is that he can absolutely load up a box score. But
you draft Donovan Mitchell, you're happy, you're thrilled.
Oh yeah, especially literally where he went. What was it? He went in like the teens or something. I remember he was not thought like he was going to become the player he did. He definitely played above where he was drafted. But I mean, this was. I was popping it on yesterday right out of the second half, and I was like, all right, here we go. Get a chance to watch Detroit, which, by the way, can you think of a worse 2 cities to be ping-ponging back and forth if you're a national NBA writer than Detroit and Cleveland? That's just like depressing factories after depressing factors.
And you don't even really get the whole air miles factor either. You
nothing.
barely get anything.
Nothing. But no, I mean, the Cavs opened this up. It was 22-0 to open the third quarter, where they were down 4, and they just go on this. All of a sudden, you're not even halfway through the third quarter, and Detroit's down 20.
Who did the Mavs draft ahead of him?
What year was it?
What year?
2017.
Satnam Singh.
A guard.
It was a guard.
DSJ?
DSJ. Dennis Smith Jr.
Who I felt great about after year 1.
Yeah.
Did Dennis Smith win Rookie of the Year? Or did he tie?
He was like second behind, like, because Donovan Mitchell won it, I think. But it was, after the first year, everybody was like, all right, yeah, this is going to be, he's everything you thought he was, just all, nothing. The future, it's so far removed now that people forget the future was supposed to be Luka and DSJ, and this is the group.
It was, and then right after him went Bam. So they passed on both of them.
Could have had 80 points.
There you go. 83, sir.
Oklahoma City eliminates LeBron and the Lakers 115-110. Broomsticks with Luka Doncic not making an appearance in the series. And many were having to throw out the question, was that LeBron James' final game?
Is that it?
No chance.
No, well, he can't go out allowing Dylan Brooks to be courtside. How much money did he spend? I mean, first of all, Dylan Brooks can't troll LeBron.
He does.
He can control him on the floor. But this is like...
After you've been out, eliminated?
Right. This is like, Brant Snedeker at the PGA Championship this week getting knocked out on Friday and then sitting there just looking at Rory.
And that would be...
Or Scheffler.
That would be objectively hilarious if he did that.
How about this one?
Lance Stevenson, Dylan Brooks, like, this is your life. This is you are the... Sure, you can make a whole career out of being LeBron's little... like pesky fly that flies around his face. It's not a bad spot to be. I think it's a funny bit.
But he had to fly out there, get a hotel room, buy a courtside ticket, which probably cost him $6 grand, $10 grand, $8, whatever, and then just look at him the entire time.
So the Lakers season ends with Luka missing the final 15 games. He is also not playing. He loves his summer ball for the Slovenian national team. He's not doing that to try to connect with his children after all that drama. So no Luka on the Slovenian team.
And Ric Flair was not happy about it, as we've talked about. And he was doubling down. He was still circling back and saying more crap about it.
The bar wasn't closed yet. He had more time to tweet. Wemby, as we said yesterday, would be the case. Kendrick Perkins in the league has to suspend him is going to return for Game 5 against the Wolves. No fine either.
This is the right call. I mean, I think they handled it well. I think they handled it well. It was fine to knock him out of the game. I have no problem with that. We didn't have an issue.
If it happened in the fourth, right, Jalen Carter comparison, if it happened in the fourth or midway or end of the fourth, do you think it's different? I don't think so. And the league doesn't want this.
No, they don't want. They want him out there. They don't want. I mean, they don't care about a 7-game series. They would love a 7-game series, but I think ideally they want Spurs Thunder anyway.
Yeah.
The most eye-roll inducing thing that was being said about this at the time was everybody on Twitter who I saw dozens of people in the replies or in the quote tweets to that trying to say, this is the only way you can beat him. You gotta throw him out of a game. It's like, we're a week away from Wemby losing at home in the first game to Minnesota with Ant Edwards playing 20 minutes. So I don't think this is the only way they can beat him. But no, he should have been thrown out. It should have ended there.
And okay for the Game 5 return?
Yeah, everything, every single reaction related to it is a thumbs up. It's the way it should have gone.
Agreed. Get ready to feel, and this is the permanent part of the Luka thing that stings. Any big-time major trade from here on out, I got to relive the compensation because Giannis is on the block. The Milwaukee Bucks, according to Shams, are open for business. They are fielding trade calls with the draft combine coming up and the draft about 6 weeks away. So this is Giannis basically with 1 year left on his deal out there and available. Multiple teams expected to pursue, such as Golden State. They have the 11th pick. The Miami Heat, they have the 13th pick. Of course, last season, there was talk about the New York Knicks, that Giannis wanted to play there. They could not work anything out. Sources said postseason teams, such as the Wolves, Cavs, Celtics, and Lakers pursued Giannis at the February deadline, and their finishes to this year will play a major factor in their aggressiveness to go ahead and try to get him. So he's going to be eligible for 4 years, $275 million on October 1st if he is not traded or 6 months after being traded with a new team. 4 for $275. He's 31 years old. He did only play in 36 games this season, plagued by groin, calf, and knee. He had the league investigate his own organization for keeping him out. He still averaged 27, 10, and 5 assists. Giannis going to get dealt finally, hopefully.
And he was playing even in those 36 games, he played fewer than 30 minutes a game. And that's one of those things that when you look at his workload and his age and obviously his size, and if injuries start piling up, it does make you feel like, still right now he's a good player, but it's the question of what are the long-term prospects with him? Is he entering now any period of a decline, or is he going to be, a LeBron who can play till he's 40?
Seems like he might be aging poorly, and I wonder if he's actually 31.
Are you being serious? I can't tell if you're serious.
It's just I don't know. He's got a lot of miles on it, right? Because he started playing so young. It feels like he's been in the league for 15 years. I think he actually has. But no, it's like you get these guys that age really, really poorly, and you find out he might have been actually older than he is. Pujols was people thought Pujols was actually older than he was.
He's aging fine in terms of his game was. I mean, a few years ago
he was the injuries.
That's the only thing is his body breaking down.
What's the highest pick? What's the cutoff point with the draft pick after the lottery got decided to where Milwaukee listens or doesn't listen in this draft? Someone says I have 4, Chicago, and Milwaukee's like, okay. Or is it I have 7, Sacramento, and they're like, no thanks? Obviously, you throw in other players, right?
Right, yeah.
Every trade package, they want an established player and a lot of picks.
The thing is, the teams that are...
OKC should just throw every pick they have.
Yes, they should. Because, the teams at the top...
Although they can't pay everyone.
Although I guess Washington's got some players already.
Yeah.
Now they're not going to give. I wouldn't like. I don't think they're going to give it the first pick. But they're if you're a team if you're the Bulls, you have no use for Giannis. You're not anywhere close to winning. You go there, he goes there, they're not any better than Milwaukee.
It really could have helped if Indiana kept that pick at 5.
Yes. That'd have been a perfect team.
Yeah.
That'd have been a perfect team that would have been able to send him and actually beat.
Throw him 5, put him with Halliburton.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Championship.
They're ready to go. Again, Washington, you could look at that roster and say, all right, I could see.
Yeah, but
they're not going to do it.
Yeah, that would. I wouldn't want that as a Wizards fan.
Yeah, I can see them having resources. I don't think Giannis would want to go there either. I don't think that's
but again, you got Trey, you got Anthony Davis. You got Sar. You got a halfway decent roster.
Bobby, you were not here yesterday to give the initial thoughts on where the Mavs ended up at number 9, falling one spot, and their new general manager.
Yeah, them falling, that makes complete sense because that's what happens to the Mavericks.
That was rigged. That was Luka payout, y'all told me.
Yeah, that is we were supposed to be, this is the completion. We had so many texts about that. This will be the completion. Everything will finally come to fruition here. Look,
they have to move on.
They've got a great history of number 9 picks. Rolando Blackman, Dirk, Dennis Smith Jr. Obviously, who we just talked about. Look, you feel better about it than you would have with Nico picking at 9, obviously, because Masai Ujiri's whole thing is supposed to be as a talent evaluator, and then Mike Schmitz, who they brought in, he is talked about as one of the better evaluators that exists in the NBA today. So I would at least feel comfortable or good that, okay, they're going to be in a position to take somebody that'll make as much of an impact as possible at 9. For all the issues I had with the press conference, and all by my lonesome over here having issues with it, I do think that I would imagine that Masai Ujiri is going to be able to put them in the best position possible pretty consistently when it comes to whatever they're doing, whether it's bargain bin shopping, drafting, whatever else.
What about hiring an ESPN draft analyst as your GM?
So that he's the anti-Mayock. Because he ended up succeeding and then continued to progress. Because he was somebody who, with the Blazers, was considered one of the stronger evaluators in the league. So going Draft Express, which is a draft website that I've looked at since I was a kid.
Well,
or then you go up to ESPN when ESPN I think acquired them, and now you get into Portland over the last couple of years. He's apparently put in all of the work. It's not just he sat there and was evaluating guys on a laptop. He genuinely worked with the Ugandan team and has developed a relationship with Masai Ujiri. So it seems like a fine hire, but again, it's a first-time GM.
We need to play a little game of creepy or compliment. What can an old person get away with saying when it comes to trying to be nice? And only Peyton Russell can have a story about a poop purse. It's PP in the morning with a poop purse next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Trust and
With Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It is Tuesday, 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. And like Jake Riekma has said before, let's talk hockey. Not the NHL, but how about the WHL, the Western Hockey League, where we have yet another creepy old man who has a weird comment towards a young, attractive female reporter. And you be the judge here as we play this audio clip. This is 85-year-old Terry Bonner, a scout for the Vancouver Giants, who was being interviewed on a Zoom call about the recent WHL draft. And this is his interaction with host Cammie Kepke.
Congratulations on a huge pick in Eli Vickers at 3rd overall. You must have been confident you could get him at 3. What made him a fit for the Giants organization?
Well, thank you very much. You a good-looking girl? Well, first and foremost...
He goes right into it. No comment, but I think
he's a talent evaluator. What do you want from him?
Man, I don't know. I don't know on this one. I mean, you be the judge again.
You a good-looking girl?
Maybe if he didn't do the creepy laugh, the creepy old man laugh at the end, he would have been fine. It would have just been a compliment.
Sounds like the old man on Family Guy.
That's great.
You a good-looking girl?
Yeah, look like a girl. It's creepy.
It's creepy.
It's nice and it's nice but creepy.
At 85, At 85, it's just you're
allowed to do it. It's over 80, under 8.
This is not like the Tennessee school board meeting telling a high schooler, "Boy, you're hot. Where do you go to school?" This is meant to be a compliment. It's a little forward of not the time. Just not the time.
And no one can get offended by that. As the person being given the comment.
If somebody tells you you're attractive,
it always drives me crazy. Someone goes out in a mini skirt and your boobs are overflowing everywhere, and someone's like staring at you like, "Whoa!" And it's like, "Oh, I'm not a piece of meat." You're going out. Look, you're trying to dress for that attention. Look, all right, and you're getting complimented. No one has ever gotten upset over, unless you're anorexic. Wow, have you lost weight? No one's ever in the history of civilization gotten upset over that. If you do get upset over it, get over it.
Yeah, unless somebody says, "Oh, congratulations, you're pregnant."
Right.
Yeah. He is. Look, the reality is that it's the Western Hockey League. He's probably just not expecting somebody who looks like she does to be the one interviewing 85-year-old him about their pick in the WHL.
Western Canada.
She is a cute girl.
She's an attractive girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, you're a good-looking girl. Oh,
I mean, he's being honest.
He had the Katharine Hepburn shake voice going and everything.
And he got punished or they got fined?
Yeah, the Vancouver Giants did get hit with a $5,000 fine by Commissioner Dan Neal of the WHL. It was a fine for conduct detrimental to the league. And look, the laugh made it 10 times creepier. But look, I guess in this league, you make creepy comments toward female reporters and and hosts, and you're going to get hit with a fine. So
this guy was one missing letter N away from having the perfect story here.
Well, there's a Spurs player, right?
Former Matt Bonner. yeah. He had one too many letters. This would have been even a better story.
Yeah,
a little creepy. $5,000 fine for a league and a team like that? That's got to hurt.
Yeah. But conduct detrimental. How? This is the only time I've ever even known the WHL existed.
Exactly.
And they just had the 3rd overall pick and whatever the guy's name was. But so $5,000, they maybe they can't re-sign someone there in this Western Hockey League. But in other hockey news, this is in the PWHL, the Professional Women's Hockey League, where I send you guys this story last night, where Game 5 between Montreal and Minnesota was postponed due to player safety illness concerns. It's already starting. The virus has already taken over. An entire playoff game was postponed because of team illness. You don't see this unless it's obviously a COVID-like virus.
I sent this to my hockey chat, and you got
You have a hockey chat too?
That's how I've been winning recently.
Oh, baby.
That's
What's
how
it
I've been
called?
winning on Underdog. I don't name it. I'm not.
What?
Yeah, I don't name my
Talking
chat.
It's Jake and Joey.
Joey Erickson?
Yeah.
Jake Talking Puck. But I sent this to them, and they immediately took my man card for sending them a women's hockey league story. And I was like, yeah, my buddy, producer of the show, he's trying to start the pandemic all over again. And that's what Peyton said, that it's starting 2.0.
Yeah, I would not take the precedent set by the PWHL as being like this is how professional leagues are going to be handling it moving forward.
One of the guys said, they're all women. A bunch of them could have been synced up.
Whoa.
So, whoa. I was like,
You're a good-looking girl.
Yeah, the league said it's not.
Is that? He's like,
The league said it's not Hanta, whatever. The league said it's not that for whatever. So it's got to be some other illness. It's the illness that Bobby had.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're all going to clinics with Skip.
So there you go. Maybe it's not the hantavirus, but Terry Bonner, very creepy old man there on the fan text. But all right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Some people might be certified lover boys, but others are certified poopers. There is this woman named Holly who claims she is a certified pooper because she has what she calls a poop maxing purse with all the essentials she needs to go number 2. Now, this is Holly. She has a TikTok, and she posts videos on her poop purse about this poop purse. This one had over 1 million views on TikTok as she explains what she's all packing with on a daily basis.
What does a certified pooper keep in her purse in order to have a nice and happy butt? Everywhere I go, I bring with me at least one butt wipe. I like these because they come in individual packs and their ingredients are decent. For fiber on the go, I keep with me instant savory oatmeal. It's also pre-seasoned, so all you have to do is add water. I also stole some toilet seat covers from a random bathroom so that I'm not touching butts with any of the nasties out there. I have also run into too many situations where only after I've taken a I do realize I am out of toilet paper. Never again. Now this next one is kind of new for me, but I've been testing out these green gummies. They're superfood gummies with 6 grams of fiber per serving. In addition to a poopy butt, I have a huge sweet tooth. So if I can get some health in there while enjoying gummy bears, that would be great. I also bring a little bottle of toilet spray just in case, but I only use this if I know everyone using that toilet is not allergic to the ingredients. I'm not about to be giving anyone's butt other than my boyfriend's an allergic reaction.
Pretty over the top there.
What's her name?
This is Hallie. Hallie.
Oh, I would have guessed like Athena or something.
Hallie?
Yeah, Hallie on TikTok. She doesn't have her last name there.
She doesn't have her face either, so.
Oh.
What's that?
I said she literally doesn't have any posts with her face either.
Oh, really?
No.
All right, well, I'll stop typing.
Yep, I know. The same thing.
Well, Terry Bonner wouldn't be talking to her then.
Wow.
Yeah, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what the face looks like. Never. Would never.
That's just because she's talking about poop?
Eliminated.
Way too comfortable saying that over and over and over again.
That is a high comfortability level right there. The amount of... I wonder, like, as we were on these hikes, I was like, what are people doing, like, if they have to go to the bathroom, like, out there, you're just going. And, like, I went behind a rock to take a leak on one of these trails, and there's just, like, turds everywhere behind this rock. Like, people just going over there just
like human?
Had to be human. Looked human to me.
Oh, my God.
Looked human to me. I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're that comfortable. We're just going there.
Did you have like wipes on you, like you have in your
backpack
backpack
go
here?
Anywhere without baby wipes. Yeah, we had wipes on us at all times. But we also had regular hand wipes, like those those Lysol wipes, just in case we had to.
Oh.
No, not for that. Oh no.
I was saying no. You cannot put those on you.
No, just to clean your hands in case.
Orifice.
No, just to clean your hands just in case. But no, it's like. I do wonder, like in the woods, I always wonder, like, what do people do? And I guess that's what they do, just go.
It's disgusting. And this is, like I said, this would rule her out completely, regardless of what it is, because that's you can't be that comfortable talking about it that consistently to me and then still be viewed as an option to spend the rest of my life with.
Yeah, having the essentials in there is fine, but the food, the fiber, the oatmeal, all that, the gummy bears, a little over the top. And she would not be able to survive Mexico, Sean, as we all know from last week, my story there with the poop laws.
Go in the bucket, go in the trash can.
Yeah, no way she's going to be able to do that. All right, last story here on PP in the Morning every single Tuesday at this time. We have criminals in Philadelphia. Nothing new about that statement, but we might have the most badass crossing guard ever. This is Jamel Ransom, who was just doing his everyday job when all of a sudden some children on a playground were in danger because someone driving a stolen vehicle had crashed into the playground that the kids were on. Here's his interview on the streets telling his side of the story while all eating a ice cream cone.
How did you come to be in that spot?
I'm the crossing guard on 55th and King Section. When I tell you, he ran the light, T-boned the lady, I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm just thankful to be alive right now. Thank you, Jesus.
What did it sound like?
Bam! No, not to be funny. I swear, not to be funny. It happened that fast. And luckily, I'm alive.
Do you know what time of day
I had
kids
to pull
are playing out there?
They was out there. They were in there. I had to pull a kid out.
Describe this for me. You hear the bang.
Bang. I don't know which way to go because he ends up in the schoolyard. Luckily, I wasn't on the corner. I'm in the shade slightly because it's an 82-degree day today.
and then what?
Crazy.
Too hot.
My adrenaline is still running. I'm just thankful to be alive.
So you see this car on its side. Kids are screaming. What's going on?
I run sheeple. Then I grab a kid out because he's stuck franticking. Pull him out. Ain't nobody in there. Guys in there. He's trapped in there. Then I run out, get myself together because my heart is boom, 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 boom.
What's going through your head, man?
Bam!
Thank you, Jesus. That's what's going through my mind. Thank you, Jesus.
You can tell he's eating the ice cream cone the entire time he's doing this interview, but
this would make the world such a better place if everyone did these interviews with ice cream cones.
Oh my God, it's great.
it made it so pleasant for me watching him eat this ice cream cone. It's so hilarious.
And the amount of confidence that a man has to have, and to eat an ice cream cone
on camera,
which is great. There's a lot of guys out there who would never do this. They would never. There's a lot of guys who won't eat an ice cream cone just because they think it's effeminate.
A very secure individual.
Or banana.
He's
really? Do you know anyone who won't eat an ice cream cone?
I know so many people.
Dana White.
Wasn't that a Jesse Waters lecture at one point? Real men don't eat ice cream cones in public. That doesn't happen.
I think it was. It was Jesse Waters.
That's why Sean imitated eating the ice cream cone on the lotion bottle that one time. I'm going to go find the clip.
Go find the clip.
You look confused by it.
I don't remember that.
No, this is. This reminds me of the Bill Burr line where Bill Burr says, I've hung around comedians and stuff. He's like, the funniest people I ever met are the people that like I grew up in my neighborhood with, or the guy at the bar. He's like, the funniest people in the world are just the people who are naturally funny that you grew up around, who are just
they just don't tell stories that way.
Yeah, he's like, those are the funniest people that you'll ever meet.
And Jamel got so much attention for this heroic act that the 76ers actually gave him playoff tickets over the weekend for it. So there you go.
Damn.
And
sorry about the loss.
Yeah.
You give them Knick fans.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. It's PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. You're going to hate Lane Kiffin even more. Bobby goes off on the GOAT again. And how does it feel to be rejected by your dad? It's a college kegger next on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. But first, let me go ahead and get you on over to Synergen X and the Low T Center, the original MVPs. The original.
Our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Lane Kiffin is seeking refuge from racism in southern Louisiana. That is the college football kegger on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Lane Kiffin doing an interview with Vanity Fair. And he said that black families were hesitant to send their children to Ole Miss to play with him or for him, a school that has, I don't think there's anyone that has kind of wrestled with their own history more than that one. They had, when I was in school, when I was at Tennessee, their fans would wave little Confederate flags, little miniature Confederate flags. They would wave those at the school, right? And they had Colonel Reb and what was the team they tried to change themselves to? It wasn't the Rebels. It was some like mythical creature.
Ole Miss did?
Yeah, it was some kind of a mascot. But Colonel Reb is there, and so obviously it's just it's dripping. It is dripping. And he goes to LSU, and he said it's just easier to recruit young black men to come to LSU.
The Land Shark, Tony the Land Shark.
Well, Land Shark was one. That was Marshall Henderson did that, right? They did that for the basketball, but they had that on the football team for the defense. Mm-hmm. But either way, parents basically sitting here saying the campus diversity feels so great at LSU compared to Ole Miss, basically just taking some more shots at Oxford, Mississippi. But I found this. I was like, man, I was dying. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, you're going to seek refuge in southern Louisiana, of all places?
Kiffin said recruits would tell him, hey, coach, we really like you, but my grandparents are not letting me move to Oxford. That doesn't come up when you say Baton Rouge, Parents were sitting here this weekend saying the campus's diversity feels so great. It feels like there's no segregation, and we want that for our kid because that is the real world. Now, the next day, he follows up with the interviewer, and he goes, hey, I hope my comment comes across as respectful to Ole Miss.
It did not. Yeah.
It did not.
It did not.
There's some things that I'm saying that are factual. They're not shots. And then Vanity Fair included the population differences. The population of Baton Rouge is 51% black and 36% white. Oxford is about 66% white and 26% black.
It is such an easy thing not to, bring race into your interview about football, I would feel like. And yet Lane Kiffin managed to do it.
Man, he found a way.
It's so easy that I don't even know, specifically, let's say whatever the question was. It could even be how difficult was it to recruit in Ole Miss versus LSU. Maybe he was just being asked about LSU and he just dragged Ole Miss into it. But either way, no matter what the question is, there's a way to walk around even not talking about Ole Miss.
It is
you
so
don't
hard
have to take any sort of side swipes about what it was like there.
It is so hard to get to Oxford, Mississippi. There's no... You can fly direct to Oxford from here. It's in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. You got to fly to Memphis and take a 2-hour drive. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's difficult to recruit there for that reason as well. But let's not act like the old Confederate states aren't winning football championships. Like Alabama, Georgia.
He will completely flop at LSU.
Oh.
He's going to completely fail.
Ooh, write it on the wall.
I'll give me a sticky note. I'll put it up there. But he's going to he'll be out of there in 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
How much money is that school paying out in
$54 million already.
To Brian Kelly?
Yeah. I think their program was valued. I read in this as it wasn't like $1.3 billion or something.
It makes sense.
Like
it's a legendary program.
I could, if I had to, I could defend Lane here a little bit. I'll take the other side.
Look, I mean, you're not. I don't think you take a side. I mean, there's not.
Yeah, people
Confederacy all around that school,
and people don't talk about the race issues at LSU like they have Ole Miss. To be fair, I'm not saying it does not exist in Southern Louisiana, but Stephen A. had made a comment months ago, almost as if a recruit or a player or someone's agent or parent told him. He's like, Lane Kiffin has done a marvelous job because recruiting a black player to Ole Miss is a lot more difficult than other places. So from that standpoint, in the spirit of what Lane is saying, but Lane also, as this interviewer writes in the Vanity Fair piece, he says things with he goes, I know I shouldn't, but then the little smart-ass smirk comes across his face, and he wants, rather than say, let's not incite a riot when we go there in week 3, Lane wants to see torches and pitchforks. He likes stirring it up. He does.
He does. My whole thing is not even the potential of it going sideways when you just start talking about anything due to race relations is just not a good idea, especially as a football coach, for you to jump into that. I wouldn't think. I don't think he's wrong. You're right in terms of the idea of just the dynamic exists.
Yeah, he could have generically said it was a real, but this is not a Lane Kiffin type statement. It was a real challenge. There were real hurdles to overcome in recruiting there versus here. No, that's not Lane.
Or if you just say, to me, I feel like there are other coaches who will go, recruiting's recruiting, and we're focused on the program that we're building here, and that's why I wanted to come to LSU for other reasons, and my program is the draw, whether it's in Oxford or Baton Rouge or wherever else.
And then Lane said this, I don't know if I should make this analogy, but of course he does, and this is written, because he can't resist throwing a little more fuel on the fire. The fans are like, it's a breakup. And he goes to the girl we know who's considered by everyone outside the state to be a better girl. Now you're going back to a big family reunion with a new girl. So here he is. I actually love it. It makes it even better.
Girl.
There's nothing you can. September 19th. Thank you, scheduling gods. And Lane is obviously aware of this. LSU at Ole Miss. My word. Heck yes, sign everyone up.
By the way, it was the Black Bears. That's what they were. That's what Ole Miss became. That was their fake mascot, the Ole Miss Black Bears.
As a fellow troll,
would you think you'd have to stay away from a color in any name. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say.
Hey, we'll throw you a bone. We'll make your mascot the black bear.
I would look, as a fellow troll, I do respect and appreciate, and it makes me laugh. If I was a fan of
Lane Kiffin is perfect for college football.
If I was a fan of whatever program he was at, I would probably be like, let's chill a little, because this is a ultra competitive market where players have more power than ever, and if you offend even the slightest way, you're in trouble.
He said ultimately the sideshow shouldn't matter. Ole Miss fans shouldn't be upset because he held up his end of the bargain. Quote, did you make the university tons of money? Or out-of-state applications way up? Did the city make tons of money? Business? Real estate? I mean, this is not a normal big city. This is Oxford, Mississippi.
Yeah, that ain't a big city.
And he's right about the impact he had. It just always has to be a circus. Yeah. It always has to be a calamity in terms of leaving.
Oxford is half the size of College Station. I mean, there's nothing there. By the way, Ole Miss fans did some digging, and they found that LSU Tigers weren't named after the tiger. They are named after a Confederate militia unit or military unit. Cool, so they're clapping back, saying, well, I mean, like, there.
Yeah.
It's there. Now, you can hide tigers under tigers, right? Hard to hide rebels.
College Kegger here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again right here on 105.3 The Fan. And speaking of Bama, Bobby's very favorite is coming up with a new idea.
I hate Nick Saban. I would rather be around Lane Kiffin or Brian Kelly or any of the others as frequently as possible than be around this loser, this total hypocrite.
Oh, stop.
No, he's a hypocrite. And here's the problem. So he was interviewing, I guess, last week with Paul Feinbaum on his radio show. And he started kicking around the idea of, you know what we really need is a salary cap. And this was his quote. He said, one team shouldn't have a $40 million roster and another team have a $5 million roster. Every league, they all have a salary cap or something that creates parity in the league so everybody has an equal opportunity to win. Yes, Nick, that's what you've been about, has been equal opportunity for all programs in college football for decades. What a total loser. This is the same. He's the same dude who was paying for $40 million rosters under the table and bludgeoning everybody else in the CFB with it for years. It's just it was under the table. Then he didn't like that it all came up to the forefront, and then it was like, hey, this is all on the table now. Well, now I lost my advantage. I don't like this anymore, and nobody's going to listen to my intimidation tactics, like when I try to bully Calvin Ridley into signing with Pat Dye as his agent because, oh, well, that's my buddy. My son-in-law works over at Pat Dye's agency. He's a total fraud. He's a total, like, manipulative individual, and you're already out of the game. Your time's gone. Stop trying to have a say at the table. Stop trying to impact the game. No, he can't.
Why?
Why
can he not take advantage of the system but then recognize that the system is bad?
Because he took advantage of the other system.
Yeah, but he can recognize
things opening up and becoming free, which is what he says needs to happen. Everything needs to be free and even. Now, that's what ruined his racket, and now he's upset about it. He is the the mafia member who slips prosecution, becomes some stand-up businessman, and then goes, you know, we really should be helping the poor and following the rule of law in this country a little bit better. Shut up, not you. F you, get on out. Your day is over. Do not ruin the game of college football when you're out of it now.
Take advantage of loopholes, but recognize that the loopholes need to be changed.
Yeah, but my problem with him is
loopholes. He created he committed. Yeah, if you want to be literal about it, he committed CFB crime.
He was trying to win, and now that he's out of the league, he's like, this is how it should be.
Yeah, but why wasn't he an overseer for the sport while he was in it? How did he look out for the have-nots? Like when he was there, he was fine with them getting bludgeoned.
Yeah.
And now he thinks that we have an imbalance of power when it's more balanced. He's mad because the heavyweights don't have the same advantage.
No, it's the SEC cult is dead, and that makes him sad.
Nick Saban spoke on plenty of issues when he was head coach at Bama. He wasn't looking out for the have-nots when he was the coach.
He shouldn't have been, because it was his job to win games. Now that it's not his job to win games, like you could be more, hey, this is how it should be.
If NIL did not exist, he would not be speaking out. He would be happy with the system of working around things. So it's not about a justice issue. He's mad that he cannot bully people anymore.
He's not in a position to bully people.
Because the rules changed.
No, he's not coaching.
Right, the rules changed. That's why he's not coaching anymore.
Do you think, Choppy, there should be a salary cap discussion?
No. I don't know.
That's his main point.
Yeah, I hate the idea of salary caps in general. I just don't like them. But they have roster restrictions. They have scholarship restrictions. At least they used to. I don't know that there should be a salary cap. Would it make things more fair? I mean, no, because the players would be making less money.
I do like the fan text. 817, greatest take ever by Roberto. Saban sees his precious SEC dying and he needs to protect it. The very next text 940, another horrible sports take by Bobby.
On the main page on a lot of these different sports websites was Ryan Day's son
going Northwestern
as
right?
a 3-star recruit. I want to know how that conversation is avoided in your household of like, all right, son, like how do you dance around? You're not good enough to play for me. You know we're not going to recruit you. So I feel like you should maybe go, like, how honest and forthright can you be with it? It's got to be a little awkward.
He only wants first and second round picks. That's what Ryan Day told us a couple weeks ago. if you're not going to be a top 2-round pick, I don't want you on my team. And that was just a subtle message to RJ. You know you're not going in the first or second round.
Just go. It's go play. We will go play well, and you can transfer in.
But he was good enough to be recruited by big time college. Yeah. He ended up at a P he was Purdue, but there were Big Ten teams that were recruiting him. And he was like, nope, not gonna. Which is more cold blooded, this or like when Doc Rivers throws Austin Rivers into a trade to the Wizards, where it's like, here, go live over there.
Oh man, I don't know what the playing time situation was, where it's like you can't get minutes with either one. Yeah. I don't know. Probably trading.
I feel like the Austin Rivers one was more, especially to the Wizards. Like you're not, you had him and you purged him. And
I feel bad for Austin now after his Draymond Green audio. So there it is, a Tolo Tuesday edition of the College Kegger on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We saved this topic for Bobby's return because it was kind of his. Which NFC East team has gotten more overhyped? Are we the most guilty for Christian Parker or the Cowboys' opponent to start the year? Commercial free with Ask Credit in the Expressway after this.
After we get you over to Ownwell. Count them down, boys and girls.
listening as much as you do to The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial-free in the Expressway on your home of America's team and the Texas Rangers. We will ask Reddit at 7:40 with everyone back together again here on Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We know for sure 2 Cowboy games locked into the schedule. Full schedule release on Thursday, but it's going to be the Eagles on Thanksgiving and the Giants Sunday Night Football on September 13th, or as we may refer to it, the Overhype Bowl. Bobby Bell.
Yeah, this is something that I had seen over the weekend in both instances, Giants and Cowboys notes, that made me pump the brakes a little bit. Now, look, I want to be clear on something.
Well, we've already gone off the cliff. You can pump them while you're in the air with the car going into a fiery ravine.
Yeah. What was that movie where the ladies drive off the cliff?
Thelma and Louise?
Yeah, Thelma and Louise. That's what it's that. So this is something where, and I want to be very careful because I feel like, you know how in the past, it's chic. It's cool. It earns you brownie points whenever you take a little dig at the Cowboys. And
brownie points with listeners?
Yeah, in general. Like, people are just like, yeah, that's right. Dig at them. This offseason, there are certain folks over there, I think, Caleb Downs right now is pretty untouchable. If you criticize Caleb Downs, people are going to be very unhappy. They're going to turn into Mavs Twitter very fast.
Yeah.
And this is one of those areas where I feel like people are going to get a little testy is Christian Parker. Now, I want everybody to be prepared and understand, eyes wide open, what is. He may be awesome. He may be the chosen one immediately out of the gate, and they may be great. I just think we need to talk about, all right, are we letting the hype train get out of control a little bit? And I was reminded of it from Peter Schrager. So Peter Schrager, who's now over at ESPN, years at Fox, NFL Network, everything else, very connected guy. And this first clip, this is cut 12. This was from his podcast and the last week, where he also tagged like 8 people when he posted the clip. He posted the clip, and then he was tagging like RJ Ochoa and Clarence Hill and like all these Dallas Cowboys content creators, which was kind of interesting. But this is him talking about the Christian Parker difference in Dallas.
Christian Parker, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, might be the most fascinating person in the NFL this season. 34 years old, an absolute firebrand, like out of bed, like energy, beloved by players. And he comes from the rival Eagles, where he was a defensive backs coach. He's now the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. And the Cowboys wake up from this nightmare of last season where their offense was high flying and they traded Micah Parsons and they thought maybe they can get by, and their defense was absolute crap. And they wake up from this nightmare like, wait a second, we suddenly have Rashawn Gary. We suddenly have Malachi Lawrence. We still have Kenny Clark in the middle. And oh, by the way, we spent in free agency a little bit. And now we've got Caleb Downs and the new defensive coordinator, who, by the way, is going to be a head coach very soon if they have success on defense.
So first thing that stands out, obviously, is the way that Peter Schrager says coordinator, which is like 5 syllables somehow. That was the first thing that stood out to me.
Coordinator.
Coordinator. And I was like, I think you fit a bunch of extra syllables in there that are unnecessary. But
coordinator.
I'll say this. I'm a big fan of Christian Parker. I'm a big fan of the hire. We all sat there and talked to him for 15, 20 minutes or whatever it was, whenever he was out there at Combine.
Oh, we all did it, yeah.
I think the last word I would pick to describe him is energy.
No,
I wouldn't say that.
Like, it's what makes him allegedly like that's what makes him the savant he is that people say he is so zeros and ones about football, and he is so just brainy about it, and there's not a whole lot of just like, you don't feel like you've got just the phony hype man. You feel like you've got somebody who is a scholar of the game.
Yeah.
Now, I think he's got good relationships with guys, but energy as like the leading line on Christian Parker feels a little excessive.
You remember you mentioned the back-to-back Saban texts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, same thing here. Christian Parker gives me D'Amico Ryan vibes. Okay, pretty awesome, right?
Who's this from?
just the fan text here. The very next one, people need to slow down. He's never been a coordinator. There's going to be growing pains. And I think the reality is that, yeah, we're going to come in here one day and be like, man, he got that call in late, or that, right? They got 12 men on the field, right? Rob Ryan was. How many 12 men on the field penalties did we get Rob Ryan, right? It was chaos because he's chaos. Now, Christian's not chaos, but there's going to be growing pains. There's no doubt about it.
And that's the thing, is that first-time coordinator and your key piece on defense, the guy you are pinning all your hopes on, is a rookie. He's a very high IQ, high-level rookie, but he's a rookie. Those two, like, the most important pieces of, is this defense going to be any better, are two guys who have never done it at this level. That's a risk. And they're calculating that it's going to play out in a positive. I think it will, too. I think eventually Caleb Downs is going to be an all-pro. I think eventually Christian Parker's probably going to be a head coach. But there's a question there. There's a factor there. Not for Peter Schrager, who says that not only is he the most interesting man, this Dallas Cowboys team could be something very special.
Adding Christian Parker, who, again, is just 34 years old, to this team over what they had last year, and this is nothing against Eberflus. It sounds like an anti-Matt Eberflus. It's not. But with the talent and with the young energy and new breath and new fresh voice, that delta is massive. And if the defense is somewhat serviceable, I'm talking top half of the league, you better believe the Cowboys are a playoff team, and you better believe the Cowboys are a Super Bowl contender.
Woo!
Wow.
This is now like 3 or 4 people we've had in the last couple weeks who have said something to this effect. This has become a trendy pick.
Look, I'll speak for myself, guilty of overhyping Christian Parker and Caleb Downs 1,000 billion %.
Of course.
Yes. No. Yes, Jerry. Yes. And I've thought about this a lot. I'm like, how many people are like, enough? But I was like, this is part of the fun of it. It's fun. Yeah. It's exciting. For the first time in a long time, I'm excited to go to Oxnard, California for training camp and wake up at 2:45. Or is it 3:45 with our new schedule?
It's 3:20.
Okay, 3:20. I'm excited until Wednesday to wake up at 3:20 every morning and see all the new pieces and the possibilities. This is the sports version of kid imagination for me. Yeah. But yes, we're absolutely guilty of making Caleb Downs, Ed Reed, and Christian Parker, Monty Kiffin. We have totally left out, not totally left out, but yes, we have left out the amount of personnel turnover, the inexperience of him, as the fan text pointed out. And oh, by the way, still personnel issues with lack of pass rush and no linebackers. But part of the reason for me is because the expectation is so low and they were so freaking terrible. For Christian Parker, for me in my mind to just believe that Christian Parker will have them lined up correctly is already an exciting win because they really literally could not line up last season. It can't be worse. I don't think it can be worse, but the expectation is so low and the unknown is there with all these new pieces. But yes, I am absolutely guilty of overhyping it, but it's fun for me right now.
It's fun. I don't care if we're overhyping it or not because we are, but that's the whole point. It is low expectation. I'm a big fan of low expectations. You know that. I thrive off them. I think that they are the greatest. It's the greatest cheat code in life is low expectations and then surprising people with mediocre talent that you just say is going to be pretty bad, but it's halfway decent. Like, is it more likely that Caleb Downs is a bust than a Hall of Famer? Of course it is. I mean, because Hall of Famer is such a crazy, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter. Like, it's exciting because the possibility that they got somebody that could be a Hall of Famer or could be a great player is intriguing. It's football. It's what we love. It's what we love about it.
Yeah, and I think that it's and there's some people who are 936 reality. There are 32 Super Bowl contenders right now. Live in it, enjoy it. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying not to enjoy the offseason.
There ain't 32.
I'm pumped.
The Jets are in the league still.
I'm pumped about Christian Parker. I am pumped about Caleb Downs. I was chomping on a cigar when they picked Caleb Downs, literally, while we were in the studio. So I'm very excited about this. I would just say, let's have a realistic expectation, or let's just open ourselves up to the possibility that it's going to take time to grow into that, and then not be, because the other thing you don't want is the complete pivot to the other end after 3 weeks if something's not clicking the right way. There's going to be a process of learning it. It's going to look at times. Next year, there are absolutely going to be days we walk in here on Monday and we're doing star up, star down, and we're going star down Christian Parker. Oh my gosh, what the hell were you doing out there? The inexperience showed yesterday, because that's the process of growing into that job.
I'm also excited. I have hope. I don't know how legitimate it is, but I have hope that Christian Parker and Brian Schottenheimer are combining for new voices to kind of change things up in the building.
Yeah.
That Christian Parker and his, defensive principles, or his, like I said a couple weeks ago, I'm going to judge Christian Parker's talent evaluation based on Rashawn Gary, based on Durant, based on Jalen Thompson. I'm viewing, that's you. So let's see if this guy can evaluate talent, and let's see if they're changing up their process there in Frisco to break this quote-unquote Stephen Jones drought. So I have hope with that as well. So that is our overhype.
Yes.
Oh, actually, there's one more. Jordan Reed, who used to be a coach back in the day with Christian Parker, came up through the coaching ranks together. Now he is an ESPN draft analyst. He went on Crown Global and talked about his friend.
One thing I will say is you guys got somebody that I think is going to be an absolute star. You saw it from the moment of his first press conference to now to this day. The good thing about CP is that he's a grinder. He's been under one of the best minds in NFL history in Vic Fangio, so he's going to bring a little bit of a twist that Cowboy fans are not really accustomed to seeing. He's young and energetic, which is something I think the Cowboys have needed for a very long time as well. So he's an absolute star. I'm not being biased just because he's one of my friends. I'm being honest, straight shooter. I'm always going to be very blunt. And one thing about me is that I know who CP is as a person, but as a coach, I think you're getting a phenomenal guy.
So there you go. Glowing review. And now you got the hype in New York.
Oh, yeah. The meatballs. And you should send this to the meatball text. Just be like, what do you guys think about this? Do you think this makes you guys legit studs? Because
I guess I do have a hockey chat name. It's called the Meatballs.
The Meatballs. There you go.
Oh, no. Never mind. No. The one is in it. Pink, salmon.
Salmon?
Yeah, salmon. He's not
a
in it.
hockey guy?
No. I messed up.
All right.
It wasn't. I'm sorry.
Meatball Twitter was just salivating about, oh my gosh, John Harbaugh has reinvented the wheel. And why is that? Art Stapleton reporting out at
0% chance
rookie minicamp or OTA is one of them.
Under 70.
No, we've actually played his audio before. He's like 50. Art Stapleton says the biggest change between John Harbaugh's practice compared to Brian Daboll's, no music, just football sounds. And they loved it in New York. It was like 1,000 retweets of old Art Stapleton. Then you had people quoting on the Brian Daboll Country Club practices are over. The days of Brian Daboll's cupcake practices are over. These are all different ones. The biggest difference between Harbaugh and Daboll is that Harbaugh knows what he's doing and Daboll didn't have an effing clue. People just loving it, lapping it all up. And it is hilarious to me how their hype machine has started to get out of control in New York. For what's supposed to be the blue collar, like no nonsense New York, like Northeast fan of like, we hold you accountable. You're not going to get away with any soft stuff out here. We're going to ask all the pointed questions. We're going to go at you. The number of people just drooling over like Harbaugh's been out of the game for 10 years. And this is his return to the end. It's like, oh my gosh, thank God the savior is back and he's going to implement all these things here in New York. It's like, you do know he was in the NFL last season and was fired, basically. Literally, Bisciotti was up there and went, if we made the field goal, would he still be your head coach till next week? Yeah, he would have been gone after that. I mean, how often have we talked about the Ravens being underperforming January team? Like, it's them and the Bills over the last decade.
Didn't they get rid of all their in locker room activities this year?
That's what I'm saying. This is the ping pong table theory, or the ping pong table effect. It's we're shutting off the music, and it's going to be that versus boy, Shotty's pumping in the music, and listen to this great playlist. This is culture right here. But the Harbaugh thing that is starting to get out of control, like people talking about him like he hasn't been a historic underperformer over the last decade.
My God. If you don't sound like you're on the home of the Cowboys right
Mike
now.
McCarthy or John Harbaugh?
Ready?
Let me 10 minutes ago.
Let me go ahead. Sip on your Diet Coke here, Coke Zero for a second.
Coke Zero.
And I'll say it. I'll be the bad.
Give me an endorsement, guys.
I'll be the bad guy. Which hype? You have to pick. Which hype is more legit?
The Cowboys.
The New York Giants hype is more legitimate.
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Only you could sit here and crap on the Baltimore Ravens' success over the years, and I'm talking to Bobby, a 60% winning percentage over the last 5 years.
They've covered more crimes than Super Bowls they won over the last decade.
The Cowboys would kill to be the Ravens. They'd kill to be the Ravens. I don't care about Jerry's whatever number he comes up with over the amount of wins over the years. So you're not going to win an argument with me trying to crap on what the Ravens have been. And the Giants have been such a mess that John Harbaugh going in there, I think that they're hype. I'm not saying they're going to have a better season. I'm not saying they're having a better season. I'm talking about moving forward. I think they have an adult finally in the room.
Well, they do have an adult in the room. They do have direction.
And the New York Giant John Harbaugh hype is more legit right now, I think, than the Christian Parker hype.
I need my sticky note, just like with Lane Kiffin. I got it because I got two. I got to throw up there.
And
now.
what are you going to write?
John Harbaugh doesn't win 10 games a single year with the Giants.
Oh, baby!
Oh, I like the hot takes.
I do think that's more likely.
Love it.
Than he does win. I think it's more likely he never wins 10 than he does win 10 there, just because they still have an unknown at quarterback.
Yep.
You have an unknown head coach in terms of if you want to talk about him running an entire program. He has never done this. This is his first time doing it, just like it's Christian Parker's first time running a defense. He's never been in charge of an entire roster.
But I do love.
Yeah, but I'd rather him do it than what they've had.
Sure, but I'm just saying I'm asking less. I'm asking less of Christian Parker to use his talents and his abilities to do that job than I'm asking of John Harbaugh, who's never shown that he can do. He's just never done it.
He's got to do everything.
You're asking him to be in charge of the whole core of your roster.
Yeah. All right, so hot takes, write it on the wall. More overhype. Which hype is more legit? Franco and Franco fan text 877-881-1053 for the two to start off the season. Sunday Night Football, September 13th. Bobby there in the Meadowlands. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text where you can weigh in on Ask Reddit. We do this every Tuesday. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum, and we kick them around here in the studio and with you guys on the text and also on the fan cam at Twitch or YouTube. And we'll start off today with RJ Choppy. Welcome back, Chop.
Hey.
What's something society expects you to want, but you don't?
I don't have a great answer. I mean, the societal answer is probably going to be to get married and have babies young. Like, that's the societal answer. I don't feel like I don't know. I feel like I do conform more than I should with societal norms. So I don't know that. I don't have a great answer. I guess I would say, like, I didn't really want to get married and have kids young. So that would be it.
You know what I think your answer is? Since I'm going to psychoanalyze now. What I think your answer would be is that society does say, like, hey, society wants you to climb to the very top and like climb over people and like get to the top of you've said before, you're happy to just like, if you could do this job for the rest of your time, you'd be happy. You don't want to go like national or do anything else like but society would say you should strive to like be at the top and on ESPN national, and that's never been your thing.
That's fair. I'm happy. I'm happy where I am.
Yeah.
I've reached a point like, I love my job. I love you guys. This is it.
Bigger house.
Oh yeah. Or just a house.
Comes with a lot of headaches. Come with a lot of headaches. This fix, that fix, air conditioner here. Thank you, Mike Q. Floors, windows, this, that. Can come with a lot more problems.
Yeah.
So that's what my wife came up with. I was like, what? You regret coming into this house? You regret moving? You want to go back to East Dallas? She's like, no, but that's our answer.
I do miss my bigger house. I do miss it. I don't miss living there, like necessarily in there, but I do miss the house.
You just miss having a yard. Your backyard is all water now.
The yard was great. We had a golf course at the front yard. Oh, it was fun. Bigger house was great.
Peyton?
Yeah, for me, it's sharing your entire life on social media. It's not against the rules or whatever to post something. I'm fine with everyone posting if they're on vacation, they're with family, whatever. But it's like this applies to, I think, to the younger generation. Like no matter, it's not everything you do has to be out there. You don't have
Dana Russell over here.
He saw the fan text on Friday after you said that he's emboldened now.
You don't have to post everything out there, but I think society wants you. Like it's social media. If you're on vacation, make all your followers feel like they're on vacation with you.
Fan text 877-881-1053. Society wants you to have social media. I do not want it. Society wants you to be rich, wants you to have that. I don't want to. See, that is the thing that, in theory, I'd like to be just disgustingly rich.
More money, more problems.
But that is sort of there's like instead.
Well, I asked myself the other day. I'm like, okay, if I was making $1 million a year, how would I be living different?
Right.
If I was still working, and I think that really
you'd have to downsize.
I think the only answer I could come up with is like more elaborate vacations. Rather than look for like the middle price all inclusive, maybe I'm looking for the Tom Brady all inclusive place, maybe. But it's like. How much differently would you live making $1 million a year than what you do now day to day? I don't think I'd be eating that much different. Maybe I'd have child care. I'm not doing more child care because the kids are at their own specific ages. I don't know what I would do.
Would you ever get a chef? Would you ever hire a chef, or do you like cooking so much you're fine with it?
No, I enjoy it. Maybe cleaner, more cleaner.
See, I have a buddy who he started.
There you go.
He started to have a lot
more
of
Roombas for my wife.
He started to have a lot of success doing sales. Was making like a ton more money a few years ago than he ever had in his career, and he was like, "I'm not living much different." And he's like, but not necessarily in a good way in terms of everything is just as he had the same margins because he's like somebody had told it to me when I was there, and they're like. You start living up to just your paycheck, and then you start adjusting things, and eventually you're just like, where did all the money go? What are my liabilities every month? How am I spending this money now? And now I don't feel like I'm just comfortable.
You're probably getting a better car. You're probably getting a new. You're probably getting, like you said, better vacations.
My wife would probably have an extra bag or two, but I'm not going and buying different clothing.
She'd have all the neatos.
Yeah, more squishies.
All the neatos.
Yeah. All right. This is Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean, I know you've got an answer for this. Normally I wouldn't go to you first on this, but I know you've got one. A 7-hour car ride.
CeeLo!
You can only listen to. I told Peyton, I was like, did he pick CeeLo? And you can only listen to one artist. Who are you listening to?
Probably Darius Rucker.
Oh,
really?
That's Darius. I didn't even tell that was
Darius Rucker. Okay.
I did not think you were a Darius Rucker guy.
I love Darius Rucker.
He's
and
good.
You could include Hootie.
And you can include Hootie.
Yeah, I like new Darius better.
Wow.
But because you have both.
You have two genres of music.
I got two genres.
Yeah,
so
that's good. It's solid.
I mean, I can get two different ones.
It's a solid pick.
But I could put on Darius Rucker for hours.
You can do the same with Post. Post, he's got a lot of genres of music.
Does he have
He's got a lot of seats available.
Yeah, he does.
Is it him and Jelly Roll who can't fill it?
They've delayed the start of the tour.
Why?
I don't know. Somebody there's this theory out there that him pivoting to country stuff is like you've narrowed your audience from the people who got you big, and those people don't want to hear country artists. They don't want to go to a country show, and so they're not showing up to it.
You would still think
I'm still surprised that it's that with all the blue dots on the.
I would go
map.
to Jelly Roll and Post Malone real quick.
Yeah. Seems like a good concert.
My wife doesn't know Post Malone, but I would go.
This one is different based if I'm on alone in the car or with Sarah, because Sarah hates this band. So if it's with Sarah, it would have to be something like Morgan Wallen, Luke Combs. Like she likes those.
I'm over Morgan Wallen music.
It's
just everything is the same.
It is starting to sound the same. It really is. It really is starting to sound the same. But it's an easy choice for me, I could listen to this. I could listen to this band all day. But it would more the old stuff because they got a little weird. They were weird enough here, but they got weirder. It's just Dave. I can listen to Dave all day. It's the one I could listen to his entire catalog up until about 2000. And then everything else after that I didn't care for.
Fantex says Drake from the 214. 214 says went to school in Kansas. Used to listen to Darius Rucker on that 6-hour trip on a loop. 915 AC/DC, but the Bon Scott era. Black and Gold B texted in saying Moody Blues. which I don't even know that most people even know who the Moody Blues are anymore.
I have
But
no idea.
that's a good call there. Peyton, who's the artist you're listening to on a 7-hour car ride?
Yeah, the fan text already said it. It's Drake for me. I mean, he's been on my number one on Spotify Wrapped for a while now. But yeah, it's obviously Drake.
Where the function? Where the function? The way I feel right now, I feel like we need to be all alone.
I mean, he's got bops you can sing along to, you can dance with, whether you're alone or with people. You know, with people, it's obviously better. You can all sing along in the car. But even alone, you know, he's got different kind of genre, slower music as well. So it's Drake easily for me.
He's also gone through various eras.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, you can change the mood depending. Drake's not a bad answer. I thought about Drake. Instead,
the amount of collabs he has, it's like you could throw him in there with those too.
I went with the deepest music catalog in existence, and I was like, let me just reach deep into that. Probably the artist I've listened to the most, like spent the most hours listening to in my life, and still created new music 30 years after he died.
Satisfaction is everlasting. Others feel what I'm asking while I'm rubbing on that ass while you laughing.
Tupac.
Orioles did. You see the Tupac bobblehead in Baltimore the other day?
Is it bad?
No, I think it looks good.
Oh, a lot of people don't realize he's from Baltimore.
Yeah.
He is. Like everybody just assumed that he was
California.
He was West Coast guy, but I mean he was Baltimore to New York is where he went. He was an East Coast guy initially, but no, it's definitely it's Pac. There's so many different. There's the 6 albums he had while he was alive, 5 of his own, and then 1 collab, and then all the stuff that comes out every year after that. So Tupac would be my answer. All right. Let's go to the next question here in Ask Reddit. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what's the most soul-crushing part of adulthood?
I mean, having to move out of your parents' home. Being off there, being out of the house, having to pay for your own bills, having to do either if it's rent or mortgage or wherever you go, you know, it's just being off their payroll. Really, it's depressing.
Early children's stage. I keep telling Amanda, once Ava gets Ollie's age, we're gonna. Is "Live Like You Were Dying"? Who sings that?
Tim McGraw.
Tim McGraw. I was trying to think of a Darius song.
Wagon Wheel.
Just the early beating, especially when you're geriatric parents like we are. I was actually running down a lot of these Ask Reddit questions with her yesterday, and her answer was kids. And I was like, well, we can't make it sound too terrible. But once Ava was home all last week with whatever Bobby sickness, and
I mean, you gave it to me.
It beat us down. I mean, it was a beat down. But going out, you're still on the timer. But once she turns that corner, once she's able to go sit at dinners, I'm gonna be at Disney.
DFW Dad on Twitch says taxes. One Love TX says responsibility. Yeah, the responsibility is a big one. A little bit more narrow than that though. But Chop, what's the most soul crushing part of adulthood?
I'm in a pretty soul crushing spot right now. I've got my kids are teenagers. I think I have a 16-year-old. He doesn't come out of his room. He never speaks. I don't know. But I'm in that period where they're kind of like being more independent. One of them's about to be out of the house. And my all-time massive void that is about to hit is there is going to come a point where my favorite hobby in life, it's not golf, it's not coitus, it is watching my kids play sports. That is without question my number one favorite thing. I look forward to it all week, and it's about to be over. There's a finite number of games that I have left, and I don't want my kids to have kids early, but I kind of do because I want to be able to watch my grandkids.
Well, you have a solution.
I could have another one, yeah.
Yeah, your wife has been asking for it.
I could have another one. Yeah, we get George Pickens Choppy.
Yeah.
Do that.
One Love Texas, like I said on the Twitch, she had said that the answer was responsibility. It's a little bit more narrow than that for me. It's the realization, I heard a comedy bit about it a couple years ago, but the realization that it never slows down. Like life just really doesn't slow. There's always
something.
There's always something. And
always something.
The bit was like, he said, adulthood is just saying, but next week things should slow down, and you say that every week until you die. And that's the feeling. I always feel like, all right, we should have this throttle back, and it never does. There's just always something that you got to do.
That
or
would be
something
my
that you
life
handle.
change, making $1 million a year, is having an assistant to do all that crap.
So that you didn't have to do anything. Just
like
do nothing.
Call the curtain person.
Yeah.
Figure out who to call for that.
Run the social media.
No, I want to be in control of that.
By the way, I did an AI of your social media. How many tweets do you post per day?
Do we include retweets?
I don't know. I don't know if it included that or not.
Me?
Yep. In the history of your account.
Per day?
Per day, your average.
Oh, God. Well, like podcasts that this station puts out, that's at least 5 and probably 10. 15?
It's 36 per day throughout the history of your account.
Well,
that's a lot.
Yeah, because that's any day you're live reacting to something too.
Yeah, it's like a Cowboy
game could be 100.
Cowboy Sunday is going to be a ton.
All right, next question here on Ask Reddit, 877-881-1053.
What made you do that? That feels like you're picking at me a little bit.
No.
I can see by your face you're up to something.
It actually wasn't me. It was I saw it. I posted. I went and just typed in the cows. I was just curious because I saw like. You came up my feed like 6 times in like a 4-minute stretch.
Yeah,
and I was like, man,
did you Gemini it?
Yeah, I think it was Gemini.
So he told you he's going to be the obsessed Gemini guy. We talked about that on Friday. All right, next question here, Chop. What's something Gen Z treats as normal that older generations would find completely insane?
Your feelings,
Dana.
Like nobody cares. Go to work.
I mean, I was going to say the work approach of these stories that we hear or read of like, I don't feel like doing it today.
Right.
What? I'm bringing my parent to my job interview.
Right. It's crazy.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm leaving early.
See,
I'll be back when I feel like it.
You guys took it. I said, now that I read it, that's probably the direction they meant it. I was more just talking about like something that Gen Z is just like, yeah, that's normal about society or something else that they'd be like, what? And to me, my first thought was just the instant access to all information. Like being able to, like, because that was back in the day. It's like you waited for the paper the next day to be able to, like, find out what happened with something. I remember calling, like, a phone line to get NFL scores when I was, like, 7 years old.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to find out what it was.
Phone.
Yeah, and so I'd call it, and I'd listen to it, like, time and temperature almost, which Peyton probably has no idea what that is either. But just the instant access to information. Peyton, something Gen Z treats as normal that older generations would find insane?
Yeah, my answer to this is a subscription for everything. Everything's a monthly fee now. You know, back then I feel like even to you guys, I mean, it wasn't. Even to me, I guess, growing up, you know, nothing was really a subscription. Apple Music, you just plugged in your iPod Nano to the laptop and you just downloaded a song there for 99 cents, you know, but now it's like everything is a monthly subscription. It's chaotic.
Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway. Thanks for all the messages and the answers on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and of course the Franklin Frankel text line. RJ Choppy is officially worried about Corey Seager. Rangers Diamond Cavs after this. And this is
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that's drilled toward the right field corner. Hooking, and it is in there for a base hit. Karem's off the wall. That'll score a run into second base. Standing up with a run-scoring double is Gerardo Perdomo, and it's 1-0 D-backs in the first.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about allowing only one run in the last 29 innings?
By scoring 0 runs in the last 29 innings.
That's how we are gonna kind of gloss over. That's very something like North Korea would do. They would just say, they scored a goal in the 28th minute and they never give the final score of the game when they lose 6-1. They gave them a run of the first. And this was that snapped their 20 straight scoreless inning streak, and they would set another
that 3 times fast.
Yeah, 20. So now 29 innings, and they've allowed 1 run, but they are not 3-0 in those games. They're just 2-1 because they lose 1-0. The Diamondbacks 4 hits in their last 5 games. They're 2-3. In those 3 losses, they have 1 extra base hit combined in those 3 games. It's a feast or famine, and mostly not feasting, mostly famining for this Rangers offense. And we have a couple of concerns. First off, Haggerty getting picked off yesterday is just an inexcusable base running. You get thrown in there to pinch run for Berger with 1 out in the 8th inning. You're going to try to get to second base, and that pitcher doesn't even throw a pitch. He doesn't even throw a pitch. First play pickoff attempt, first got out. Maddening.
Sam Haggerty is playing like a member of the Cowboys secondary last year. It's like, really? Like, there's no one else? This is what you have to resort to? This is it? 167 on the season? With a negative 0.1 WAR? I actually thought it'd be worse.
The OPS is 385.
Oh, God.
By the way, you mentioned the scoreless inning streak running out, but that maybe I did want to go back and look. Now it's at the bullpen. The bullpen's on 15 straight innings without allowing a run. If you include that yesterday was a starter who gave up the run.
You're wasting this.
Yeah, they are. They're 19-22. They're 9-10 at home. They're still within striking distance because of the American League and the American League West not being. This is not your grandpa's American League, where you had just a very, very good teams. You've got basically the Yankees and then the Rays, who are a fun team, very fun, and that's really
I'd
it.
kill
man.
for some of that. They're so boring. Last night, it was 2.5 hours. It got by quick. The Rangers are boring. They just are.
Worst scoring offense in the AL, 3rd worst in Major League Baseball. This is that. But
if Chris Young, I'll say it, so Bobby doesn't have to be the bad guy, even though he's got a preseason victory. If Chris Young and the organization, if they're around this record, deadline time, and he doesn't add a legitimate bat, I don't think it's gonna matter that Ray Davis handcuffs him. We're going to have some discussions about a new general manager if he doesn't add offense or add a bat, because we're going on a 1.5 years of absolute waste of arms, whether it's the starters last year, the starters, and the bullpen right now. Yes, I do like to add the caveat that I believe that he is being handcuffed by ownership, so they don't want to pay the tax and the double penalty, whatever the reality is supposed to be this year. But at what point do we say, and maybe you say, then he shouldn't go, or there should not be a change because the next person would be under the same restraints? Makes it tough to judge CY to me a little bit.
It very much is tough to judge him. I agree with you. The way the American League is, the way it is this year, they have to add. They have to go. They have to add a bat. I don't say go all in, but go all in, because like you have a 38-year-old super ace. You have Nathan Evaldi, who is he's getting up there too.
Yeah, I mean, scratched last night.
Yep, you got a really good starting rotation. Nobody would want to face those two guys at the top of rotation in any series. It's a very winnable American League. Like I said, you've got one team that's seems to be head and shoulders above everybody else in the Yankees, and then you have the Rays, whose offense is so fun. Guys, go MLB Network 6:00 tonight. Turn it on. They'll do a picture-in-picture of 4 games. Watch the Rays offense. It's so fun. It is base after base after base. They're taking extra bases. There's the speed they have on their offense is unbelievable. But you've got a chance. You've got to take advantage of it.
They've hit 8 home runs in their last 700 at-bats at home. Think about 700 at-bats. That is that's a leadoff hitter for a full season in Major League Baseball, getting 700 plate appearances, but probably a little more, actually.
This may stop you from being a true contender, but I'm starting to think you're going to have to trade DeGrom or Evaldi because of the salary equaling out. And I have to do some more math on this, but they make 2 of the top 3 salaries on your team. They're not going to go and add a big expensive bat that puts them over. They're not. I don't believe they're going to do it.
I agree.
Ray Davis is not going to green like that. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Because if you give up Jake or if you give up Nate and you add the bat, you lose your superpower in the postseason. But Jake makes 37 and Nate makes 24. Unless Bobby gives me some pipeline with the update of the young talent that he's always keeping an eye on, the young talent.
Right.
You're going to have to trade one of those bigger salaries to equal it out for a big bat.
Yeah, and look, you've got to also factor this in. There's a good chance. There's a chance there's not a season next year. So you have a 38-year-old DeGrom. Let's say you don't have a season next year. That means he doesn't pitch again until he's 40.
And Nate, 36 to 38.
Right?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good point.
It's you got to factor that in. The other thing is, there are talks. When Rosenthal and Verducci they do their thing about hey, which are the teams that are gonna hold firm and say no salary cap? They always say the Rangers are one of those teams that are going to hold firm for no salary cap, even though the ownership doesn't seem to want to spend the way they need to. So it's
hold firm for no cap.
For no cap, so they will be joining the Dodgers and Yankees and those teams, right?
Because the cap is a floor too. They don't want to spend that floor either.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's part of it. The cap is the floor.
They are.
If they don't add, let me change my statement. See why? This is for you, baby. If they don't add a legitimate bat at the deadline and they're in this same type of situation, we need to, and this will probably get me in trouble in the commercial break or after the show, we need to have some serious, and I know Ranger fans probably aren't capable of this type of noise. We need to have some Ray Davis type,
If they don't add a
pressure.
bat, if they don't add a bat, Chris should politely step down. And say, you know what, I'm not going to do this anymore.
There needs to be there needs to be some Maverick Nico noise towards Ray Davis. That's what I was looking for in terms of that statement. If they don't add a bat, and it's because of money.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at their top 30 prospects, top 30 on MLB Pipeline, how many of them are offensive players that are their scheduled ETA is later this year? Out of 30 prospects.
None.
One. They got one who's got an opportunity to debut in 2026, and that would be their 13th ranked prospect, Cam Colley. That would be it.
Wow.
And you are officially worried?
Yes, I am. Corey Seager. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to go look at his bat speed because his numbers are so bad right now. He looks lost at the plate. He's swinging and missing at pitches that are kind of outer half of the plate and up. The amount of times I've seen him swing and miss at a ball on the outer half of the plate and then up, I feel like I've never seen him do that this much in any season.
David Murphy last night was saying it feels like from a distance he's trying to pull everything and he's being pitched away.
Yeah.
And you can throw in off speed and this and that, and then in that at bat, Murphy was talking about it, he grounded to second.
And so I went to the Baseball Savant website and
actually got on as the winning run yesterday before the young pop out when he got hit.
So the Baseball Savant website, which is a really good website. On the first page of it is a player profile, and I see Before I get to the bat speed, I see a dark blue number 5. Okay, so the way the website is that, it's basically a bunch of graphs, but they're like the linear graphs. So everything to the right in dark red is like you're in the 95th percentile, and everything to the left is dark blue, which means you're in the 5th or 10th or whatever percentile. And you don't want to be there. You want to be on the right.
Except for whiff rate. You don't want to be high up on that.
Except for whiff rate. Well, if you go and you look at it, I cannot look at this through the years, and this might be the worst stretch of his career by a wide margin. And because you did bring up like whiff rate, but barrel percentage, by the way, super high. He's super high for barrel percentage.
You're getting unlucky.
But he is whiffing at a crazy high rate, is he not, Bobby?
Hey, he's way up there, pretty much the highest of his career.
And so,
which a whiff is just flat out swing and miss, which is over a third of the time.
So, if you go back and look at all the years of his career, he's never been below the 27th percentile, right, in whiff rate. This year he's 5th percentile. 5th percentile.
He's hitting 189.
45%, 26%, 41, 51, 26, 38, 50, 56, 27. And then this year, 5th percentile. So he's always middle. He's still a power hitter guy, right? So he's still going to swing and miss quite a bit.
Boy, they are unhappy on the fan text, and they're blowing up.
About what?
About just the Rangers. It's a bunch of frustration. 2023 was a fluke World Series. Fire CY. You might need to just replace CY. Somebody else brings up the point. Look at the Pirates. They make noise all the time, and what's happened there? Nothing the ownership does. Nothing. Why do you think they still suck? It's basically a lot of people on here. Yeah, it's split. There's a lot of people saying this is Ray Davis needs to open up the pocketbook, and then there's other people saying there are other teams that have success with similar budgets, and why can't CY find the talent?
Yeah. When it happens like 1 year, 2 years, I do have to look at specifics and not just blindly blame you. Like, what are you being asked to operate with? If you're going on like year 3, I stop caring. I don't care. Like, don't tell me about the pains. Get it done. Mm-hmm. Get it done. We can't be going this long with this offensive drought. And I'm sorry, you got to go. And but I do believe that there is a cap on this because Ray Davis doesn't want to get penalized.
956 texted this in. I'm guilty of blaming the general manager also, but ultimately, if you look at the history of these hitters, he's banking on them doing what they've always done, and they're just now getting the job, or they're just not getting the job done, and that starts with Seager. That's the thing, though. I think
Wyatt is out.
People saw 23, and people saw some of these things, and then they go like, "That's the history of what they've always done." It's like, no, that may have been their peak.
I tried to say it, and again, FAF and Ranger fans lose their mind. It was a fluky title. It doesn't mean you take it. It doesn't mean you take it down.
No, it stays.
But teams with all the metrics and the history of that season, like that was you went undefeated on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
Which 11-0.
Crazy.
11-0.
No one at one point in time throughout 3/4 of that season thought that they were a championship winning team. They caught lightning in a bottle, like I believe the Dallas Mavericks. Basketball 2011 caught lightning in a bottle.
Almost 36% of his swings are whiffs. Seager.
That's Gallo-like.
It's
a little under Gallo, but Gallo is about 40% of the time.
Don't say that.
It is not good. Whatever he is doing, and again, so bat speed on this website, they don't go back far enough, so I can't tell what his bat speed was his first couple of years in the league. It's not that different, though, than the last couple of seasons. It's not like he was at 76 miles an hour and now he's at 67 miles an hour like Marcus Semien, right? It's not that. Something is up, and I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know why.
He doesn't know what it is.
No, he doesn't know what it is either, so I'm a little concerned. Put me in the concerned column about Corey Seager because he has offered nothing this year.
Yeah, Gallo was 40% generally during his time in Texas, so he's a little under where Gallo was at.
877-881-1053 for your Rangers solutions on the Frankel and Frankel text line after getting shut out 1-0 against Arizona last night. Game 2 tonight right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Rangers got an offensive problem. Do basketball and hockey have a watchability problem? That's next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love.
RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Down low for Parker Kelly. Kibby Ronta knocks it away from Middleton. Brewery works it loose. One-timer! Score! Go ahead and Sally! Parker Kelly! A one-timer from Edina beats Volstead, and the Avalanche have the lead back. It's 3-2 Colorado.
The underdog hockey streak came to an end. It wasn't a screeching halt because I also took higher than 6.5 goals, and it was a miracle finish.
It was.
Miracle, especially the last one. There was your usual empty netter last night as the Colorado Avalanche roll the dice with a goaltender change and take the 3-1 lead over Minnesota on the road. Avalanche Radio with the call. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again.
He played well in a hostile environment. You know, I don't know what those Minnesota Wild fans are going to do now that they're on the precipice of getting knocked out. You know, obviously Game 5 will be back in Colorado. But that was it was a huge performance by that goalie. Huge. At Colorado, that was the game they lost in Game 3. That was their first loss the whole postseason. So I was like, all right, how are they going to react to their first loss? And then you see, McKinnon take a puck to the face. In this game, which
was he the one swimming at the hotel pool in flippers?
Yes, that was him.
Was that him?
Yep.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he took his own snorkel and flippers to the hotel pool.
Oh wow, he has a snorkel.
I saw the flippers. I think I saw snorkel as well. It was amazing.
I don't know. I can't tell that's a good bit or like you can't do that as an adult male.
You can't do that as an adult male.
Okay.
Unless he knew, I think he was being filmed from up top.
Okay, and he knew it was going to be filmed. No, this is going to be fun.
I don't know, but otherwise, imagine, I roll my eyes at guitar dude, who brings his guitar on the road to a hotel or a gathering. Imagine snorkel dude.
Oh yeah, snorkel dude's on a different level.
Flippers dude. No, snorkel at least you can put in the goggles, but flippers dude for a pool?
For a pool.
Not going out in the ocean.
But what is there to see underwater in a pool? That's why you don't need the snorkel and the goggles. What are you're looking at a hotel pool.
If children are in the pool, it's valuable.
That's fair because you never know what they're going to do.
Yeah, flippers and goggles in the hotel pool.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow, that's as bad as going to a golf tournament. Going to the Colonial with Byron Nelson, and there's a guy that wears his golf shoes, which happens.
Why is that bad?
Oh, like the cleats?
Yeah. Like
the spikes?
Like fans going to the golf.
I thought you meant somebody playing on the course.
No,
I was like, why is that a bad thing?
Fans going to watch the golf tournament and they wear their. I saw a guy bring a sand wedge once, just so he could he was sitting there, he was taking practice swings in the crowd. That's what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Last night, OKC sweeps LeBron and the Lakers. No Luka, and Donovan Mitchell has an all-time second half to tie things up with the Pistons. Why is there watchability concerns for both playoffs?
Well, if you look at the NBA playoffs, for example, coming into the weekend and looking at round one, 6 of the 8 round one closeout games were decided by 10 points. And we have seen this trend in sports the last couple of years, especially in the NBA, where it's so 3-point driven that if one team's on, one team's off, you've got blowouts. It's like one team wins by 20 this night, the next night they can't shoot, they lose by 20. Right? You didn't have your close games.
Did you see that Kerr interview that went viral recently? It had been buried in a New Yorker interview, and it caught some fire yesterday. He said the one change he would make to the NBA is Steve Kerr, of all people, would eliminate the 3-point line. And he said, I don't say that very often because that's how my career was made, and I've got Steph Curry, but I would eliminate the 3-point line.
Wow.
So the average margin of victory in the final game of each series in round one, and a few of them went to seven games.
Well,
was 19.
That's not a watchability problem. No, it isn't. It's a one-game issue. The first round was fantastic, so that's not a watchability problem. Pistons Magic 8-1 went to 7 games. I don't care that the 7th game was double digits. It went to 7. Orlando arguably should have and could have won the series. Raptors Cavaliers went 7 games. We went 7 with a crazy, amazing upset with Philadelphia-Boston. Right there, that never happens in the NBA playoffs for your first round. You got the problem in the West was the injuries with Ant. They still beat Denver, by the way, 6-3, and then Durant and Luka and the Lakers, pull off the upset. Before the series started, it was heavy on Houston and Vegas. It wasn't a seeding upset because the Lakers were the 4. That's an amazing first round.
I don't know, man. I think I'm bored to death with the first round of the playoffs.
Well, you got all the upsets. You got 7-game series and upsets. What else do you want? What else can you ask for? Nothing would make you happy.
That's not true. First of all, I'm bored by the beginning of a lot of playoffs anyway. Right? Now the NHL
not
playoffs.
Baseball. You don't say that about baseball.
The 3-game. I hate the 3-game series. Those stupid wild card.
Those aren't
series.
3-game series that the NBA is doing. That's like a legit. That'd be the play-in. But
the play-in. Yeah.
This was a great first round, and odd, uncommon first round.
Maybe it was uncommon, but the margin of victories bother me. Right, the margin of defeat
in one of the 7 games.
No, in all of them. The average margin of victory in the closeout game was 19 points.
Okay,
that's not good. Then you get to round 2 through 4 games. The series. Were 7-1. 7 was, so 3 of them were 2-0. In the NHL, you had 1 series go 7 games in round 1. You had 2 sweeps. And the remaining 5 went 6 games. But in round 2, headed into the weekend, Carolina beat Philadelphia in 7 days. That's 7 games. 7 days.
Yeah.
Right? Thankfully, we had Minnesota beat Colorado to make it a 2-1 series. Then Colorado, takes over. Otherwise, that series would have been over. Colorado hadn't lost a game in the entire postseason heading into Saturday. They had doubled up their opponents 27-13. This is on the heels of Seattle just running through the NFL playoffs, just 101-46. Indiana demolishing everyone on their way, and the Dodgers about to win 3 straight World Series here. Or on the precipice of doing it potentially. And it's just like, all right, the best thing we have in sports is the postseasons. The best thing. And I don't know. Dodgers run through. We see that's a foregone conclusion. Seattle ran through. Indiana ran through. Colorado and Carolina. I don't think you can even say a team other than Colorado or Carolina is going to make the Stanley Cup Finals at this point. I don't know. I think we're in a. I don't like where the playoffs are.
He doesn't like the blowouts in Game 7, but you mentioned you had some upsets. I know you see that. I threw it in my email last week, but the Sportico article where they said that they found that an NBA playoff series, if you would have bet $100 on the underdog every time from 1990 to 2019, you would have been $13,000 in the hole.
God.
Since 2020, you'd be up $1,600.
Wow.
And they said that it's reached the point since 2020 where 1 out of every 3 playoff series in the NBA, the underdog wins. Is that generally, you think, good for the NBA, or is that just enough chaos? Ooh. 1 out of every 3, like you're getting most of the time they're still winning, but you're mixing it up to where not every series is just a slam dunk.
Yeah, this is the most interested I was in the first round in a long time. Because it's always just felt like ass whippings.
It did feel like that. That's an interesting stat because the NBA, you would think you would want fewer upsets because the stars generally are on the better teams,
right?
And it's a star-driven league.
It's the same thing as March Madness. Uh-huh. It's like, all right, give me some early chaos, but not too much chaos. Yeah,
not too much.
5 of the 15 biggest betting upsets in an NBA playoff series have happened in the last 2 years.
Say that again?
5 of the 15 biggest betting upsets in NBA history have happened in the last 2 years.
Give me all the upsets and chaos in the West, but make sure you give me Spurs OKC in the West final.
George Mason's cool for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't care what the hell else what happens outside. But don't mess up my Western Conference final.
People would have been okay with Denver, with Joker.
Yeah, but this is what we want.
Yeah,
This is the next. This is dislike. This is the youth movement. This is the next faces. This is the heavyweight. This is the heavyweight fight. Forget Denver. Forget Joker.
Yeah. Does it matter to you who the Knicks face in the East?
I would prefer it be Detroit.
Barely prefer Detroit just because make me feel like I'm in the 90s again.
I got
to keep my bet alive.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I love him because of like the DFW ties, and I love his personality, and I love everything he does, Cade Cunningham. I don't feel like the NBA has yet embraced Cade like as a superstar the way that his resume maybe says he should be. So I don't know. Yeah, they may not want that. They may prefer a Cleveland run with Harden and getting Donovan Mitchell in there.
Of course, the big NBA news: Wemby is back for Game 5 after the ejection. I got to hear his press conference. I have to hear his answer to, did you not know what a flagrant 2 was? We haven't gotten that media availability yet. And Giannis is on the block. The Milwaukee Bucks are taking trade calls. So where is he going to end up? And speaking of the Bucks, of course, the owner's daughter was on TV again the other day representing in the draft lottery, Mallory Eden. And
you're a good-looking girl.
You see the story with her pops, Wesley Eden, the billionaire Bucks owner, blackmailed after a fling with a Chinese woman who demanded half of his fortune. The feds got involved. Now Wesley Eden, 64 years old, he had been divorced. This woman, 46-year-old Sophia Luo, Luo, slid into his LinkedIn DMs.
Oh, man.
What the saddest booty call.
LinkedIn DMs in 2022. He hooked up with her at his Manhattan apartment. She sent him a desperate love letter that progressively became more deranged because he did not respond. Quote, and Bobby, don't do this to me like you did last week. With the JP Morgan executive, I never told you I love you. And tonight I want to tell you that. I've been restraining my feeling for you as I do love you from the bottom of my heart, she wrote to the Bucks owner. She then undertook a months-long blackmail campaign against him. She demanded $1.2 billion. He's worth $2.5. Now, the most surprising thing to me in this, he offered her, the New York Post says, he offered her 1.6. No, I'm sorry, my bad. 6.5
million.
Yes, not 6.5 thousand. 6.5 million in an initial settlement, including $1 million up front. And apparently she's like, nah, I want 1.2 billion. Your dumbass didn't take the $6 million and run, and instead you got arrested at JFK International as she tried to board a flight to China. So they searched her apartment. FBI found a phone hidden in her laundry basket, another in a box of sanitary pads. One phone had several pornographic videos and images that had the owner's face edited onto another man's body, according to the prosecutors. So this is her little scam and scheme. Also saying, body? I took video of you, and I'm going to go ahead.
A little different.
And I'm going to release it. She told him, I have home cameras that saw everything. Then she tried to say that he gave her HPV. Peyton, what is that?
I have no idea.
Oh, God.
What is it, Chop?
It's human papilloma virus.
Sexually transmitted infection that can lead to cancer, according to her accusations. So she got charged with 4 counts, blackmail, destruction of records, and released on $500,000 bond with the Bucks owner. But still, fun story.
Would go there before the Peyton poop girl.
No,
even with all those risks, I'd go there before the Peyton poop girl.
We do say that, I agree. But if Sydney Sweeney does that, she can. We're still saying yes.
Yeah, I saw your graphic tweet that you sent back to somebody over that.
Did I lie?
I wouldn't take that, no.
The glaring holes remaining on the Dallas Cowboys. Next, and below, 105.3 The Fan. But do you have a...
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How do you fill a hole? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. Back, got my segment back. I heard yesterday the edited open that we had yesterday with Sean leading it, essentially. And by the way, I just want to say, go ahead and cut the music for a second, Peyton, because I want to say this just seriously.
Oh, God.
Thank you so much for your concern and for texting me yesterday how I was feeling.
I wasn't concerned.
It did touch my soul.
I wasn't concerned.
However, you got to justify it, Sean. We know you care.
It was, and I know he wasn't concerned because the hour in which he texted about what you were doing the next day.
I just dressed up the way in which I was asking.
Are you going to be back?
Yeah.
But you could have said, are you going to be back? And you didn't. You said, how are you feeling, Bob?
I felt like that was going to be a little bit cold to say, are you in or not? But that's what I was saying, dressed up with, how are you feeling?
Honestly, pulling back the curtain, I told Peyton this yesterday. You can put the music back up. I had told Peyton yesterday when I called him after I put the video out. And I was like, when I heard that, I clipped it and I was like, I'm not gonna say I'm back until Sean checks in because I want Sean to say how are you feeling, and then we're gonna mix this video down.
I figured.
It's all for content. That's what we do here. It's a
miss
content
the show
factory.
for content.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna happen again tomorrow. Gonna miss the show for content. So that's what you got to do. All right. ESPN took a look at the biggest roster holes for all 32 NFL teams following the draft, and I think this is a good chance to expand something a little bit more that we kind of touched on at the end of last week about the Cowboys pass rush. Because the biggest issue right now, I think a lot of people would say, is they feel like the pass rush is it's not good enough. And the selection of what's the biggest hole remaining for the Cowboys from Todd Archer was edge rusher. It says the Cowboys have surprisingly solid 2 deep across their depth chart. Edge rusher is a position that isn't a hole per se, but it definitely has questions. Rashawn Gary, acquired from Green Bay, didn't have, or I should be clear, Todd did not write this one. This is just the article written from ESPN, so they did not credit this one to Todd. But it says Rashawn Gary, acquired from Green Bay, didn't have a sack in the final 10 games of last season. Donovan Ezeraku is coming off hip surgery and has been limited in the offseason. Sam Williams had just 1 sack in 2025. James Houston had 5.5 sacks, but couldn't play against the run. Maris Leafau is moving to the edge, but hasn't played the position before. And first-rounder Malachi Lawrence is a promising rookie, but he's still a rookie. And this, in general, to me, is more a question of roster management. Like, if you looked at the Madden ratings for the Cowboys roster, you would look at edge rusher and say that's probably the lowest group. They have the lowest. So in that sense, yes, it's the weakest position. But I think I don't think it's a situation like with linebacker where they couldn't find their resource. They kept looking for different resources. They were falling short. They weren't willing to overpay, but they were clearly in pursuit of something. We didn't hear them tied to a bunch of edge rushers. We didn't hear them tied to Odafe Owe. We didn't hear them tied really. I was interested in Boye Mafe, but they didn't really seem to want to play in those waters. Once they got Gary, they very much seemed like, okay, like we're good. Whereas with other positions, they have continuously hunted the secondary. They have continuously been searching for linebacker, finally added a couple pieces, and now they feel like they're kind of stable there, or at least their bases are covered there. But we would all agree that that's probably the area where they could stand to add the most talent, right? Would just be edge rusher.
I mean,
more consistent, younger
linebacker.
Linebacker's big, so the only
linebacker's not solved. I know that we're all speaking of overhype. I mean, we could very well be guilty of overhyping Barham, but
100%, yeah.
I mean, we did this exercise a couple weeks ago in terms of injury confidence in Revel, Bland, Overshown.
Yeah, I still think corner is a need.
Oh, here we go. I thought linebacker Choppy's taking it too.
I think
over edge and linebacker.
Well, I think that the unit as a whole is more important than those two.
Okay.
Right? Like maybe not your number one guy, but your overall four that you have.
Okay.
I have zero faith in Bland.
Zero.
I mean, I can't trust him. I can't trust his health. I know people say Downs is going to play a lot of nickel, and I'm sure he is. I have no idea how good he's going to be at the NFL level at that position, because this is like, I don't want to say you're playing him out of position, but did we not try this with Byron Jones and say, hey, we'll just put him at safety for 2 years, and he can underperform there when he should be at corner?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's the same. Because
you get what I'm saying? It's like,
modern nickel is so different.
Yeah, I get it. But you're drafting a guy whose genius is safety.
Yeah.
And you're going to put him somewhere where he may not be...
Yeah, we had that discussion late last week.
In the
I had a
best
similar
position
concern
for him to reach his potential, his premium potential.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've invested. I understand not feeling certain with what they have at corner. I would say that for them, if they're internally comfortable with Bland's health, Revel's projection, and that the struggles were related to something else, then when you look at it from that perspective, it just like, let's assume they do have comfort with those questions that we have, which are not necessarily about play, but more about like health and different things like that. If they have comfort with those, then what they look at it as is, well, we've got somebody we invested a third-round pick in at cornerback. We've got a guy we paid a significant amount of money to play cornerback. We acquired somebody else who was a consistent starter. We paid the most money we've ever paid to an outside free agent in Jalen Thompson to play the nickel sum for us as well, and we spent our highest draft capital on somebody who can play some corner. So I think they would look at it as though, as long as they are comfortable with what those questions are, then they would say all of our investment says we're spending on that position, and we're trying to really invest.
You know, I would say edge, but with the way you've been describing the defense, I'm not putting as much premium or concern on having your Bruce Smith, Micah Parsons type coming around the corner, where I'm now thinking that our edge rushers are run defenders with some capability of dropping back in coverage versus 3rd and 15. I'm coming to rip your head off.
So he comes from, obviously we saw Christian Parker get a little terse when he said, no, this is not going to be the Philly defense. This is our defense, okay? Which I get. You want to own your defense, but he does come from the Fangio scheme. He's talked about Fangio and Mike Elko being huge influences on him. So let's take a look at what those pass rush groups have looked like. Christian Parker was in Philly in 2025. The leading sack guy was Jalix Hunt. He had 6.5 sacks. 2024 in Philly, it was Josh Sweat. He had 8. The leading sack getter for Denver in 2023 when Christian Parker was there, that was 8.5 from Jonathan Cooper. It was 6.5 from Draymond Jones in 2022 in Denver. It was 6 from Shelby Harris in 2021 in Denver. These are the leading guys getting sacks for those teams. Go back to college with Elko. A&M in 2018 when he's with Elko there, and Notre Dame in 2017. They didn't have much in the way of monstrous edge rushers. They had their leading sack guy, I think, in Notre Dame was 4.5 that year, and A&M was 7, I believe, was Kingsley Keke. But Mike Elko's system, it's not like Elko's time as a P4/5 defensive coordinator or defensive decision maker, whether it be as head coach or defensive coordinator, has just been littered with a bunch of big-time edge rushers getting sacks. Cassius Howell last year, and then Duke Ejiofor at Wake Forest in 2016 are the only times in Elko's 13 years with a P4 or 5 school where he had a pass rusher go over 8 sacks.
Wow.
His high marks are usually 5 or 6. That's similar to Vic Fangio. So Fangio, a guy that, again, I don't know why. I think people have just naturally thought of Philly as aggressive blitzing schemes with Sean McDermott and Jim Johnson. It seems like people are starting to come around to this, but in the past they used to think of Fangio too, I think, as a blitzing, and he never was. And so when you look at the way that he generates pressure, similar, the last 13 seasons, like Elko, twice in the last 13 years, Fangio has had a player get to double-digit sacks with his defenses. They don't, and one of them was Miami. It wasn't even guys that he necessarily had a bunch of time to like craft the defense to look like his. He dropped in, coached them, and that's what they had success with. But if you look at the 2 biggest influences Christian Parker has, neither one of them have had a big focus on monstrous, like aggressive pass rush coming off of the edges. They don't have guys just screaming off the corner disrupting things. And I think that's probably on purpose. It's a scheme choice of we really want to invest in the secondary, confusing the quarterback rather than just speed him up with getting a bunch of pressure on him. Because those guys, Aaron Rodgers and some of the top guys throughout history, have been able to just make it happen faster. I'll just do it faster, and we'll still be able to be on time with everything.
Yeah. Very frustrating when you're in a big game and in 2 seconds, it doesn't matter what you do with your pass rush, the ball's already out.
Yeah, think about how frustrated Micah looked last year against Dallas, where when there should have been 10 sacks there if that was Dak from 7 years ago. But Dak just knows how to play the game faster now. He knows how to get the ball out quicker. He's seen a lot of football. He processes it quickly. He's able to get the ball out and able to have success with it. We did get the announcement yesterday, a little bit more of the Dallas Cowboys schedule. You now know it is the Giants week
You put
1.
them in order real quick of edge, linebacker. If you want to throw in secondary, go ahead, but I don't think you're going to.
I would probably go linebacker, edge, secondary. Linebacker is the one where there's just everything has a question to some extent. Barham's a rookie. D. Winters has never been the green dot. Like, even though he's played pretty solid, he's a really solid player. Like, I would think there's probably an argument to be made that Winters is higher up the list of linebackers or higher percentile of good linebacker play in the NFL than Rashawn Gary has been at edge. So you could make that kind of a claim there. All right. Cowboys schedule, week 1, they've got the Giants on Sunday Night Football. Week 3 is the Ravens in Brazil. I wonder if that'll mean that we can anticipate week 4 might be a Monday game or something like that, just because typically they give you extra time off because that's such a long flight. And so if they're not going to play Thursday, Friday, something like that, the only way to get extra time would either to be make the bye week 4, which I don't think the Cowboys would want.
Nobody wants that.
Or push it to where you've got a Monday night game. But that's a lot. You got them in Brazil. You've got them Sunday Night Football week 1, and then week 4 they're on Monday Night Football already. That's using up a lot of their primetime leverage on the Cowboys early. Week 12, it's going to be the Thanksgiving game against Philadelphia. That was the announcement that we got yesterday. And I would guess, again, similarly, they've typically, the way the NFL schedules these things, Dallas plays the week after Thanksgiving, either on a Thursday or they'll play at home in a longer layoff time. It's like an extra bye week for them. And so I'd imagine that whenever we get the schedule released, that'll be similar.
Watching you go through the math of this is schedule nerd stuff that only you and Choppy like, I tune out. But the travel and the plane distance and what they've done. Bobby's brain was working.
That's me trying to guess. I just want to know.
His brain was working.
I cannot wait for Thursday where I get all upset that they have to go play San Francisco on the road, come back home, and then go play L.A. on the road the next week. Which is stupid. It's bad. It's bad business.
Below the bell on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, it is DFW Sports Station. RJ has not only scouted the next Mavs draft pick, he scouted the guy making the selection as well. Plus, where is Giannis going to end up? Final hour after this.
105.3 The Fan.
Schroeder ahead to Mitchell. Mitchell against Cunningham. Mitchell with 5:20 to go. Steps right, three, ball up, and good! Oh, that was sweet from Donovan Mitchell, and he's got 38.
39 in the second half for Donovan Mitchell. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden Butler getting it, Alec Medford getting it, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell finally back together again, along with Pepe running things here on DFW Sports Station. A record-tying playoff second half for Donovan Mitchell as the Cavaliers even up their series with the Detroit Pistons, and Oklahoma City sweeps LeBron and the Lakers out of the playoffs with no Luka Doncic.
And that's the end of LeBron. We'll never hear from him again.
Yeah, right.
He's going to ride off into the sunset. No, there's no chance. Is he back with, which is more likely? Like, if he's back, he's not going to be back with the Lakers, right?
I don't know his contract exactly, but I would think not. I think they're done with it.
Because it feels like this was definitely the changing of the guard for them this year, of just like, yeah, you know what?
The injured guy?
Unrestricted. Yeah. Unrestricted.
There you go.
Then he'll just he's going to have to go hitch on somewhere else next year. Maybe Dallas.
By the way,
hitch on somewhere else.
21, 7, and 6. Shooting 51% at age 41. That's pretty
ridiculous.
That's pretty impressive. We know he will not go to Memphis.
MJ could never.
We know he will not go to Memphis.
Yes,
no, he will not. MJ could average 30 points a game, though, which LeBron only did like twice in his whole career.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Let him come play in Dallas. Let him come play center for Dallas, since apparently that's Masai Ujiri likes the 6'8" centers.
Well, let's talk about scouting and Ujiri, as RJ Choppy has done a little draft homework, as right now we are picking at number 9.
Number 9. We know a couple of things about Masai Ujiri and his draft history, okay? One, Bobby mentioned the 6'8" centers, but he does love super long arms, length, right? He loves length, and maybe that gives us an idea of who he's going to draft at number 9. He loves the eye-popping athleticism and the massive wingspan. So you get a leaper with long arms, could be 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", whatever. And I think I saw Cam Boozer yesterday. Some of these guys are testing right now, and his wingspan's like 7'2". All right, Nate Immense name has been thrown out here. He's like 6'10", but his wingspan is like 7'2".
God,
okay, so we're getting a lot of guys who think about like in that regard.
Bobby, you missed it yesterday, but I put on my expert YouTube scouting hat.
Oh.
And I took 5 minutes and fell in love with the offensive game of Michael Brown. I was saying Mikel, and then Kevin Hagelin, a little bit rudely, forcefully said,
Michael, it's Michael.
We know him.
We know him. We know him, man.
But while just checking, and I was a fan of Burry's as well, it is a deep draft. They're right.
It's very deep.
I think
Good players.
I think so. But I thought I was watching some Dominique Williams highlights when I just decided to go ahead and check out an extended version of Caleb Wilson. There will be no more electrifying dunker when they play these weeks and weeks and weeks worth of highlights. And it had me, I almost texted Jesse Holly, and I was like, tell me about his jumper. Tell me about his mid-range, because this dunk highlight package was insane. It was sick.
He is going to test very well, too. He's one of those guys that, like, he's going to be like the Sonny Styles of the NBA draft. Like, he's a good player anyway. He's going to test really well. I don't think he can crack the top 3, though.
Peterson.
AJ
and Boozer.
And Boozer. I just think it's I think he might have more upside.
He's a freak. I mean, he throws. I don't want to be guilty of hyperbole, but and I haven't done. I've just recently become a YouTube expert with scouting, like I did for the NFL draft. I don't know if you can give me a more impressive dunk highlight reel with the way this guy throws it down in the past 3 to 5 seasons.
You got to go 3 to 5 seasons, because otherwise you got to include DSJ, Dennis Smith Jr.
That's right.
That's the last dunker we got.
So we know that one thing about Masai. Now also, he could find a guy in the back of the first round, and we forget about that second pick. At least I have a lot. I forgot about that second pick.
Yeah, I just figured they traded it to the Lakers.
He found OG at 23. He found Siakam at 27, right? So he has found guys at all levels of this draft, but what we don't know is he looking for best player at 9 or positional fit? Right, and this is also like a difference in the NFL draft versus the NBA. Like, if you need a point guard in the NBA, like, do you just take the point guard, or do you still try to find the best player regardless of position?
And it feels like we've kind of gone away from that, with 2s and 3s. It's like, just go ahead and get 3 6'6" dudes.
But like, what if you have somebody that almost plays an identical way a game of Cooper Flag? Like, would you?
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried if I have an identical Kyrie. Especially if they're shorter.
Especially if they're shorter.
Like, the A-cuff concern with him is height. Maybe some defensive concern, but he's like 6'2".
Yeah, he's not the tallest guy.
You can't have him and Kyrie, I wouldn't
It could be difficult to get a shot off at times. Now,
it's going to be difficult to defend.
Everyone
can get their shot off.
The issue is
against that.
A-cuff is he's a bull, right? He's strong. He's not a small, slender built 6'2" who can't get off screens, who can't break through, who can't work through screens, who can't defend. He's a bigger guy. Like I've said, he kind of reminds me of a more slender Jameer Nelson. Just the size of him, right? But that's one of the things you got to figure out is what is he going to look for? But historically, he does like length.
Well, I said trade Kyrie, but no one wants to hear it.
I mean,
nobody wants to hear it.
I'm with you on that. To me, it's about turning the page too, and you can get some resources for him.
Looking around at this yesterday, because that was the most common name you were seeing was Michael Brown was the most frequent name that was mentioned with him, and I don't follow college basketball like that, so I was like reading up yesterday and I was watching some of his highlight stuff and different things like that. The only thing that it looks like gives everybody pause, there's just one. The defense isn't great with him, I guess, but it's like all of these traits, and as strong as they are and as much as it clicks into place sometimes, there are other times where it's not there. He's not putting it together, and his efficiency is really bad. Because, he was a 41% shooter last year.
Yeah, that.
And that's like, if you've got all these traits and you're
Brown still?
Yeah, Michael Brown. If you've got all these traits
and 34 from 3,
and it can look really good at times, why does that add up to 41 and 34? And so it looks like, just with the size, the athleticism, everything else that he has in his bag, that the question would just be, okay, but why hasn't it completely clicked consistently yet for him with all those traits?
Well, personally, I like Philon better. LeBron Philon out of Alabama. He's the guy in this draft who I think has the best chance of being a 50-40-90 type guy. 50% field, 40 at 3, and 90 line. Which is not the most common thing in the world.
Yeah.
Right? Especially when you're a guy who can defend too. I really like Philon. And I don't think it'd be too rich to pick him at 9. Maybe it is. Maybe by a couple of picks.
A 34% 3-point shooter in the NBA has you as the ranked 125th.
And also means
and the line's further back
amongst 3-point percentage. Yes,
and if you could also anymore, you would be labeled the savior of the WNBA if you shot that much.
Wow,
if you shot 34%.
He had to get his Monday shot in.
26%.
It's bad.
Fast to 1,000 points, Bobby.
Even while bitter and angry at you yesterday,
she put up 3,000 shots to get the 1,000 points.
Okay,
that is a chucker.
Where is the Wemby destination that has you go, oh my Lord, this is going to be a problem? Because and finally it looks like for the third time the Bucks are going to trade him. Shams says Golden State with the number 11 pick, Miami with the number 13 pick. They're going to be interested. And at the February deadline, the Wolves, Cavs, Celtics, and Lakers pursued him. Obviously, he did not go anywhere. One source from Shams said, look, the conversation is going to be simple. Where does Giannis want to be moved, and where will he sign long term? Because effectively having 1 year left, right, that team who gives up more than what the Mavs got back, whatever team gives that up is going to have, you'd think, the verbal guarantee of, all right, he's going to sign his next extension here. So that gives him control as he's going to be able to sign for 4 years, $275 million. So does Jaylen Brown, Giannis just obviously make all the sense in the world? Jaylen Brown, young enough or enough, with whatever else we thrown in. Is that an obvious, okay, there it is? Or do you take someone going to sacrifice their picks in this loaded draft? Golden State 11, Miami 13.
Well, everybody pointed to the Knicks with him for years. I feel like he is destined to end up in Texas or Florida because I feel like
why?
I think he has mentioned the income tax thing.
Oh, he mentioned the Knicks too. Apparently,
yeah, he did. Yeah, the Knicks are a little different of an animal. It's like it's the Garden, I guess. But have you remember the game Risk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel like Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Houston are just like getting their chess pieces together just to place him in one of those spots just around us. And we're like this tiny little bubble where we're just trying to fight off everybody right now. We're Jon Snow in the desert.
Why does it feel like to me that Giannis is like 8 years older than Jaylen Brown?
Because we've only really talked about Jaylen Brown the past two or three years.
Yeah, because I mean he's less than 2 years younger. Like he's a year and he's like a year and 10 months.
Yeah, because if I was Milwaukee and Jaylen Brown was 24, I'm like, all right, let's do it.
Because I was just sitting here thinking, when you were talking about it, I'm like, well, yeah, just go take Jaylen Brown. Because Jaylen Brown's like 6 years younger than me. And then I'm looking like, oh God, no, he's not.
And what is he?
He's going to be 30 at the start of next season. Wow. Giannis is going to be 32.
Oh wow. Sham says the Bucks are also leaving the door open to pursue a major trade to convince Giannis to stay. They're going to have up to 3 first-round picks and tradable contracts like Bobby Portis and Nico's favorite Kyle Kuzma to offer in deals this off season. So Giannis finally getting up out of there. Hopefully, give me another team to follow and be interested in because I'm sick of Giannis on the Bucks, and
Masai,
I have been for a while.
You better leverage your relationship, Masai. You better figure this out. Get Giannis here.
Well, they'll have the 10th pick, right? They have the 10th pick. So they could have a chance to rebuild
I'd rather not give up any draft picks. I'd rather just do like Lively and like maybe Klay Thompson or something. yeah. These are Mavs Twitter trades.
Would you put together a pack? Would you give up 9 and whatever else, 3-way facilitation to try to get Giannis with the flag timeline?
Oh, let's see. That's a good question. Keeping Kyrie?
Sure.
Yeah.
So Kyrie, flag, Giannis. Again, Josh Clark, don't clip this for these freaking idiots who take it out of context. I'm just throwing it out there because Shams is mentioning Golden State at 11, and he's mentioning Miami at 13.
Yeah.
We got a better pick than them.
We got 9. I would take a look at it. I mean, you get Giannis, you're back in the game. Again, Milwaukee's had him for the last few years. They haven't done anything.
Right.
But...
Doc Rivers, though.
Yeah.
Would you, Bob?
Yeah. I'd be all over Giannis. That'd be fun.
At the end of the day, number 9, the chance that number 9 is a player that even comes close to Giannis is so slim.
Dirk. Rolando Blackman. Yeah. Giannis was 15.
Yeah, or Giannis.
9. There's been decent players at 9.
All right, it's 877-881-1053. The way to hit us up with the Mavs and draft an NBA text via the Frankel and Frankel fan text. Your Cowboys Thanksgiving is already set. We got another Rossini photo and everything else in the red zone, including Tank Lawrence recruiting former Cowboys after this.
3rd, 33. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, your football fix every day at this time, brought to you by Just Love Coffee on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. That is Smartass Bobby Belt back here on Sean and RJ.
Sad day yesterday, Sean Sharif.
I'm back. It's all right.
A trivia question passed away. One of the great trivia questions in the NFL. Also one of the really good quarterbacks, Craig Morton, who quarterbacked both the Cowboys and the Denver Broncos. He was the first quarterback to take two teams to a Super Bowl, and hence the trivia question that he was. The other three are?
To take two different teams?
To take two different teams to the Super Bowl. Tom.
Peyton. And this is to win it? Or you can just go there?
The only two to win it are Tom and Peyton, but one more took two teams.
Come on, Laufenberg.
Yeah,
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner, very good. There's your four.
Set back, Bobby.
Craig Morton, obviously.
Don't throw up somewhere.
I'll say Jeff Hostetler
was the first to do that. So he passed away. He also had a stint with the Giants, but led the Broncos to a matchup against the Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
It was that's one of the ways that the Cowboys and the 49ers are their deep history that they're connected was. He was leading them in a playoff game in 71, and it had been very back and forth as to whether it be Staubach or Morton that would lead them into the future. And he wasn't playing well. They brought in Staubach. They came back against the 49ers. They won the playoff game, and that was it for Craig Morton's time in Dallas.
And also, he is part of a really odd lineage. Cal has produced some pretty decent quarterbacks. And you wouldn't think that. It's not a traditional powerhouse, but obviously Morton, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, they've had some pretty good quarterbacks. Think about
how Cal also would get hammered all the time for Jeff Tedford quarterbacks. Yeah. They go to the NFL, they flop. And so that's partially probably why a lot of people feel that way too.
Your Thanksgiving is set with the Philadelphia Eagles coming to Arlington. Of course, it's the Giants opening night. That news broke during our show yesterday, and I think we have Kansas City, Denver as the first Monday night game of the season. You puking because of the Chiefs?
Yeah, and because having to watch potentially Bo Nix play football. That's not any good. I would rather watch Patrick Mahomes on the torn ACL than watch Bo Nix play healthy.
Is Bo Nix and Jackson Dart a comp?
In terms of just the demeanor and how I don't like them or how they play.
Play style, too.
They're both, physically. I think Dart is definitely, to me...
a better thrower?
Dart's got the ability to have more upside. I just don't think I think Dart's kind of a dummy. The way he played at college, I think he was kind of a dummy. The way he's playing in the NFL right now, kind of a dummy. Bo Nix, I just don't see the tools. There's tools with Dart. There's not a ton of tools with Bo Nix, but they are both mobile guys who like to run, who like to feel the game. But I think that Dart, I would at least, and I wouldn't trust either of them, but I would trust Dart a little bit more to throw me into a game.
You go back and look at Bo at Auburn, there was no bigger discrepancy. You think the Rangers have a home-road split? Bo Nix was the ultimate home-road guy. He played great at home. Great at home. He went on the road. You thought he switched hands to throw. He was that bad.
I wonder if he's been that way at the NFL so far. I'm going to look up his splits right now.
Dante Fowler, of course, ended up on the Seattle Seahawks, and Tank Lawrence gave him the recruiting pitch. Fowler telling the Seahawks website, Tank told me, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you should come here. Just be able to play with him for the past couple of years. The legacy he left, when he left, it was a big thing. And to see him come here and see how great he played, he was very healthy. He took this defense to another level, won a Super Bowl, so it was really cool to watch him in that position. So there's old Tank flashing that ring right there that he said he knew he wasn't going to get here to have Dante Fowler go to the NFC West.
Man, he really did get the last laugh. We could laugh at him, say I'm going there to win a Super Bowl, and we really should never laugh at somebody because every other team, it seems, except for like the Jets and the Raiders, has a better chance of winning the Super Bowl year in and year out.
But who else left with his type of status and won to where it was like, he got us? Like, I'm not.
DeMarco didn't, right? DeMarco with the Philly.
Yeah,
didn't work out for DeMarco. Yeah, there's not been a ton of guys. You've had some guys who leave here and then they have immediate success. Or they're like, for instance, like Cheeto left here and then all of a sudden he was in the Super Bowl with Cincinnati. But like in terms of somebody who made a statement.
Not for Byron.
No. Yeah,
No.
if you're talking about somebody who made a statement, put it on the record of just like, I'm leaving here to go do this, and I've had a big role over here. And
didn't work for Randy Gregory.
Yeah, D-Law would be the biggest one, the most notable one.
Yeah, because, I guess D. Ware left and did some really good things in Denver.
Yeah.
But
he got a ring.
Yeah, he did get a ring.
But Ware leaving wasn't nearly as defiant either. Like, it wasn't like,
I don't think Ware wanted to leave.
Never do it over there. I'd never be like D-Law left here like basically challenging them.
I don't think Ware wanted to leave. I think they asked him to.
All right, what's going on with Mike McCarthy's quarterback?
Wouldn't you love to know? Because he doesn't know. Nobody seems to know. You've got Aaron Rodgers, who was
he's got a conscience.
So you got Aaron Rodgers, who was supposed to be the guy. He was supposed to walk in. He was supposed to. Allegedly, that was 93-7 the game, and Pittsburgh was saying, nope, he's going to come in here. He's signing it over the weekend, going to be ready to go. That was the end of last week. Well, every day that's gone by, that report is growing colder and colder. And people are talking about, well, no, maybe he's not going to be in there yet. Well, he hasn't agreed to sign it. Well, he might play, but we don't know if he actually is going to come to any sort of an agreement here. And it just keeps going and keeps seeming more pessimistic that Aaron Rodgers is going to play next year. Not that we're actually at that point now where that's the betting odds, but it's trending that direction right now. Maybe there's not a big rush because it's like, well, you know what? Mike McCarthy, he knows the system. That's what he grew up in, essentially. They know each other like the back of their hand. They don't need to do this right away. But if Big Mike wanted to return once again to the man who will always give him some free advice, me, I would go ahead and just say, we're good. Like, we can move on. Thanks. I don't know why. Mike McCarthy is in the dream position. The girl who, like,
500?
The girl who, like, dumped you and was like, sorry, you're not good enough. Get on out of here. And talked so much S about you. He wasn't even good in bed. Like, that whole thing. That whole, like, thing that Aaron Rodgers did, talking about the Bleacher Report article and these other things where he seemed like he was the guy that was the source and all these things. He's now back in a position to where you can go, thanks, but no thanks, girl. I don't need you now.
Yeah, but if you listen to both of them, it sounds like they've gotten over it. I know that you're incapable of doing that.
No, that sounds like McCarthy, to be honest. That he would return to the one who had dumped him. That he'd be like, okay, I'll take you. You're gonna take me back, honey.
People do like comfortable, right? And
maybe Mike has a fear of Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph, and I do not put it past a lot of people to be 8-9 or 9-8. Whereas if I'm the fan, I want Drew Aller or Will Howard over Aaron Rodgers. Right. Get this crap out of here. Maybe Mike McCarthy's scared of going 4-13
because the
even
fan
as
base,
the QB guru,
the fan base already was lukewarm on him to be hired anyway.
Yeah.
It wasn't an inspiring hire. I like Mike. I like Mike a lot. I think Mike is a really good coach, but I absolutely see.
To defend him, by the way, oddly enough, Tomlin and Cowher were considered lukewarm hires.
Okay, but they were young.
Sure, I'm just saying they were also considered like kind of shoulder shrugs by a lot of people.
I like Mike, but this I can understand if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is an uninspiring hire. I totally get it. That said, the last thing he wants to do is go out there, having already been what is an uninspiring hire, and then go 4-13. When all Mike Tomlin did was win 9 games. Now, it is better to go 4-13 than 9-8.
Yes.
In every stretch of the imagination.
And there's no better place to go 4-13 than Pittsburgh.
Because they're not going to overreact.
Because they will let you sit there and they'll let you work it out.
Yeah.
So if now Mike may not view it that way.
Although they don't know what 13 feels like.
That's true. They don't know what 13 wins or 13 losses feels like because they're never going to be on either. But it does make me wonder, is it Mike's timeline that he wants to speed up? Like that he doesn't want to sit around to rebuild. If he's just like, I'm in my 60s, my kids are getting, I don't want to be doing this job for another decade. I'd like to do something in this 4-year window.
Yeah. We have some good positive photos emerging of Diana Rossini hugging and kissing her husband with a little peck on Mother's Day weekend at the paparazzi.
Peyton, that is Peyton's new favorite drop.
Paparazzi got Rossini and the husband showing some affection.
I still can't remember his name. I just call him the Shake Shack. Scott. The Shake Shack. Kevin?
I just call him the chair.
It's Kevin or Scott? You call him what?
I call him the chair.
The chair. Wow. Wow. Well, excuse me, but I think you've got my chair.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, they are hugging because
the look on his face in that hug one where she can't, like when she sees his face, he's smiling. When he's hugging her at his face, he just looks like so pained and like, what is my life?
I texted my divorce lawyer as soon as I saw this photo, and I said, "Come get your boy here, man. Like that prenup isn't the tightest thing in that photo, and like that's why he's still there." And he said,
"All the kids, man.
He has to wait for the paternity test to come back.
Oh my Lord!
Before he can make any move, he has to wait.
He has to wait.
Well, let's just say he does not have, because he is a very wealthy guy, CEO of Shake Shack, right? If there's no prenup involved, he's got to wait for that paternity test to come back before he can make a move. Because if that's not his child, that completely changes.
And the possibility that you're staying together for the children.
By the way, his name is not Scott.
If it's not his, then he's not staying together for
his name is not Scott.
Well, there's 2 kids, too.
There are, yeah.
2 kids? It's Kevin. We were way off. I thought it was Steve.
He's doing Kevin, I think. He looks like a Scott. He looks like a Kevin.
Scott, Kevin. I think it's a similar name.
But
his LinkedIn is public.
Oh, boy.
What
about his DMs?
All the jokes aside, man, I do feel terrible for their kids.
I feel bad for him, and it's.
I think I'd have to homeschool them. I think I got to go homeschool. I got to go Bobby. Even all that comes with this, even with all these problems and issues, I think I got to do the homeschool. Can't go out.
Man,
there are worse things in the world than just super awesome intelligence and creativity
and random self-diagnosis. What did he say he had?
Yeah, the
Trembler,
tremble colon or something like that.
I did tell Peyton, I was like, I'm gonna go in there tomorrow, and when hantavirus comes up, I'm gonna say, we actually found out, we got a notice in our complex the other day. Somebody in our building came off of that ship. And I was going to just let Choppy spiral, but now I've missed my window to do it.
Well, he would want to do the show from home.
Yeah, he would.
Man.
He'd be good to go.
Let's go.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit as we crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece after this.
Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Hilarious interaction in the hallway as we go outside the studio and Choppy sees Kevin Hagelin, and RJ was looking up Dallas public school numbers, and he goes, "Hey, you're homeschooled, right?" And the look of disgust.
Wow.
Well, it was confusion.
In Kevin's face, it was just like this, no! And it looked like he gave like a side eye of disgust towards Choppy, and I had a couple of questions.
Well, because did you hear what he said after that?
No.
He goes, "Oh, you look like a homeschool kid."
That's where I was going.
Wow.
Number
what does that
one.
mean?
So what is the
You know what it means.
assumption?
I don't.
What is the assumption in labeling him as a possible homeschool kid? And then I guess it's what would your offense be towards the insinuation of being homeschooled?
I thought
Did we
I
all
was
just
more,
point at Bobby?
I was not offended. Right. I was just really confused because he just walked right up and he goes, "You went to homeschool. You were homeschooled, right?" And I was like,
"Well, listen,
I've never said that before ever."
You know why? Is because I think homeschooling trends clearly so overtly religious in most cases.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Very
aggressively
much so.
It's far and away the
Number one,
religious
far
thing.
away.
We don't believe in natural selection.
It's the
God's
so
will.
if you've got if that's the case, then I think so many people naturally have the idea of like, well, then it's like 10 kids like Amish family, so they get thought of as like being kind of like secluded from society, religious like oddballs off on the reservation.
Listen, anybody who walked in front of me at that moment was going to get that question.
No.
Yeah, he followed up with me. So he was like, "What you too, right?"
That was so Kevin didn't feel as offended. But he wanted to balance out the insult.
He offended his former producer because I was telling Choppy this during the break. Colby Sapp was homeschooled.
Wouldn't have guessed that.
You wouldn't have guessed that. He was homeschooled for a very different reason. He got in too much trouble, and they went, "You can't be around people at school."
Yeah, I would have guessed that Colby was like Votech, right?
And
Like,
Colby told me that on the air. So it's okay.
Hold on.
That's what I would have guessed.
Would you have guessed that Colby was also a youth pastor?
No.
No way.
Unless it's like
stories. Then I was like, all right.
Interesting. All right, so that was the.
But you are smart.
Okay.
All right. That is a skew towards homeschool. They're generally
Homeschool
smart
kids are smarter than regular.
I think they have
kids?
a higher. Generally, they have like a.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or this is like new to you.
No, this is news to me.
Oh no, it's like that's the old Daniel Tosh bit where he goes, "Yeah, I may be weird because I'm homeschooled and I went to prom with my mom," but he goes, "Don't be mad because just statistically, I'm smarter than you."
Okay, but I like Daniel Tosh, but I don't necessarily think he's telling me.
No,
all of
I'm
the
not
facts.
saying. I'm not saying that's why.
Okay.
No.
Also,
no, in general, it makes sense though when you think about it. It's more targeted teaching.
Okay.
It's narrow. It's like smaller class sizes.
I really did not know that.
I also know that you've never drank.
That's true.
Okay. I would just think like that's a quirk. That's a quirk. You know,
Okay.
it's religious, like Bobby said.
I was more confused.
He kicked in a
insulted.
He kicked in a
That's just my
Blockbuster
face.
window. I went to Papacitos. We've all done things.
It was just a no. I was like laughing about it in the bathroom.
He recoiled.
He recoiled, yes. All right, let's finish up Ask Credit.
All right.
Wait. Corey, what's coming up? I'm sorry.
Guys, FC Dallas goal-scoring machine Sammy Sarver, Slamming Sammy, joins the
that
show.
shirt.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
He said we told him we were going to give him the KNC bump and said you should come back on if you score a goal. And he said, okay, I will. He scored a goal. He's demanded to be back on.
You should offer that for some Rangers hitters.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh,
Good
yeah.
God.
Just
How
a
do
single
you
hit.
waste one of the greatest bullpen starts ever?
Like last year when they did it with the starters. There you go. There's your pattern.
Yeah.
Same thing. What else, Corey?
It's almost like they should have gotten offense.
Yes, I hear you.
And the
But you don't know, do you?
Oh, the Masterpiece Theater.
What if you were homeschooled?
Which plot line did you absolutely hate from a show that you absolutely loved?
Oh God! Basically, Blacklist season 3 on.
Oh,
not seen that.
The Sopranos episode with when he was having the
the illusions.
I have to skip that every time. It's so awful.
That's
horrible.
That is the episode that led him to the great. I don't want to give it away. He's 20 years old, but Big P bumping Sarah. That brought him to realize that he. Was the one that turned him in.
I don't care. It was
the
a
snitch.
Horrible episode. Hated it. Hated it so much.
Kevin Finnerty.
That's a very good question. Let's see if Bobby has similar ones and Ask Reddit.
Let's do it. I know Kevin Hageland is interested in the very first question here that we have in the remaining Ask Reddit question, so I'll start with him. Kevin Hageland, which movie or TV good guy is actually a villain when you think about it?
So the two that immediately came to mind were Jim Halpert and Willy Wonka. Yeah, I know those are two very different people, but they're both awful.
Whoa!
Willy Wonka is murdering children and giving away the chocolate factory to somebody who broke all the damn rules,
It's
just
the
like
bratty
everybody
children,
else.
I cannot. I legitimately.
You still can't just murder children.
I'm legitimately excited for this Jim Halpert.
Yeah, Jim Halpert is kind of a scumbag. He actively hits on an engaged woman and then goes to kiss her to try to break up her engagement. And then he continually picks on a coworker who's just trying to do his job. Oh! And it's not until Stringer Bell comes in who has to be like, hey, why don't you just be a good employee? And he crumbles in front of him.
You're calling Dwight Schrute a victim?
Yeah, Dwight Schrute was
Yeah, he's just a man who ran a beet farm.
Yeah.
He was trying to get some extra cash.
Was he a little annoying?
He was evil.
Sure, but he also wanted to do his job and not break up marriages until he did too.
Well, that's why Pam Beasley is also on this list.
I had no idea people hated Pam.
You can say it's codependency then, and it's just a really toxic relationship, but she was pretty awful.
Yeah.
She was like pretty
What a love
routinely.
story.
That's a good one.
She played into it. They're just probably a bad couple is what it is. But they were held up as like, this is the new Ross and Rachel.
Oh, except people watch this show.
There are two that come to mind.
The Office is far less popular in its time than Friends.
I know.
was.
Stop being so angry. You're so angry today.
I'm not angry.
It's your face and your delivery. Your eyes are just
Very
getting
angry.
very...
That's how I sound.
It's Rose from Titanic.
Oh, she's the worst.
First of all, she's a bit of a tramp.
Yep.
Second of all,
True.
I mean, there was room on that. There was room on that boat.
Absolutely.
And then, who's the guy? What was his name? The guy who was the expedition, led the expedition.
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton's character. He spent his entire life looking for this diamond. And this strumpet had it in her possession.
After he helped facilitate all those memories for her.
Get all those memories out. And then she says, nope. Selfishly, oh, by the way, her daughter, single mom, not a whole lot of, just throws $250 million off the back of a boat. She's a horrible person.
And then when she dies,
and I'm glad she died.
When she dies, she immediately sees Leonardo DiCaprio, not that guy that she built her life with and had the kids with and everything like that.
Michael Corleone's another one.
It's Michael Corleone is very clearly laid out to be a villain.
He is not. He's the Godfather.
He is Walter White. He is anybody. He is the you couldn't stay above the fray guy, and you became just as bad, if not worse than all of them.
He was a war hero, Bobby.
And then look at the wars he started back home. Corey?
Zach Morris. There is an entire YouTube's page.
Oh, gosh. Choppy just took his headphones off. He's ready to throw hands.
Zach Morris is trash. The time Zach Morris fat-shamed a girl who won him in a charity auction.
Was she fat?
The time Zach...
Are we just not telling the truth anymore?
She ride a horse in Utah?
Forced a teacher's strike to go skiing.
Well,
the time Zach Morris gave himself a homeless girl for Christmas.
He gave her a home.
The time Zach Morris got his best friend scheduled for dissection by the government.
What's dissection?
Don't worry about that. The time Zach Morris got Jesse hooked on caffeine pills.
Well, look, she was sleeping in class.
Then he had to step in and try and help out because he knew he had done wrong.
Tried to steal his best friend's girl.
Are you this Zach Morris super fan I didn't know about?
The time Zach Morris orchestrated a car accident that almost killed his girlfriend.
Oh, but did it?
No. You like Zach over AC Slater?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hated AC. I was Team Zach. AC wearing those David Moore jeans that he wore, the Bugle Boys.
903.
Zach Morris used the school's teen line to go on a date with a girl in a wheelchair, then made her feel bad in front of the entire school.
You had to do stuff like this.
You want to fight Corey Moore or 903 who says Rip from Yellowstone?
Oh, yeah, he's trash.
Oh, I'm sorry.
His wife
what is wrong with Rip?
Well, they said he was a great guy, but also you think about it, he was a bad guy.
He's not a murderer.
He literally,
those people deserve to die.
He broke into people's homes and branded them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't
and
break
those were
into
his
their
friends.
Home.
They didn't have tattoos.
They didn't have tattoos at the time.
Is Dexter the good guy?
This is a present-day show.
Is he presented as a good guy?
If they wanted to be a part of Yellowstone, they had to get the brand.
Okay.
I feel like I could just do RJ reactions to Corey's Zach Morris list the rest of the way.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Remember when he dumped that wrestler girl because people were like, oh, is she going to protect you? And he's like, you're broken up with.
And obviously, it's Karate Kid was always a great example.
People have always
too.
pointed to that one that said that he was actually a bad dude.
Which spawned a series. Which spawned a series.
Yes. He's the one.
Everything.
A lot of times, if you look back on the movie, he's instigating the conflict, and he's one. And the most that he gets beat up is just to like neutralize it. And
he's just a misunderstood kid from
New Jersey.
All right, next one here in Ask Reddit. You can just anybody can pop in when they've got one. Without saying your age, what major event is one of your earliest memories that would tell people how old you are?
TGIF.
When the Challenger blew up.
Challenger.
The Cowboys just won their 5th Super Bowl.
Oh, God.
Playing on the
Hey,
McDonald's
you do not
playground.
remember that.
You don't remember
that is not
that?
a memory.
Nope. But I was born 9 months later.
You might not even have 9/11 as your memory.
Oh, my.
Oh, my goodness.
When Urkel became Stefan.
Stefan.
Oh, yeah.
No, but that would have been like mid-90s. What are your earliest memories? Is 15?
Earliest memories?
Yeah, it's one of your earliest memories that would tattle
Surely,
on you.
yeah. Surely you would remember the first Bulls, right? Bulls.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Beating the Lakers. Yeah.
Jesse being hooked on caffeine pills.
Oh, yeah.
The Jordan layup, the right to left.
Yep.
I don't know what the biggest story in the world to me when I was a kid. The first one that just like kind of like rings in my head is Hurricane Andrew. When Hurricane Andrew hit, and that would have been 93 or
What about
something.
Baby Jessica?
Baby Jessica.
We get whenever we've asked questions before about like what are some of the
that an
biggest news
elephant?
stories. No, she was. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. She's the one that fell in the well. She's the baby that fell down the well. I also remember who was the kid who they ripped out of the closet and sent back to Cuba. Elian Gonzalez. Now that was a little bit later than Hurricane Andrew. That was all Florida.
99, 2000.
OJ.
Yeah, and then 99, Florida had some other stuff a couple months later. And so 2000, Florida had a lot of stuff going on. So Florida's just kind of like the crux of a lot of my memories.
That was good.
Yeah.
Stefan.
You're welcome.
Urkel.
Yeah, see? I was talking to them that it was good, not you. You need a $1,500 computer.
Don't worry, you'll text me later.
So was Urkel bad?
Oh, yeah, you caved pretty early on texting Bobby.
No, it was 4 p.m.
It was 3.
It says 3.
It was 3.
It was 3, and that was just a nicer way of saying, are you in tomorrow or not? That's what I was saying.
Because he was worried about being nice to me yesterday. He couldn't help
Just admit
himself.
that you care.
Why don't you try being nice? You're the angry. I'm listening to the first.
Don't otherize people. Let's focus on your issues with saying I love you.
Corey, is this how he usually is
He
when he's
won't
in this
say
type
I love
of?
you.
What's bugging him, Corey? What's really bothering him?
Probably the people on Twitter that said he doesn't know hoops.
He said it's
There were 2 of them, and it was ridiculous.
He said it's
2 out of 5 draft comps.
Did he listen?
I'll
Did he
accept
get
that.
Josh Green wrong? No, he wanted Tyrese Maxey. The Mavericks chose Josh Green.
He said reading his newspaper articles last week kind of put him back in that headspace and made him a little sassy.
It's true.
All right. Let's look forward to the opening segment here to see what type of mood Kevin is in with the KNC masterpiece next.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if I can match that anymore. Like, you've really taken it to a level that I don't know anybody can match. That's impressive.
Just for Sean.
The oh man.
That's how I get my anger out.
By saying the oh man thing. And then it's a release for you every morning. Oh man.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877, you sons of bitches. 881-1053. I can already see you conspiring on something. Let us know on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. You know what? I just figured out what it was, too.
What?
I'm not going to say.
Why?
Hopefully it won't come up.
Oh, repeat it.
Nope.
Dude, this is like therapy. This is therapeutic for us, all right? There's some people out there in the world, Kevin, that need therapy today.
That's true.
And this is an opportunity for you to get it out there, all right? So what is it, bro?
I think I have preemptively got angry because I'm prepared for all the Angel Reese texts all day.
Oh yeah,
long.
The Wings are playing the Dream today.
They are.
And Angel Reese, is she in town? Yeah, she's in town.
I hope so.
Dude, this is awesome.
They better pick up the pace.
This is amazing. So you're concerned that you're gonna have to read each one. You can just ignore them.
Oh, I know. I can ignore them.
You think Alec and I won't?
That is correct.
You know that there's going to be a moment when Alec is going to deliver an Angel Reese bit during AM on the FM.
That's correct. I swear I'm really not in a bad mood, though.
From the 903, dad jokes. Dad jokes are therapeutic. Kevin, if you want to get out of that bad mood that you're in, then I think maybe finding some of those dad jokes is a good opportunity.
Okay.
I didn't know if Bobby coming back was a reason that you were in a bad mood.
Oh, I like seeing Bobby.
Yeah, he's great, too.
Do you know Bobby knows ball?
I've heard, and we know seam. We are seam.
We're the ball. No,
that is the truth. So
let's talk ball.
Yeah. Oh man, y'all never talk WNBA. Why not? Kevin, are you not going to let us know that Angel Reese now plays for the team that's playing the Wings tonight?
Their home opener
from the 601. Doing good. Talked to a talking doctor yesterday for the first time in 2 years.
Oh, that's delightful.
Yes, again, there are people out there in the world that today will talk to their talking doctor for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Or the first time ever.
Yeah.
And that's a good opportunity to add some tools to your toolbox and go out there and be great in the world.
And then from the 682, Jim broke up a couple that were in a toxic relationship. How many times did you see Pam and Roy interact? Because he didn't want to go hang out with her friends one time. And, then why didn't she break it off?
She was afraid.
Of what?
He would hit Jim.
Well, that was a fair concern, obviously. Or what did he, throw something into the mirror or to the mirror at the bar or whatever?
Yeah, he was afraid.
Okay, well, I guess that was a warranted concern. Dang it. Would you rather hang out with Angel Reese or Ronda Rousey? Definitely Angel Reese.
Yeah.
Because Ronda Rousey is just the worst.
She hasn't said anything mean about Nate Wood yet.
That's true.
Which
and
is
that's
what happened.
Why I turned against her, because she was really mean to Nate Wood, who's the nicest person in the world. You'd co-sign that, right? Former fan employee Nate Wood turned teacher. He's super nice. She was very mean to him.
That's right. And it's very on brand for her. So I'm going to believe that story 100 times out of 100. And I still remember being told the story by Nate Wood. And he gave me my favorite insult ever, tool shed.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? And he was like, don't worry about it.
And then
it's not good.
And then just in the last couple of days, she had to explain to everybody she didn't really lose any of her fights. It was just because she had neurological problems.
Okay.
And people didn't understand that that's why she didn't really lose. And that's the only thing that could have had her, quote unquote, lose in a fight. Not because MMA clearly passed her by, and that's why she's fighting Gina Carano, who MMA also passed her by. And those are the only people that she can beat anymore.
Dude, that's what happens in sports and athletics, right? Is sometimes you age out. And while you have done some great things in the past,
maybe you're World Series MVP,
that doesn't mean that you can't still be loved for what you accomplished then. But does it mean also that you have to still be judged by those standards in the moment if you're not up to those that par?
I guess we'll never know.
We will discuss at 1 o'clock today, I think, as a matter of fact.
See if you guys can figure that one out. I bet you can. All right. We've got a Cowboys, let's say, news dump for you to start everything off. First off, a sad note. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 6, please?
7-7 game. Morton. And Bob Hayes is there for a beautiful catch and a Dallas touchdown.
Man, a lot of excitement on that call. So, Craig Morton.
That's how they did it back then. They just had to talk like this all the time.
They were really mad when Howard Cosell started telling stories along with different things. I love Howard Cosell. So,
okay, stop.
Craig Morton died at the age of 83. First came to the Cowboys in 1965. He served mainly as Dandy Don Meredith's backup, but then he started getting his playing time really as the main starter in 1969 after Don Meredith retired. That Dallas team went 10-1. He eventually had a shoulder surgery, underwent a shoulder injury that caused him to miss some time. And then eventually he got to the Cowboys to the 1970 Super Bowl, so Super Bowl V. And then, of course, in 1971, there was the bizarre, yet I guess it was very effective, experiment of rotating him and Staubach out series by series, and then at one point play by play, and then he fell behind Roger. They went on to win the Super Bowl, and then he went to the Broncos where he lost to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, but very well-known Cowboys quarterback.
First quarterback to play in 2 Super Bowls for a different team.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I did not know that.
It's amazing to kind of look at stats back then and see a dude that like his career high in passing yards was 3,100 yards.
Yeah, and at the time could have been mind-boggling.
It like averaged like 1,800, over his career, but like that was, as you just said, that was kind of the game back then. It was the position was leadership and all those qualities that came along with it. He was a fascinating story, man. He really was.
Yeah, and I believe the trade that the Cowboys made for him turned out to be the pick that the Cowboys used to select Randy White.
Look at that.
And then Randy White was co-MVP of the Super Bowl where they beat the Broncos and Craig Morton. How about that?
That's painful.
I mean...
Why'd you have to rub that in, Kevin?
Oh, but we won that Super
It was good
Bowl.
for us, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
All right.
Mr. Morton.
The Cowboys are going to play the Eagles on Thanksgiving Day. Does that add to your intrigue? Do you ever really care about who the Thanksgiving opponent is? Or do you know that, like, your family's going to be locked in, so you'll be locked in and everything, regardless of who the Cowboys are playing on Thanksgiving?
I'll be honest. I want the Thanksgiving game to be like homecoming in high school. You schedule the weakest opponent on your schedule.
Ooh.
And
they did.
You defeat them handily, and everybody's happy, and y'all get to go to the dance together, and everything's good. All right? I don't want to risk anything on Thanksgiving. I want it to just be a nice, easy war zone.
If you would have gotten to choose right now, which opponent would you have picked then?
Like, I guess Washington.
Ooh.
But I also don't want to play.
Oh, okay.
I also don't want to play an NFC East opponent on those because, again, I don't want it to matter. I don't want that game to matter. You're most likely, most of the time, doesn't it feel like you're on a even shorter week for some reason when it's the Cowboys? So you're on the short week, and it's all got everything going on around it. Now, I know it's the same way for other people, but I just don't even want to risk it.
All right, so Alec, regardless of who's supposed to be on your schedule, who would you have picked to be the homecoming Thanksgiving opponent? If you could pick the worst team, who is it right now? Jets?
Yeah, probably. Honestly, because that adds a little bit of intrigue, too, just because they had a really good draft. So you could say, hey, cool, we could see some fun names and win by 17. You know, like that would be fun. It's just like you said, it's like the homecoming game. For us in high school, it was always, who was it? It was Pascal every year that we would play.
Him taking a shot at Pascal.
Yeah. And
rivalries die hard, man.
Dude.
I think that the tables turned a little bit because I think we booked them a little bit after I graduated high school and they whooped us. And I was like, oh, we should probably stop doing that. But yeah, I definitely want a win. But at the same time, I've never cared about the schedule. I really haven't. Play the games.
Let's look at our home games real quick. Of the Giants, Eagles, Commanders, Cardinals. I don't want to play the Cardinals. For some reason, I think the Cardinals are going to beat us, even though I know things
Carson Beck
happen. I know. And it's a home game, not in the desert, so I get it. The Niners, Bucks, Jags, Titans, and Ravens, but that one's in Brazil. So
Titans?
Like, yeah, I guess the Titans.
That's probably
home schedule's tough this year.
Of that group, that's probably who I would have picked. By the way,
away schedule's tough too.
So the Cowboys open the season on the road against the Giants. We talked about that yesterday. What do you think the point spread is for that game? And if you think point spreads at this point are ridiculous, I can concede that.
3.5
in favor of
Cowboys.
Cowboys are 1.5 point favorites going into that game against the Giants.
Wow.
So
is that a good thing?
I mean, don't you think there's a little Harbaugh bump in there?
Probably so.
They're like, yeah, maybe that.
And how good is this Cowboys defense? We don't know anything enough yet, so that makes a little bit of sense there.
Oh, man, these questions are getting harder. Ronda Rousey or Karl Malone? I guess I'd have to pick Rousey in that instance. Well, I don't like these questions.
Do you have your rankings?
No, I've never thought about that grouping
power hate rankings
people before. But that is that is a good question. Maybe I'll have to put together the power hate rankings.
Power hate kings.
All right.
Power hatings.
Okay, I like that one better. All right, so Tommy Yarish was writing about this yesterday, and I wanted to get your take, and it's kind of ironic that Bobby Belt is here at this moment. What do you expect this season or the next steps to look like for Donovan Ezeraku? Because obviously he didn't get the sack numbers, but among rookies, third in run stops, fourth in QB pressures, fourth in tackles. We were talking about the lack of a pass rush yesterday. What do you think this year's Ezeraku could look like?
I think he should be in the 6.5 sack range this year. Tackle numbers should be up. No, not 7. I didn't go that far, Bobby. But it's like 6.5 is kind of the number that I would shoot for him this year, and then see how he does. Again, add up those tackles, see how he does in some other potential coverage situations. I have lots of ideas of what I want for him, but the scheme could look very different. And there could be, I think, Kevin, the best idea would be to have pass rush from so many different places that it's, as we discuss, confusing to the quarterback.
That does seem
and
to
that
be.
You have lots of guys across the entire 7 that are in that number where you're just like, no, it was suffocating. And that was the thing that proved to be more of a problem. Not that I need a dude that has 15 all the time, because even though you had Myles Garrett, the Browns still stunk. Their defense was good, though.
Do you think we could convince, I guess you'd call it a double or nothing bet for Bobby and Sean, hair versus hair?
Oh, wow.
Based on Ezeraku?
So a specific number where Sean might shave his head.
That's right.
And Bobby could potentially go for it again.
I still thought Bobby looked nice.
Bobby's saying no here. Yeah, I think everybody thought that, except for him, who never looked.
Yeah.
What if he looked and found out this is me?
Oh.
And then, this was a very
good question.
Hugh Jackman, if you will.
Except hopefully far
the
less
greatest
mediocre.
showman, okay.
Yeah. Is that a no, Bobby? Safe to say that won't be happening?
Yeah. This scheme doesn't get a lot of pass rush, so that wouldn't happen. But I will put my hair on the line if you'll just report the Angel Reese trade and stop cowardly running from it.
We've talked about it so many times.
And I just the part of the scheme not getting a lot of pass rush, you can get sacks, but they're going to be coverage responsibility for that. That's what's going to create. It's the way that the secondary looks that's going to create the pressure when you get them.
There's 2 ways that you can frustrate a quarterback generally. and it's by speeding up his clock, so pass rush, or by confusing his eyes, confusing his reads. So the Parker, Fangio, coming from Elko even, it's more about confusing the quarterback's brain and his reads than anything else. That's why, I mean, if you look at the last 5 years, the staffs Christian Parker's been on, the teams he's been on, the high sack number in a year was 8 from the Broncos in 2023 or 22.
Okay. Hence the lack of hair versus hair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, would you want the Mavs to move up in the draft for any of these players? We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wilson, will he drive or try to back down White? Here he goes. Nice shot, boy. Turn around right at the free throw line. How smooth was that?
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you want the Mavs to move up in the draft for any of these players? So I know we quick hit a few yesterday. I still think Braden Burries makes a whole lot of sense on this team. I had an update about Nate Ament. So while we're leading up to the combine and stuff like that, he told people, per the reporting of Mark Spears, that he's 6'9.5" without shoes. And he was told by a doctor after x-rays that by looking at his growth plates, he could possibly still grow another 2 inches.
How old is he?
He's 19, maybe.
All right.
So he could be 6'11.5", and so all of a sudden, like all the things that we were talking about, and you're just 2 inches taller, well, I mean, that would obviously logically help with potentially shot creation just from a height standpoint.
Interesting.
Maybe a little bit of separation, maybe help on his wingspan. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. And then I want everyone to just keep an eye out on Kareem Lopez. Because we talked about Yaxel Lenderborg, and maybe he'll move up in the process. Same with Ament, same with Burries. But Kareem Lopez, because it feels like less known about him than the other kind of top 15 prospects.
Yeah, you've talked about him for a while, too.
He's the top player in the international class. Now
Mexico?
Yeah, that's right. Now, the counterpoint is this is a weak international class. But if you're looking for a player, like we're about to get to players that would you think the Mavericks would have to trade up for these players? Michael Brown, I know, is somebody who's come up a lot. Well, the ascension of Kareem Lopez could help with that. You know, like we talked about in the NFL draft, oh man, I'd really love to see a bunch of offensive linemen go, or wide receivers, or like players that you probably didn't have any interest in because they could kick down the people you really wanted. I think Kareem Lopez is that guy, and unlike Ty Simpson, hopefully he will not fail us.
Kareem Lopez is an interesting dude, man. That is for sure.
You can think about... So the defensive skills-wise, I think kind of a OG Anunoby, maybe an Andrew Wiggins vibe. He's really physical and explosive in transition. He's kind of like a bigger Burries, if you want to look at it that way. But so much of the NBA at times, especially in clutch times, can boil down to how do you look in the half-court offense? He is not polished in the half-court offense. So still work to be done right there. But I think the pre-draft workouts could be big for him, and maybe he can move up.
I'm kind of curious because
maybe you draft him.
AAU's been such an important factor in
for sure.
That. Now, I know we've also collected a phenomenal amount of foreign players in the NBA over our history. But when it comes to a dude from the NBL, when you see something like that, is there a huge learning curve and adjusting with NBA teammates and stuff like that as well?
I think that's one of the reasons that he's maybe projected lower than it feels like his raw physical attributes would have us thinking, because you don't know, like, how exactly that's going to look. Or I guess there's some concern about level of competition as well.
I also, the other thing too is
I'm not sure.
Not being a point guard and being the one that has the ball in his hands all the time, he can't conduct everything that he wants. So he has to build relationships pretty quickly to be able to see, he's the one without the ball in his hand. So he's got to figure out how to be productive and get the trust of that player that might not even know him. You know what I mean?
So there are 5 players that I think maybe the Mavericks could be in position to reasonably trade up for. So I'm skipping the big 3, even though supposedly the Wizards are like, yeah, man, we don't need a savior. Maybe we will trade the number 1 pick. I would think it would be far less likely that you'd be in position to go after DeBonsa, Peterson, or Boozer. So I wanted to focus on the next group of 5. Caleb Wilson, Keaton Wagler, or Wagler if you're not fancy like me, Darius Acuff, Kingston Flemings, and Michael Brown. Okay. You said, Let's start with Darius Acuff.
Yeah,
yes?
Acuff's the guy that I started becoming keen on when we went to spring training. Now, we're right there at that time during the, around the tournament, but the nosebleeders were going nuts over him. And I was like, all right, let's check this dude out. Got to watch him, and I was like, he's a fantastic, fun, offensive dude. He also played on a team that didn't have as much talent as other teams, and he was kind of the key to the entire thing. So he was the one getting the majority of shots, majority of offensive production out of him. That's what it was built around. He also did not care on defense.
Well, but you told me to add... Because I'm gonna say a lot of positive things.
Okay.
But at the very end, I wrote, doesn't appear to give a damn about defense most of the time. But you said put yet.
All
right.
Get him in this system, and Jason Kidd, or whoever the coach, Jason Kidd, obviously will have him carrying.
He is an electrifying offensive player.
Yeah.
All right. So he has an offensive style, and I'm going to use 3 kind of pieces here.
Okay.
Maybe if you want a throwback, Tim Hardaway Sr. More contemporary, has some of the same offensive stylings as Darius Garland. And then he has, this is an interesting trait, he has the Kyrie-esque difficult shot-making ability and offensive creativity. Now, I don't know how much you value, because it felt like Luka had that as well, of like just making these idiotic shots that you're like, how in the world did you do that? That is a skill.
But it's
he has it.
It's 2 different styles too, right? Like Luka's odd shot making ability does not have to deal with his athleticism.
Oh, agreed.
And Kyrie's odd shot making ability absolutely has to deal with his athleticism and flexibility.
And I would put Acuff much closer to that, that it's his athleticism that allows that. He is also, he is very creative offensively. He has a great handle, and I feel like people would argue for the longest time Kyrie maybe had the best handle in all of the NBA. He has really deep range. He wants the ball late in games. So he has most of what you would want offensively in a player. Question to go along with this outside of defense. Are you running him at the point? And if you're not, is he too small to be the 2 guard? Like, let's say you kept Kyrie, then I don't know if these 2 make sense next to one another. In fact, I don't particularly think they do.
Can I ask you about Coach Coach Calipari? He found 2 dudes in Derrick Rose and John Wall.
Right.
Who in college we were like, holy cow, they're the next whatever.
You know what's really funny? I think there's a person in this group that kind of comps out close to Derrick Rose that is not Acuff.
Now, individually, Derrick Rose was a phenomenal player.
Yep.
And then later, I think, became even a better team player.
Sure.
I don't know where John Wall's career kind of went. It didn't quite live up to what we wanted. But when you look at that, this is a guy that in college was told, you're the offense, you're the motor, you go. And that's where I questioned, like, does he come in, you give him the keys to the thing, and he's like, I'm still the offense, or does he fit in if he's a 2 guard? And he's like, I fit in with Kai and I fit in with Flag, and now I can play in a more Duke-style system.
Sure.
Where it is team-oriented basketball, and making the right decision is the bigger deal.
So what I'm worried about...
rather than going out and making a play.
Yeah, no, and that's a logical train of thought. What I'm worried about if you do that is I think he's too small to be an effective 2 guard in the NBA. But to your other point, if you ran him at the point. So last year, offensive freaking machine. Also still averaged 6.5 assists a game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, assist numbers are, to the point where you would hope. And he still had a 5.3 assists in the tournament when he was scoring all of the points. So he can still score a ton of points and be a distributor. That's why I just don't think it makes sense to have him here if Kyrie is still here. And I feel like I'm going to trust... Would you be okay? Do you think Kai would be okay moving to a more of a 2 role and being a shooting guard type guy? I know you're still losing size and defense there with both of those guys on the court. And I think that's my primary issue.
Gotcha.
Is you'd have the most... I would also worry about Kyrie being undersized, especially since he's a little older at the 2. But wouldn't you have surely one of the best offensive backcourts in the entire NBA, but also one of the worst defensive backcourts?
So in a scenario where Acuff would be a Maverick, you see a trade involving Kai
Agree.
and getting somebody at a power forward or a center.
Absolutely. Okay. And that's the thing. I'm not saying that I think Darius Acuff can be a really, really good player. I think offensively he could be potentially special. I just don't know about the fit on this team the way it is constructed right now. All right, let's throw out Caleb Wilson. I think Caleb Wilson is the guy I like the most, which makes sense because he's probably going to go higher than the rest. And I did just see from the 210, I'm reluctant to trade up to 5th because the Clippers have PTSD over the botched SGA trade. But maybe they would cut you some slack because they was it the Clippers that fleeced Indiana or no for that pick? But I understand your point, and they're worried that the price would be too high. And then another person said, I would trade Kyrie, PJ, and Gafford for 2 firsts. That feels like that would make a lot of Mavericks fans mad. Mm-hmm. I think you could get significantly more from that if you split them up. But if one of those first is Washington because they want all of your former really good players, well, then I would be inclined to think about that.
Caleb Wilson, Kevin, at 6'10", still looks like he's 15. And it throws me off by, like, I've watched him play during the tournament. I was like, this dude's fun to watch. But it's weird to see a dude that big and be like, you still look like you're 15 years old.
All right, so I'll read the very last line of the scouting report I have for him then. He needs to get stronger, though, and really needs to expand his offensive game and jumper.
Okay.
So what's really crazy about Caleb Wilson is fascinating to no end. So kind of think maybe a more rudimentary offensive game at right now version of Chris Bosh.
Okay.
Or you can think of Jaren Jackson Jr., I think, is a fascinating...
I saw a Jermaine O'Neal name thrown in there.
Ooh, okay, if you want to go back a little bit further, and that makes sense. I'm not saying those three are the exact same player, but I think Jermaine O'Neal, especially for his size, started to open up offensively a little bit more. Kind of reminds me of some of the Jaren Jackson vibes. So you're right, he is very lean, but he has good face-up offensive skills. So again, despite his size, he's not going to be... Give it in the post. That's just not going to happen. He's a good defender and a modern, bigger player who can switch defensively, play the perimeter. He's kind of like a wing, but he's giant and can run in transition. So defensively, he's everything you would want in your modern kind of bigger player. But on the flip side, offensively, he's not like that. Why? He doesn't shoot three-pointers.
Oh, no.
And so I know it feels...
He doesn't or he hasn't developed one. And I don't know where, like what the difference is, because there are some dudes that just don't.
I don't remember his AAU game the way I did Lively when we were like, well, I mean, he can shoot the three if he gets a chance. He just didn't shoot the three hardly at all at North Carolina, and when he did, it was not good. But I will tell you, in addition to the positive things defensively, he's a very good rebounder. So he has so many skills that you want. And I guess the argument could be made, well, if he shot the three well, wouldn't he be the number one pick? Or, like, wouldn't he be in the mix with DeBonsa and Peterson?
I guess I watched more UNC basketball before the tournament. I forgot that he was hurt. I watched more of. I didn't realize I was watching that much UNC earlier in the year.
And that's one of the things, because he was out for that last Duke game as well. And that's the thing that I feel like a lot of people thought just cratered any hopes they had to really do anything in the tournament. He was that much a valuable piece. But if you're going to trade up, if we're starting with Acuff and Wilson, the way the team, the Mavericks, is constructed right now, I think Caleb Wilson makes infinitely more sense. But you could make some moves and change that entire dynamic. And if you wanted to turn the keys over to Acuff at the point and say, hey, you're pretty much the same age as Cooper Flagg, let's go do this for 10 years.
Yeah, I do know that what I did see about Wilson was that he was very loved in that locker room and amongst the UNC group. And that is something that they're talking about when the Mavericks said immediately. Schmitz, our new GM, was like, hey, we want somebody that has high character and fits in with this organization, what we want for the next 10 years from the guy.
Right.
I think he kind of fits that right now. But again, a little bit high for the Mavericks.
Yeah, I mean,
at 9 right now.
You would have to make a move, and then that's where we'll have to determine what are you willing to move on from to make that move. All right, if y'all are good with it, maybe we'll tackle Brown, Flemings, and Wagler tomorrow, and I'm trying to get Michael Brown on the show, so we'll see how that goes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Will any of these surprise contenders actually make the playoffs? Next on The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that's drilled toward the right field corner. Hooking, and it is in there for a base hit. Karams off the wall. That'll score a run into second base. Standing up with a run-scoring double is Gerardo Perdomo, and it's 1-0 D-backs in the first.
K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And that would be the final score as well, because this team couldn't get anything going offensively. And honestly, if you want to take a look at the first inning, wasn't that the only inning where you felt, or not the only, but the inning where most of the things happened? The Rangers had 2 hits. Then they couldn't do anything. And that was the inning where the Diamondbacks scored. And then nothing happened. And then the Rangers ended up wasting one of the greatest bullpen games you'll ever see.
Yeah, that was pretty sickening to have your bullpen go out there and basically give up nothing most of the night. They gave up a run, and you could not produce 2 runs. Now, I know that their pitcher's good. Soroka's a good pitcher.
Sure.
He's had some good outings this season, all right? I understand that. But you can't do anything to the rest, like the whole group? You can't get any runs? And I know the game's hard. It's a difficult game. It's hard to do this. But this is that stretch where you got back home and said, all right, now it's time for us to launch into the easy part of our schedule. And you had a game where you had this opportunity. By the way, he gave up 8 runs to Milwaukee. Aside from that, about 1 to 2 runs is what he's given up. Good pitcher, tough to hit. I still think that you need to recognize the opportunity and be a better hitting team in a night like last night.
I know Nathan Evaldi ended up getting scratched. Hopefully we'll get more information about that today. But can you imagine if Evaldi had gone out there, threw a complete game, gave up 1 run on 6 hits and struck out 8? We'd be like, hell yeah, that's badass. Oh yeah, but you lost.
Yeah.
What?
4 hits out of your guys last night, Kevin.
2 of them were in the first inning.
Yeah, that's not going to be. I don't know how to correct this thing right now, because right now, like Duran, if he's hitting 284 and we felt like he's been hot, and Josh Young, he's doing what he's doing. He went 0 for 4 last night, but even still, you're like, that can't keep up.
Right.
The Brandon Nimmo's and the Corey Seagers, and like those 2 dudes are the ones that you're going to need to get Wyatt Langford back and hitting as well. Those 2 dudes are going to have to produce at high levels, and we'll talk about Corey Seager in a little bit. But this, like the rest of your lineup, you can't rely on Osuna and Higashioka to carry this thing in games like that too.
Yeah, and you definitely shouldn't be, or else something in the process has gone wrong.
It's a frustrating team right now, especially again as you're hitting this stretch of schedule that should be something that you can take full advantage of. But Kevin, I told you yesterday, I don't have faith that they can go 12-7 in those 19 games.
Yeah, it's not off to an auspicious start whatsoever. So let's talk about the rest of the things in baseball and fire up some baseball nuggets. Hey, guess what? Did you know you could struggle early offensively and still win the game? The Baltimore Orioles yesterday were being no-hit through 6 innings. Oh, surely they lost, right? Oh, did they? They didn't. So they ended up winning 3-2. Kobe Mayo wasn't even supposed to be in the game, but he became the DH after Samuel Basayo was scratched due to left knee discomfort. And then Mayo had an injury scare in the 5th inning. And then in the 7th, he hit a 3-run home run, which were the only runs they scored, only runs they needed. The Orioles had no hits through 6 innings, and then they decided, hey, let's keep going after it, get a 3-run home run, get people on base, and they win the game 3-2.
That's nice.
For them.
You'd like for you to be able to do that. I'm sorry, I keep referring back to the Rangers in these. I felt like you were on a rant that was aimed and directed back at the Rangers.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, and I just... we've given them a lot of credit this season, Kevin, for sticking with games late.
Sure.
finding
some bull crap.
Finding a way to bridge it across, though, because you can't score 2 games late and be like, well, we gave it a last hurrah, even though we lost 3-2. You got to find ways to be, capable throughout the entire game.
Agreed.
And then whenever, hey, we need this moment of we've been no hit for a little portion of this game. Okay, we're going to be able to crack through and figure something out.
Yeah.
Like those are the few and far between moments in a season that's going to be successful.
Now, the Los Angeles Dodgers activated Mookie Betts off the injured list yesterday and then proceeded to get hammered by the Giants 9-3.
As predicted, right?
So I don't think I would have predicted that. But by the way, San Diego Padres now in first place in that division. Take a look at what the Mets are trying to do. The New York Mets, who at 15-25 have the worst record in all of baseball, they're bringing up A.J. Ewing, their number 2 prospect. It will be active. I don't know if he'll play or not. I would assume, actually, that he does. In the series opener against the Tigers, he played 12 games in AAA Syracuse, and they're like, good enough. Nice. Let's go.
Dude, we're seeing this a lot more.
For sure.
And I don't know what the reasoning is because it's cheaper or because the lack of talent, because it's just you're trying to find more talent right now.
Do you think specifically, I'll just focus in on the Mets, do you think in this instance it's because they suck and they're like, well, we got to figure out something? And Ewing has
Go ahead and get the guy that's the next thing.
Yeah, and he's been awesome in AAA. I told you he only played 12, maybe 18. Yeah, 12 games in AAA after he had 18 games in AA. So in AA, he was hitting .349 with an OPS of 1.053. Nice. But at AAA, he's still hitting .326. And they're like, you know what? Good enough. Come on up.
Well, because if you can't sell success, sell hope.
And
hope is always with those young players. By the way, Kevin, just got a tweet. New Tolo tapping in, Mr. Charlie Phillip Williams. So congratulations to newborn baby.
Oh, very
Charlie
nice.
Phillip Williams, who is on a Tolo on the way, I believe.
I like it. All right. Let's go from that to the potential Rookie of the Year race shaping up. I'm going to focus in on the American League because at least early on, it looks like Nolan McLeod is rocking and rolling, and he's got to have the inside track to win NL Rookie of the Year. Interestingly enough, he plays for the Mets. So they're terrible, but he's
have an individual great performance.
Yeah, since he made his MLB debut last August, he is 5-1.
Okay.
So there's that. All right, but I want to focus in on the American League. You have Murakami and McGonigal. There we go. So MLB.com, they ran a straw poll. Murakami right now, 21st place votes. McGonigal right now, 14 first place votes. Murakami has 15 home runs already and 29 RBIs with an OPS of 920. He's on pace for 61 home runs and 117 RBIs, which is down a little bit from what he was projected at, but still crazy. And on the flip side, McGonigal already has a WAR of 2.2. He's on pace to have a WAR of more than 8.
I don't know why when you said that, I was like, I've never seen an OPS that high. But 2.2 is WAR.
The WAR of 2. His OPS is still a good 831, but not eye-popping.
Yeah.
Like Murakami. So I think the American League Rookie of the Year race is going to be incredibly fascinating all year long. Those two have the lead thus far, but we will see where it goes from there. Sorry, I didn't talk about the contenders and surprise contenders that could actually make the playoffs. Maybe we'll try to do that tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
Roger that, Sally.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in the noon o'clock hour, we got those Rangers Astros tickets to give away. But right now, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Would you like to start with the NHL or the NBA?
Can I start with the NBA and say I'm not a huge fan of this Cleveland and Detroit series?
Yes.
All right.
Because that series is the most boring one, right?
Okay, so every time I look at those names...
Well, I guess the Thunder was the most boring one because they just kicked the Lakers' heads in.
But that's not boring to Mavs fans.
Okay. That's true.
You know, history of watching the Lakers getting beat up is fun.
True.
And plus, Luka is now still 2 years into this thing and no playoff victories.
That's a good point. In 2 years with the Lakers, no playoff series wins.
Explain that away, Alec.
Bobby's going to be so mad about that.
Oh, no.
Oh, they lost. I'll never root for the Lakers.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Luka has success at some point that's not on the Lakers.
But it's just not brand of basketball that I love.
Sure.
But the NBA is kind of a different NBA anyway.
Do you feel like the Pistons?
But I'm not where Mike was, where I'm just like, ugh, this thing, get off my lawn thing, you know.
Do you think it's
love you, Mike?
Do you think it's funny that 2 of the series were sweeps and the other 2 are tied 2-2?
Yes, it's weird, and I want to be like, well, that means it's a good series,
right?
And maybe it is. Maybe as we get deeper into this thing, it'll be better.
Hey, it is a series that exists and is competitive. Would you like me to tell you how it's going to end?
Yeah,
the Detroit Pistons will win the series in 7 games. Here's how I know that. Right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers are 6-0 at home in the playoffs. And 0-5 on the road. They have only won home games and only lost road games. Ipso facto, Detroit wins Game 5, Cleveland wins Game 6, Detroit wins Game 7, and then goes on to play the Knicks.
All right.
Try to act surprised when it happens. So Cade Cunningham said he wanted to work on lowering his turnovers.
How'd that go?
He had 5 turnovers yesterday,
right.
And also a career low 19 points in the playoffs.
Oh, no.
A career playoff low. If that was the lowest you ever had in any NBA game, that would be astonishing. But still, so he had 19. They end up losing. That series is now tied 2-2. And like I said, the winner is awaiting the Knicks, and whoever wins, the Knicks will be the favorites. Even if the Pistons win, I know they're the number 1 seed. They will have home court advantage, but I still have no doubt in my mind that the Knicks will be a favorite, maybe a pretty good-sized favorite in that series.
All right, maybe so.
All right, on the other side.
I'm rooting for Brunson.
Oh, for sure.
It is real weird. We discussed this recently. I'm at a point where I'm rooting for 2 teams that have former players on them, and that is Carolina in hockey.
Yeah.
And the Knicks with Brunson. So,
well, it sure does feel like you picked 2 good ones.
Yeah.
Because those teams are rolling. We will get to Carolina in just a minute. But let's go ahead and, give me cut number 4, and we'll ask the question, was this the end of LeBron's NBA career?
Feeds SGA straight away, caught at by Hachimura, isolated. Jansen crosses over, steps back, fires, angle left, 3-pointers on the way, got it! Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball, the reigning MVP is here! He's got 33 and 5 in a row, Thunder by 4.
So much happened in that moment. So the Thunder win 115-110. The Lakers had 2 looks toward the end of the game to take the lead or tie it. You had LeBron with the floater when the Lakers were down by 1, no good. The Thunder put 2 more points on the board, and then you have the Austin Reeves 3-pointer that could have tied it, no good. Thunder win 115-110. The Lakers are out. The Thunder are halfway to the NBA title, and they haven't lost yet, and they might have a long wait. We'll see, waiting on the other side with the Spurs and the Timberwolves. For LeBron, this season, oldest player with a 25-5 season, oldest player with a triple-double, oldest player with a 25-point game, 30-point game, 35-point game, 10-point game, and the oldest player to be top 3 in points, rebounds, and assists on a playoff team.
But not the oldest player ever.
That is probably true.
Yeah, I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
But I presume he's still going for that.
I mean, maybe so.
Yeah.
So then the question is, do you guys think that was his last NBA game?
No, because he still has value.
True.
And I think
Definitely.
as long as his brand has value and as long as he feels like physically he can still get out on the court, I can't. Like yesterday I was like, okay, this could be it. There have been a lot of, like, he was wearing a patch this year. Like, there have been a lot of things that were insinuating farewell tour. But he also kind of has that ego of the NBA really owes me a goodbye.
So we get that present at every stop and everything.
Yeah, he
I
needs
gotcha.
boots in Dallas and Houston and San Antonio. And as long as he has value to a team that goes, we need to fill this arena up, then I think that he will have a job as long as he wants to. But I just don't know, like, what's driving him now? And Kevin, you said off air yesterday, you said legacy.
Yep.
And I'm curious as to what that legacy is. Is it continuing the brand, accumulating massive stats that nobody can ever get to? Or does he want that one more championship? And I don't know what's driving him anymore.
I think it's more data points to be the greatest of all time. And the only data point I really think remaining that he needs to tweak is the championships. Now, if he goes somewhere else again, then will people not really give him credit for that? Probably.
So that was an interesting point you made. Let's say he goes to a team that's ready-made. They're ready for their NBA title.
Yeah.
And he shows up there and they win. Will they go, well, that's Kevin Durant showing up to a team that was already good? Say he went to the Lakers or the Celtics, and him and the Celtics just turn it on and get one. They're like, well, I mean, they were already a championship caliber team before he got there. He just showed up. Or does it go to, well, everywhere he goes, he's won.
Yeah.
And that's really, it's about the fact that dude has won.
See, I think he would lean towards that one because he has other titles that KD does not. But consider this. Is LeBron going to retire? I was surprised the numbers were this kind of pushed in one direction. Minus 450 says no. That means it's an 82% chance that he comes back next season. Will he be on the Lakers? Minus 150 says no. That means that it is more likely than not, per the betting odds, that LeBron will be on a new team. Now, I want you to consider what you were just talking about. Here are the top 5 teams.
Would you take him on the Mavs?
Hell yes. If he's willing to play for next to nothing.
But immediately you'd put that body in that player. Like even if he's willing to play for nothing, he's going to demand a big role in the game and the team.
No, you're right. But that's fine with me because now I'm thinking Cooper Flagg, Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, Michael Brown, Daniel Gafford, PJ Washington. Like, okay. Well, I can go win with that.
Yeah.
And I think what that could do for the development, hopefully, of Cooper Flagg could be immense. But here are the top 5 teams most likely to get LeBron next year. Cleveland Cavaliers, well, they're in the playoffs right now. Golden State Warriors, they have a very well-known championship pedigree. The Denver Nuggets, they have the best player on the planet. The New York Knicks, we just talked about them steamrolling people. And the Milwaukee Bucks. Would that be some kind of weirdo swap with Giannis, or would he convince him to stay because he's also coming to Milwaukee? But my point is, none of those 5 teams are, like, hurting.
Mm-hmm.
So he is definitely looking for that. By the way, if you're curious, the Mavs
getting traded to the Heat for Giannis, and also LeBron going to the Heat would be a fun thing to see. He goes back to Miami and Pat Riley.
I don't, but I guess it could happen. You know what's really weird? Oh yeah, by the way, the Mavericks are 40-1.
And then 6 years from now, he goes back to the Lakers and wins the title. And he's like, I just go back to teams and win titles with them.
Did you know that this is the longest that LeBron has ever been with the same team?
Whoa.
Is the Lakers.
No way.
That feels wrong, doesn't it? And he's been on the Cavs the most years total. But he was only with the Cavs the first go-around 7 years. Then he was with Miami for 4, Cleveland for 4, and he's been on the Lakers for 8 years. This is the longest consecutive run that he's been on the same team.
Wow, that's quite the commitment from him.
Yeah, he says tongue in cheek. And it just feels bizarre. That doesn't feel right. And yet,
Here we
is.
are.
All right, you want to go over to the NHL side?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Can you give me cut number 5, please?
Down low for Parker Kelly. Kiviranta knocks it away from Middleton. Brewery works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally Parker Kelly. A one-timer from Edina.
Can you do me a favor real quick? I just want you to compare how different things used to be. Give me cut number 6 from the Craig Morton days, and then as quick as you can, fire off cut number 5 so you can just see the difference in announcing.
7-7 game. Morton. And Bob Hayes is there for a beautiful catch and a Dallas touchdown.
Down low for Parker Kelly. Kiviranta knocks it away from Middleton. Brewery works it loose. One-timer. Score! Go ahead and Sally Parker Kelly.
That was a goal. Goals happen all the time. Touchdowns rarely happen.
And it was a tie game. That guy could have been tying his shoe.
Touchdowns happen, 4 times a game, maybe? If we're lucky?
That guy was not impressed. So Colorado is, as soon as I heard that, I was thinking about the Craig Morton celebration, or the highlight right there. All right, so Colorado wins that game 5-2. Now, they did tack on 2 empty net goals, so significantly closer than maybe the final score would lead you to believe. But they now take advantage of that series. They're up 3-1 over the Wild, and everyone is going to keep playing while the Hurricanes are just sitting around and being like, hey, let me know when you get here.
Multiple things there. One, that makes sense now why football is so successful. I'm sorry, I'm off on a little side quest here, Kevin.
Okay.
Every first down feels like a success, like a micro touchdown.
Okay.
Every time you get a first down.
I like it. Don't look weird. I like it.
But in hockey, only a goal matters. It's not like, oh, we got it into their zone. Let's get excited about that. But in football, it's like, okay, we got 10 yards. That's awesome. We got another set of first downs. In baseball, getting a guy on base is part of it, but it's still like the run is the thing that matters there. But in basketball, there's so many points, you're like, who cares?
In hockey, would you add a lower level but still excitement when you kill a power play?
Okay, yeah, that's another one. But how many of those?
Yeah,
do you get?
not
in a football game. You're going to get 22 opportunities for one of your teams to be excited about getting a first down, and in addition to field goals. So anyway, back to the question you asked, though. One of the most difficult things I think in all of sports as a coach or manager is to make sure your guys stay sharp in absence of competition, and that's one of the things that for Carolina they have to figure out. We gotta heal any wounds that we have, but also be fresher and ready, and not step on that ice and be like, oh my gosh. I did think, Kevin, the Stars in that final game against the Wild started it right. It was miserable to start, right? But then as they went along, they got through the wave. They got through that initial wave of overwhelming Minnesota chaos in there, and then poured it on. And that's where Carolina has to be like, all right, we know when we get back on the ice the first time, we're probably going to be winded for a few minutes.
Right.
But we got to be able to get through that, so we might have a different strategy in order to pass through that. But yeah, they have a long time before they have to. But Colorado, we expected this from Colorado.
I did.
We expected them to be this kind of a team.
You're right about that. And I realize only scoring goals isn't the only goal in hockey, of course, and we talked about the empty netters, but consider this. Here are the games with 5+ goals in the playoffs by a particular team. The Avalanche have done it 4 times. So have the Wild. So have the Golden Knights. So has every other Eastern Conference team combined.
Wow.
So all of those games combined, there's been 4 games in which an Eastern Conference team has scored 5 goals. The Golden Knights have done it 4 times, so have the Avs, so have the Wild. So, and again, I realized...
The Stars, though.
So, they didn't make it.
It was, Yeah,
we didn't even win 4 games, let alone 4 games where we scored 5 goals. We didn't even win 3 games either.
Could we have, though?
Nope, because we didn't. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
Way to kill the mood. We got the question of the day.
Was I wrong?
Oh, sorry. I did that. I brought him up.
It's your fault, Majors. It always is. We got the question of the day, plus how FIFA continues to be the absolute worst. Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, on Friday, you can catch us out doing our show at the Dallas Card Show. Would love to see you out there. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how FIFA is still the absolute worst. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, go to the National Day calendar. As we always do, I do it at 4:45, right on the wake up, to see what important activities and holidays need to be celebrated each and every day. And today is National Hospital Day. Hospital Day. So, the question of the day for the fan text, for the Twitch and the YouTube, or on Twitter, at Alec on the Radio. What is your least favorite place to go? A place that you hate going to? 877-881-1053, because I feel like the hospital is high up there for a lot of people for many different reasons. I'll go and bat lead off here because I've got a couple. Sephora is one of them.
Oh, the makeup
Is that a
place?
makeup store?
Yes, but they have an excellent selection of cologne. So whenever I go to re-up there, and it's always right in the middle of the store, it feels
Lucy
like.
loves that place. I've never been, though.
And that's the thing. I feel like the only times I go are when it's the busiest place on earth. And there are so many. I've noticed this is a new thing, and I'm not alone in this thinking. There's so many kids at these makeup stores now.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them, through the power of social media and stuff, are getting into that stuff at a younger age.
They're being influenced.
They're being influenced by the influencers. And so they're out there with mom and dad and spending all of their money and trying everything out. And then all the high school dudes are out here trying all the colognes and stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's just too many people here. So every time I go, I can never find the right time to go to that kind of place, like Ulta even. I feel like every time I go, it is the single busiest place on earth. So I'm trying to do something nice for myself, get a new fragrance to add to the collection, and I can't even breathe in there. There's just so many people shoulder to shoulder in that tiny little area because the cologne section, it's already an afterthought. Those stores are not meant for us,
right?
But they're smart having all the testers out there so you can try these things out before you spend hundreds of dollars on cologne. So I'm out there trying to test and whatnot, and there's just people everywhere. So every time I'm like, I want a new fragrance or I need one, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to go. I just
Because you got to go
it.
try them out.
Yes. Yeah, because
you don't always just stick with the same one that you could order online or whatever.
I do have my favorites that I keep in the rotation, but here lately I've been trying to expand the portfolio of fragrances because I've noticed how much heavy lifting they do. Because I get tons of compliments whenever I switch it up. The same one, people, they just get used to it. They get accustomed to it. Whenever I add a new one that I think smells good, I think I have a pretty good nose for these things.
Yeah, my son Carter has a collection. He's probably got 20-something.
Wow.
That's what I want to get to. I have like 8.
Yeah.
You know?
And I got him an expensive one for Christmas because I was sick and got tricked. Trust me. And now she keeps messaging me too and like, hey, look at this special we have. I'm like, I don't want your specials. How'd you get my number? I think because,
how did she
attached to the card? I don't know. I was sick. But he's just like constantly, I ordered this one, and I don't want it unless I know I'm going to like it.
Okay.
I don't want to buy it unless I know I'm going to like it. And he's got a couple of them that he's just like never going to wear it. I'm like, but then why do you have it? He's like, bottle looks cool.
Okay.
Fair. Yeah.
I can definitely remember a time in my life where I would have followed that exact same line of
Decorative
thinking.
bottles.
Yep. Yeah.
Some of them are really, really cool. Like there's some that look like little hand grenades and stuff. Like they're just so random.
Neat.
And so there's one that looks like a tiny little robot. Like I can't even tell you the name of these brands. I just know the robot one. Yes,
Right.
that
I'm
one's
looking
cool.
up robot cologne right now.
Exactly. You'll see them at Sephora and Ulta.
Neat.
See?
It's called
He has one that he says the top looks like a human breast.
What?
Why did you have to say human?
Was
Could have
it
been a
supposed
chicken.
to say a chicken breast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cutlets.
I didn't want anybody to be confused.
Would you rather have a cologne bottle that had a chicken breast on the top of it or a human breast?
I guess a human.
Okay, good to know. Man, this robot cologne's expensive.
Yes.
It's like $120.
See, and I'm envious because one of my best friends, Aaron, he has an uncle that every year for Christmas he gets him a new cologne that he doesn't have. So he's like never bought a bottle of cologne in his life. All of his have been gifted to him, and he has like 30 different kinds now. Wow. And I'm just like, that amazing. So I've been asking for the past couple years for cologne for the birthday and Christmas, and it's happened like once. So, hey, family, let's step it up a little bit.
I feel like that was a message to us, too, just a little bit.
No, because y'all's gifting is great. Right. I like thoughtful gifting.
Corey will get you robot cologne, and I'll get you some wrestling cards.
Oh, you're talking my language now.
Robot cologne.
Robot
Hey,
cologne.
I looked it up.
Have you ever used the Gold Bar cologne?
I haven't used it, but I know a lot of people that do, and I even recommended it to a friend for his dad's birthday.
I have one of them that I really liked, and I'm almost out of it. So then Adrian got me something from Target, and I was like, I like this too. So that's how I just rotate those two back and forth.
Okay, yeah.
But I only use cologne whenever I'm doing fancy stuff. I don't do it every day.
Expensive too.
Man,
cologne's expensive.
It is, and like the rapper Drake has his own line of cologne. He just dropped a new one a couple days ago that everybody's saying is the absolute S. It's amazing.
Does Kendrick Lamar drop one like right after that?
Oh, he should. That would be an
remember the old
amazing
days,
bit.
Kevin, where our grandfathers and uncles just would rub bourbon and leather on their necks and be like,
maybe Old Spice or Stetson occasionally,
or some oil from changing the oil, and that was their scent. And that was manly.
That's what the ladies like.
That was manly.
Yeah, they like Chalamet.
The question of the day.
Maybe Timothy Chalamet can lift a bale of hay or change a tire. I don't know. But it does, like, you wouldn't think that, right?
He can dance in the desert, that's for sure.
Yeah, but can he lift that hay bale?
So he didn't get attacked by the worms.
What?
Dune.
Oh. I'm saving that too. Thank you. Again, the question of the day, because we have strayed so far away from Grace. 877-881-1053.
Oh, yeah, the dentist. That was my answer.
The place that you hate going. It's the dentist.
I've told Adrian that I'm allergic to the school pickup line. It is the worst. Drop-off's actually fine. Drop-off's okay. But it's school pickup because these kids get distracted, and it's going to take forever, and they don't know where the car is. And it's
like Thunderdome out there, man.
Yeah,
People
dude.
are not there
They're
for patience.
Aggressive, yeah. And now we are past that, but we still have to go pick up the middle schoolers because they can't drive yet.
Oh.
Stinks, but, I get it. But it is the school pickup. Because there's only, in our school, there's only one way in, one way out kind of vibe. And you have to sit at a light to get home for 700 cars in a row. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. So I just told Adrian I'm allergic to it.
See,
how did that go over?
She's fine by that. She's like, I'll pick them up.
Okay,
and I also said, why don't you make them walk halfway and then pick them up there? And, these kids these days are soft.
Oh. See, that's actually a good tip for whenever you do grow up and you're starting to Uber to these places and stuff. You go to sporting events and concerts, just walk a good half mile away from the venue. The price drops by like 50%.
Yeah.
Just because you get away from the flow of traffic.
Yes. No, he's right. Dude, I did that in San Francisco. I was able to stop a different area and say, just drop me off here. Price got reduced a little bit. And then also, whenever I just walked out of traffic area, got to an area and took a Uber from there, and it was cheaper.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got to go to the bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, on cheaper prices.
The bridge.
An Uber from AT&T Stadium after a concert I went to last year was like $115 to get 15 miles back to my house. It was not anything crazy of a drive, but it was stupid. So I walked past Texas Live, past the Tundra lot, over to where that Subway is, right in front of the Ranger Stadium. And I stood there, pulled up the Uber app. It was like $50. I'm like, that's amazing. I walked maybe a mile. And, of course, I was in, like, some Chelsea boots, so my feet were killing me. So I paid the price, yes. Noted soccer fan here. Noted Chelsea FC soccer fan, Alec Medford. That's
FC
me.
Dallas, baby.
Yeah, I'm more of an FC Dallas kind of guy. Toyota Stadium is my second home. But, yeah, that's a tip that all people need to know for these events whenever you go to big venues. Just walk a little bit. Save yourself the money.
469 school pickup line should be illegal. Such an inconvenience for those of us who don't have kids.
Yes, because I live by an elementary school, and it's just like yours, Corey, where it's one way in, one way out. It is wrapped around the entire block, just trying to get either in the school or out of the school at the same point of entry.
Just respect the basic traffic laws because they still exist, and other people are not trying to get to or away from your school.
I am the worst around the kids' there's the high school at the end. Not my kids don't go there anymore, but Carter's going to go there next year. But there's a school zone. There's a small stretch right there on Park, I believe. And I will slow down in front of people. I will honk at people that are driving fast through it. I am very aggressive of there's a light flashing right there, and there's always cops around. And I want to see you get caught if you're just being ignorant and rude, but also I don't want you to get caught because you weren't paying attention. It was an accident, and sometimes that happens. I get it. So I'm trying to help out, but also there are rude people.
That's right.
True.
From the 682, the place I hate going is my ex-wife's house.
Man, the child drop-off or whatever can be the worst.
She still smash?
All right. From the 214.
Are you saying no?
From the 214, Lord help us all. The DMV, that's a great one, too. They're never convenient.
When was the last time you went to the DMV?
Yeah, luckily I got in that flow where they were like, you renewed your license on time. You can have it for 8 more years or whatever.
I think the next time I do it, I have to go in.
Oh, it was several years ago when Brandon was getting his license. And he told me he had all of his paperwork on lockdown. And then we got there and I was like, I should have checked this.
Yeah, that happened with me when I got my permit. We were missing like one thing. We had to come back a whole week later.
They're not there for leeway for you.
Yeah, it was bad. You know what else is bad, guys? FIFA and their price gouging. According to The Guardian, FIFA is doing everything they can to get money off of these ticket sales, not just from you and I as fans, but from the friends and family of World Cup players. So the primary window for the ticket sales for friends and family of athletes involved in the World Cup opened up back in December, and different associations were facilitating those ticket requests, and they informed, yes, friends and family of the players, that they would be subjected to the quote-unquote adaptive pricing that FIFA has embraced for the World Cup if they needed to buy more after a very exclusive window close. That has led to some sticker shock because some friends and family of prominent players are having to pay upwards of $3,000 per person to get tickets to watch their close friends and or family members play in these games. FIFA sources are pushing back on this claim, saying that the actual number is, quote, far lower, although it is very hard to imagine many of these people getting much of a bargain because, FIFA is also getting a 15% cut from buyers and sellers when a transaction is finalized on the secondary market in some of these areas as well. So they're getting all kinds of kickbacks and money from these ticket sales. So, hey, if you're related to somebody playing in the World Cup, have fun watching them in person for any kind of fair deal. It's not just us. It's everybody who wants to go to these games. solidifying that FIFA's the absolute worst.
I'm with you on that. That's freaking wild. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What teams do the numbers say have the best rosters in the NFL? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have the Rangers.
Look out for Devontae Adams down here. They give it to Puka Nacua, though, and Nacua breaks tackles and gets his second touchdown. Puka Nacua having himself one heck of a day.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and ribbit.
If you had to guess, what do...
841.
Ooh, that's a good guess.
2.
That is less applicable in this question.
4. Hoover Dam. I'm just guessing here, dude.
If you had to guess, which roster is the best in the NFL per the computers?
Oh.
I figured if I asked it quickly.
Best roster in the NFL, probably the Seahawks.
Ooh, Alec, would you like to co-sign the Seahawks per the Nerd Brigade, or
what now?
Would you like to go in a different direction?
Ooh, I think the Seahawks is the safe pick, honestly. Outside of that, I think in their division, I think the Rams make a ton of sense.
Yeah, Rams do definitely make a ton of sense.
Yeah, if it's not the Seahawks, I'd go Rams or Patriots.
Okay, you guys are right. The Rams do make a ton of sense because the Rams are number 1 on the list.
Oh, yeah, they added McDuffie, too.
But you guys
They're so good.
You were close. The Seahawks are second.
In your face.
Makes a lot of sense because they won the Super Bowl. Why aren't they first? Don't know. So Rams 1, Seahawks 2, the Bills are 3rd, the Chiefs are 4th, and then the Chargers are 5th on the list.
Wow, that's interesting. Where are the Broncos?
Broncos are 6th on the list.
All right, because the Broncos should have been in the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Probably could have won the Super Bowl.
I agree with that.
That Super Bowl could have looked a lot different had Bo Nix not been in.
You think I know we'll never be able to prove this, but would they have beaten the Patriots in the AFC?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Ooh, yeah, you feel definitive.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And you know why I also can be that definitive about it? You can't prove me wrong.
Exactly. You're right.
But I thought that, but I mean, I think Alec and I were both on that wagon before, even though he loved the Patriots going into this thing. I still don't know how he feels about the Patriots after this whole Vrabel thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the way this has been set up is the expected margin of victory over the average NFL roster.
Okay.
So leading the way is the Rams at plus 6.3, Seahawks plus 5.3, Bills, Chiefs, Chargers. Where would you guess the Dallas Cowboys would be?
Right around 15.
I would have thought the computers were doing a bit if they had the Cowboys at 16 or 17 with a 0. I really would have been like, okay, computers, I see what you're doing.
Nice. Radiohead.
That's right. They're a little bit higher than that. They're plus 2.3 against the average NFL team, which puts them in 14th place. So, little tiny bit above average.
Listen, until your defensive coordinator shows anything,
for sure.
And somebody was like, I don't understand how you can be confused about how they're going to use a player. And I was like, because I've never seen how this defensive coordinator uses any player. Not a single time.
Right.
I know how he uses secondaries, but I've never seen anything else here. So I don't know yet. But until A, we get to see a little bit of it, we don't know. And B, we get to see that those players have actually learned it.
Sure.
There's a difference between being in the right spot and knowing what play needs to happen. Those things are very important, and these guys are going to have to learn the defense throughout the year to be able to make those little things, those little adjustments that they're going to have to learn over a season.
By the way, did I just say the Chargers have the 5th best roster? No. The computers said that. All right. Worst of the worst.
They have good talent on that team.
Yeah.
They do.
I get it. The Titans are the 6th worst, followed by the Raiders, Browns, Cardinals, and Jets. Here is where it gets staggeringly sad. So those teams are all around minus 5 points against your average NFL roster. But in dead last place, the Dolphins at minus 7.1. So they would be a touchdown underdog against the most average team in the NFL, where the Rams are about a touchdown overdog. I'm just kidding. I know it's favorite. Over the average team in the NFL. So Rams best roster, Dolphins worst roster. Cowboys close, but above the middle.
Dolphins roster going to be 3-year project?
Yeah, I mean, they have high expectations for their quarterback to just come in and rock based on, I don't know.
Or spend the next 3 years losing and collecting high draft picks, and then in year 3 or 4, picking that quarterback.
Look, if you were ever going to do it for one specific draft, in theory, next year looks like a great draft to need a quarterback.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry.
All right, let's go from that to we're getting more schedule announcements leading up to Thursday evening, where we'll probably know the whole schedule already, but then the NFL will tell us. The season's first Monday Night Football game, per Adam Schefter, September 14th, will be the Denver Broncos against the Kansas City Chiefs. This was the part that I found far more interesting than that. The game site has still not been determined, as the NFL is finalizing its schedule. I thought this thing was done like a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and that's why that one guy from the NFL is like, this week, next week, week after, who cares? But they'll tell you those two are playing. Where's the game? Can't say.
Dude,
that's weird.
How long is the process of building the schedule?
Man, there is a great, I think it's a 30 for 30 short about this old couple who used to make the baseball schedule. It's really interesting. I'll have to look up the name of it. Yeah, it was these two people.
Like when they had 8 teams or whenever?
No, like for the longest time. And then eventually MLB S-canned them, and it was really sad. But for years and years and years, they made the schedule.
I just think about that for a minute. Like in the NFL schedule alone, you got that many teams plus every single concert that's in your stadiums around the country, and then
that part sounds like the worst.
Don't forget about the monster truck rallies and the dirt bike extravaganzas. Right. Like that's insane to think. Oh, we can't do it that weekend because we've already booked a monster truck rally, guys.
Henry and Holly Stevenson made the MLB schedule for 24 years.
And then what?
They're like, nah, we're good.
Well, at least they didn't assassinate him.
Oh, my goodness. You know? I guess that's true. I am also glad that did not happen.
Would you rather just get kind of fired from the job you love?
Than fired at? Yes, I agree. Now, the Bills will open up their new stadium on Thursday Night Football on Amazon in week 2. They're going to host the Lions on September 17th.
Wow.
Something to keep an eye out on. Fox has picked up a couple of extra NFL games. So they'll have a couple of extra windows. Because remember we talked about like there was going to be this extra group of 5 games because the NFL likes money. And the thought was that it would go between Netflix and YouTube. So Netflix picked up 3 of them, and they're like, hey, YouTube, do you want to just split this package? And they just assumed YouTube would be like, yeah, sounds good. And they were like, no. And so then Fox came in and was like, we shall take those 2 extra games. Sure, they paid a nice little premium for that, and so you'll have 2 extra windows on Fox at some point this year.
You think they got a discount, though?
No.
They're like, hey, look, we'll do it.
Yeah. Look, the NFL is...
We're helping you out.
FIFA, but people like the product on an every year basis, and they don't mind paying for it. So that's the comparison I'll make to the last segment. CBS also added a Saturday night game in Week 15. So, Corey, I know we're not there yet. Still a lot of work to go. But slowly but surely, you are getting your hopes and dreams.
Week 15, you said?
Of that everyday schedule.
It stinks, though. That takes away from college football, doesn't it? Or is that... in the schedule window where college is kind of done?
Yeah, that would be playoff time. And so depending on, so there might be some crossover.
Yeah.
So obviously this is what's going to clear the way for the European football division, because then you can have those games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and stuff. Then they'll be almost dominant over every single day of the week. By the way, Albert Breer pointed this out about the schedule release. He's really fascinated to see what they do with Christmas weekend. And are they going to have 3 games for Friday for Christmas Day? And would they have another game for Thursday Night Football on Christmas Eve, plus games on Saturday? And if you still have Monday Night Football, you would be pulling out 7 games already from that week. And then if you count Sunday Night Football, that would leave you with only 8 games for the afternoon, which feels really weird because usually, obviously you feel like you're getting like 12 games out of that. But just take a look at that week. It feels like it's going to be very loaded other places.
I know this is football nuggets, Kevin, but Jeff Passan is reporting MLB and MLB Players Association are currently holding the first official collective bargaining talks before the expiration date of the CBA on December 1st. The opening presentations are basic overviews of each side's position and set up the long bargaining road ahead. You can imagine sometime this week you're going to start hearing, well, that's ridiculous, and that's a load of crap. We'll never see that happen. So we'll start getting those stances, I bet, pretty soon.
But at least that's starting in May.
Yeah.
Instead of right against the deadline, they're like, that's what you want? And you're like, you never read a website?
It was 7 hours to complete this. What are you talking about?
So, all right, I'll hold out hope. I like it. That is a positive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Rangers-Diamondback game, I guess. And what is one basic improvement the Rangers need to make? I'm guessing hitting gets a lot of votes. Next, right?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess we should talk about the Rangers Diamondback game. I was gonna, tag on there like, hey, what is one basic improvement that the Rangers need to make? And it was going to be more about like some defensive notes and stuff like that. But I mean, for God's sakes, after yesterday, how can it not be the hitting? Let's just go ahead and play cut number 2, because unfortunately, Alec couldn't find us any offensive highlights because there were no offensive highlights from the Rangers in the game yesterday.
0-2. Here's the pitch, and it's hit in the air to center field, not very deep. Barroso in and over toward right. He's got it, and the ball game's over. The D-backs have shut out the Rangers by the score of 1-0, only the second time the Rangers have been shut out this season.
You hear the disappointment right there? Because what a shockingly lackluster... Actually, let me try that again. I guess I can't put shockingly in there because that would be foolishness. What a lackluster offensive effort from the Texas Rangers, who got an all-time amazing opener from their group, which wasn't the plan. Nathan Evaldi had to be scratched from the start against the Diamondbacks. And by the way, that could be a whole another set of problems, because Schumacher said after the game, and we'll have him on the show tomorrow, you never want to hear the left side anything from anybody. We'll find out when the imaging comes in. I don't want to guess what it is, because the hope would be that he won't need to miss any time. But doesn't this feel like we hope that every single time? And next thing you know, IL.
Yeah.
Not just for Evaldi, but for a bunch of our guys.
Oh yeah, man. And this team is, don't you feel like the average age of it is a little older, even though there's some discrepancy with some of the young players that are on the team?
True.
But it doesn't feel like it's just getting any younger with the talent, especially when Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, like, I know Evan's been out there, but when Wyatt Langford's not on the field.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I was also shocked that was only the second time we've been shut out. Now, it's true. I was mad about the game.
That's what I was looking at.
And I would have thought it was 35 times.
Because I was looking at some of these other losses, and you have the 7-4 mix in there. But, Kevin, in a lot of these losses, it is 1-2-run losses. Very scarcely are you getting to 4 even in your losses. And then you get a win occasionally. But it's just the Cubs night on Friday. Now, fortunately, we got the 2 wins in between. But that Friday night when we all just went, what are we watching right now?
Yeah.
And then we came back to this last night in a 1-0 loss. Now, again, you have 2 pitchers that you're going up against in the next couple games that have 5 ERAs. So maybe that kind of turns things around for you. Last night's pitcher was good, but not shutout good in my mind.
He had a +4 ERA going into the game.
Yeah, and you're hoping that Zach Gallen sticks with that, hey, I like to give some up. I think that he shut out the Padres and gave up like 10 runs in the last 2 games. Hopefully that's what you're going to get out of it next. But, yeah, that's like, Kevin, you can't look at this roster and say that you're excited about it right now. And that's the thing on a nightly basis.
No.
I'm having a hard time.
I feel like I'm dangerously close to saying quite the opposite of that. I'll skip that for now. And I just saw somebody say this, and I think part of what they're saying is true, but not the beginning part. From the 4-4-3, you're getting mad for no reason. This has been the offense for the better part of 3.5 years. But doesn't that make it all the more reason to get upset about doing nothing about it and asking Chris Young about it and asking Skip Schumacher about it and asking Fenstermaker, Kip Fagg, like everybody in the organization? And I know sometimes the Rangers get offended and they're like, oh, you're asking about the offense? Yeah, dude. Mm-hmm. I am asking about the offense. If I can see it, you could see it, Alec can see it, Bobby can see it, then guess what? The people in the team should be able to see it.
And that's kind of what I like Skip a lot.
I do too.
I also like.
I'm not necessarily saying that this is his fault.
Chris Woodward, and I liked Jeff Bannister, and I like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want this to be another line of coach that's a really good one that was set up to not succeed by roster given to him. And I don't think he took the job with that in mind either. He left a job where they said, we're making adjustments. He left Miami because he didn't like the direction that they were going.
Right.
And then he was one of those commodities that people were like, he's the next one. Everybody's going to be pursuing him, and he got here and was involved with this thing beforehand. And while granted, I don't think it was a hit the ground running thing, I don't think he thought that this was going to be the approach to it. And right now, the lineup and the roster, Kevin, are just not built to create run production. You're hoping guys produce at a higher level than they actually are, and they aren't there.
Yeah, I mean, and like I realize when we interview Skip Schumacher, it would make no sense for him to be like, yeah, you guys are right. Our offense sucks, and it's probably not going to get any better. I realize that would be a very counterproductive answer. But when we talked to him before last Wednesday's game, he said, I really feel like the dam is about to burst, and it's about to open up. In the 6 games since then, they've scored a total of 18 runs. That's 3 runs a game. That's never going to cut it. Like, you can win games like that. But I'm saying on the average, that is never, ever going to cut it. And it's just disappointing that you're another week in. And so now you're 4th of the way through the season. And if you think about it, you're like, how much longer? Is it like one more week? And all of a sudden it's the All-Star break. And you're like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. What just happened?
And that's why it's like this matchup against Arizona, you need to take the next 2.
Yes.
All right. You need to take the next 2 because then you have that matchup against the Astros that you should sweep. I mean, quite honestly, like you really should. And so then as you look further down this, that's why the dam was about to break in his mind, Kevin, is because the roster was getting there. Should present itself. That's the hope. That's the idea.
Right.
But if you aren't that good, the dam won't break.
Yeah. Yeah. And for people asking about Wyatt Langford from the 817. When is Wyatt back? For the 903, what's the status with Wyatt Langford? We asked Skip about that last week, and he didn't confirm that this is the case. But we were just kind of counting the days on the injured list, counting the days that it said till he gets reevaluated, and counting the days if he needs a rehab assignment. you could definitely see. This is not a fact, so don't say, well, Kevin told everybody. But there's definitely a scenario in which Wyatt Langford can miss the rest of this month. And it's not like a crazy worst-case scenario. I still think you're probably, best-case scenario, a week and a half, 2 weeks out? But maybe a week and a half. But you could see him easily miss the rest of the month. So if that's what you're hoping for, that's great. I also hope Wyatt Langford's back sooner rather than later. But I think there's a much better chance that you're still, 2.5, 3 weeks out of this.
And at this point, Kevin, what is it exactly that you can or are willing to add to it?
Right. Because you can't add money players. Nope. That's not going to happen.
Do you have assets to trade that are going to get you value in return, that are going to keep a team or liven up a team, other than your pitching? Like, you want to hold on to the pitching as much as you can, but I also don't know what value you're like. Maybe you get to a point where you're like, okay, a DeGrom is going to go help a contender somewhere.
Because you're too, theoretically outside of Wyatt. Two of your biggest assets are also really expensive, which is part of the problem, right? Like if you said DeGrom or Seager, I don't want to jump in on where you're going to go with that at 1 o'clock. I'm just saying they're expensive. And so that's where I wonder if somebody like Ezekiel Duran would have a little bit more value. But what is his value? Is his value going to be like, hey, yeah, we'll get you a high A prospect. He could be something. You're like, that doesn't help me now.
You're really hoping a Padres team is in that spot where they're like, we could be better than the Dodgers, but we really need a Corey Seager who's not performing at this level. But again, I don't want to think that way yet, because I still want to think that this division's bad enough that this team can actually continue to win. But in basic areas, Kevin, I want to be better at hitting the ball, and I got to figure out how to. But if you're trading away a player, you're most likely trading away a player for a prospect.
Yes,
and that means you don't have a clue what that guy's going to be. And when has this team given us the clue that they can develop those prospects?
I mean, look, I feel like we unfortunately have been down that road for some time, and it just has not gone well whatsoever with us begging and pleading to switch out some of the stuff in the scouting, which I definitely think they need to do. If his scouting has been an issue for a really long time, you might want to reconsider that. Now, I want to talk about another player. Don't worry, I hear it too. Josh Smith.
I am worried.
Okay. Whatever that noise is, I could see Corey freaking out. I heard it too. So Josh Smith already on the 10-day injured list with a right glute strain. He came down with a case of wrist inflammation in the midst of his ramp up. And so the Rangers are saying, hopefully, he'll just be down for a couple of more days. Well, that's what Skip said. But that's one of the dangerous parts of all of this. You can hope, I can hope, we can all hope that things happen. But with injury, it feels like, I bet every team and their fans feel like it always works against them. But it feels like when you're erring on the side of caution, it's never that optimistic thing that you hope, because he would be eligible to come back on Thursday, and you'd love to say, hey, he's going to come back and start hitting bombs and looking like spring training. But what is that based on? Nothing but hope. Because wouldn't you love it if Ezekiel Duran, you were like, man, we got to figure out a place to put him because we can't bench Josh Smith. But that's not the case.
Yeah.
Even if Josh Smith was healthy, he might be sitting on the bench anyway.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. We talked with Skip last week about that, and regarding what do you do when you are on the IR or on the injured list, and you're going through mental reps more than anything else. You're trying to you're trying to maybe recalibrate your game plan and how you go about your day, because you're not getting the physical part of it in, because you're trying to go through the healing process there. So what more can you do was the question, and he was like, you really just have to see the game and hope. But again, does that help you hit the ground running? Maybe for Josh Smith, I'm still on this, maybe chasing something is the way that he gets the best out of it.
Yeah.
And maybe having something is kind of a tough place for him to be because he doesn't know how to handle that yet. Don't you? I heard Dawson say this the other day about, I think it was about Christian Parker. And he was like, look, man, it is human nature to have imposter syndrome. You finally get your job that you've always wanted, and then all of a sudden you start trying things that maybe you wouldn't typically do because you think, oh man, everybody's going to realize I don't belong, when what you were doing got you there in the first place. And that's all Josh Smith needs to be again, is be the dude that got you there in the first place. Whatever that thing was that you were doing, you don't have to go be Marcus Semien now. You don't have to go be Jeff Kunkel, you don't have to be Jeff Fry.
Right.
Be Josh
what a
Smith.
pull right there.
Yeah, just go be the Josh Smith that was doing all those scrappy little things and make that thing again. You don't have to be somebody that you're not when you're out there.
We talked about this, I think, a week or so ago. Evan Grant talked about it. When this team is clean, they're competitive. When they're not, it feels like they have no chance. Kennedy Landry added on with that. Texas isn't piling up errors in the box score, but the number of pop-ups lost in the sun or bad reads on line drives and miscommunication on ground balls has been more than anybody wants. The Rangers' margin for error has been thin, and turning it around, you can only do that by playing clean baseball. And
that's one step.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because if you're not going to hit, and your bullpen has been incredible so far this year, and your starting pitching, room to grow, but has still been serviceable enough, you better have really good defense too, or else this thing is doomed.
To keep it close.
Yes.
0 isn't going to win you any games.
True. True.
We can't have zeros, Kevin.
Okay.
No more zeros this year.
And I don't want to have to come back and go doomed.
Me either.
But it could happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got NFL overreaction or reality. We ask you to disregard everything we just said because we're giving away Rangers-Astros tickets. And Masterpiece Theater. What plot line did you absolutely hate from a show you absolutely loved? Next on The Fan.
The more time you...
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Another blitz. Dart protected throw. It is caught for the touchdown. Dart beat the blitz. Scatterbo on the receiving end. The Giants are in for 6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan, where, hey, Robert Garcia played catch before the game yesterday. He's been out since April 20th with shoulder inflammation, and I guess Chris Martin's about to start his rehab assignment.
Awesome. That should help out team batting average, Kevin.
Yeah. Well,
run production.
Yeah, I guess you can't really look at yesterday's game and be like, you know, we need better bullpen pitchers.
Yeah. Dude, they went out and gave everything they had.
Their bullpen's been great. They have the best bullpen ERA in the major leagues by like quite a bit. All right. So I played that specific highlight. Well, I didn't actually do anything, but Alec played that specific highlight of the Jackson Dart TD pass to help lead us into NFL overreaction or reality. And you might think this first one too far. NFL overreaction or reality. If the Cowboys lose to the Giants in week 1, you'll immediately think this season is going to be terrible.
Why?
Because the Giants aren't good.
The Giants are going to be better than I think anybody expects them to be.
Yeah, but last year they went 4 games, 5 games.
Yeah.
So if they're better, they win 6 or 7.
And they're playing a common opponent. Like, you can expect them to be better in game 1, 2. Hell, did you expect the Cowboys to beat Philadelphia in the opening game last year?
No.
Did you expect them to compete that well either?
They didn't.
Did you expect them to compete that well? They had a chance to win that game.
They did. I don't know.
It was a fumble in the third quarter that really screwed them over.
So you don't
I didn't
think
expect their defense to be able to slow them at all.
So the Cowboys lose to the Giants, who were 4-13 last year.
I won't think the season's over after game 1, Kevin. No.
You're not going to think they're going to be terrible?
No.
Okay.
Well, and it could be, let's say it's a 27-21 game.
I'm not going to lie. Regardless of how it happens.
If the offense still looks like it's productive, I'm going to give this defense a little bit more time before I'm concerned about it.
Alec, what say you?
Overreaction.
Oh,
I can't. I mean, there's 17 of those
okay,
things.
I'll just warn you. September, whatever that date is, 13th. If the Cowboys lose to the Giants, I'm going to come in and be like, this team sucks.
You know what? Actually,
how many people do you think are going to agree with you on the fan text?
But I don't know if that's what we should be shooting for, because even when the Cowboys win, it still feels like people are like, this team sucks.
Doesn't matter.
I have a great reason why
they're going to get smoked in the playoffs.
You don't have to think like that.
Fair.
Because they would have won if they just opened at home, but thanks, Usher and Chris Brown.
Is that why we're not opening at home?
Because they're doing a show.
Well, I can't hate on that because we gave away tickets to that.
Exactly.
Although, if you listen to the last segment, this show's not immune to hating on things that we give away tickets for.
And on that note, if you get bored during the next break, go to Pitchfork and read the review of Chris Brown's last album.
Oh, no, not good.
It was a generational review.
Oh, I don't feel like that's positive either. All right. NFL.
Oh, like a bad generational review. Okay, I was like, hold on.
I've not seen it.
When you hear generational player, it's a good thing.
That's my guess based on the way he set that
I'll
up.
send you the tweet.
All right.
Okay, please do. Overreaction or reality?
Can't wait to read.
You think that the NFL schedule release special is kind of a waste because everything's pretty much already been leaked by then?
Okay.
Is that, I don't know if that's an agreement or not.
Well, I say okay because, yes, like by that time I already know. And quite honestly, I'm going to go like look it up 700 more times throughout the season anyway because I forget who's playing when all the time. That's why I love my phone. With the Rangers schedule, it populates the schedule for me every year.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, sweet. I don't even have to think. It's just what day I'm doing what. But I do like the creativity of it, and that's why I think it's not a waste, because marketing-wise, it's perfect. Casual fans will see it connected to the pit. I mean, if you're Pittsburgh, that's the first thing you do is connect it to the pit somehow. You know, just be like, I'm going to bring in Noah Wiley and have him do something, or Dr. Langdon and have him be all drugged up or whatever.
I swear I'm not doing a bit. That is why the show's called The Pit.
It is the emergency room in Pittsburgh.
Okay. I seriously thought like The Pit was just like an ER terminology that for doctors that I did not know.
No, as a matter of fact, like multiple times the person who runs the place is like, will you please stop calling it that? And he's like, we're in Pittsburgh. It's the ER. It's chaos in here.
Okay.
But I like the creativity that goes around these things. But you're right, the schedule part, I already know what's going on.
Alec? Overreaction or reality? That NFL scheduling special is kind of a waste because by the time it starts, you pretty much already know everything. Bonus!
Oh, no.
you would prefer if none of the info leaked out ahead of time?
Reality to the first, overreaction to the second.
Okay.
I'll start with the first one. I say reality because I think the league part of the special, on NFL Network and doing a whole day-long thing, I think that's dumb. Like, there's only so much to talk about when it comes to, here are games that will happen months from now.
Right.
I love what the individual teams do. I know Corey's talked about it a lot, the social media bits and stuff. Like a few years ago where we had Post Malone as the postman, and he was hanging out with Jerry Jones and stuff. Like, that's fun.
I like the one where Josh Allen was like living in the place next door. I thought it was good. I was like, oh, he's an entertaining fella.
And who was it? I want to say it was the Chargers that did the man on the street bit where they were like,
oh, I did like that one.
It was the logos of the team. Yeah, like, what is this team? And people were just absolutely annihilating these and getting them wrong. Yes. Like, I love stuff like that. But the league as a whole saying, let's do a 12-hour TV special is stupid. What are we doing? And yeah, I can't get behind it. I really can't. But I do like the leaks because now the international schedule, I'm always intrigued. Like, are the Cowboys going to have one? Like, I don't have a passport yet, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get mine because I might try to go to that Brazil game just for the heck of it.
So you can be like Vin Diesel and be like, this is Brazil.
Exactly. Like, I want to be able to recreate that in real time as soon as I walk into the stadium.
You have to wear that tank top.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Brazil.
Oh, he had it. I did not know you were going to have that available. I'm sorry if I ruined that, dude. That's awesome.
I just got it
First time ever, bonus to the bonus question.
Oh, God.
And somebody already texted in Rick bonus. So first bonus, you would prefer if none of the info was leaked ahead of time. Secondly, you will be disappointed if Vin Diesel is not there or some approximation of him saying this is Brazil for that Ravens-Cowboys game.
All right. Answer to the bonus question.
Okay.
The Rick bonus question. Is a bonus answer. Coming up at 1 o'clock.
Oh!
Have we gone too far with people that are leaking and spoiling things? Answer to bonus question. Bonus.
Yep.
Need to find more bonuses.
Fact.
You have to do it. If you're going to have a game in Brazil, Vin Diesel has to be involved just for that moment. Or it needs to be in the highlight, the hype-up video that gets you ready for the game.
All right.
He does that. Everybody pulls out their Brazil guns, and then football's played.
Brazil.
Okay. You heard him. Overreaction or reality? So the NFLPA has put out a friendly reminder that the owners are all going to put in grass for the World Cup, but not for their seasons. So overreaction or reality? You care. That's a good idea. But overreaction or reality? You care about whether or not NFL teams put in high quality regular grass, natural grass.
I do.
Okay.
For this purpose. I want my favorite receiver to be able to be on the field. I want my favorite linebacker to be on the field.
I don't know.
Now, I've been
Jones told me
that they have not been given any scientific fact.
But they have. I saw the study.
But not in anything inconclusive or conclusive.
It was pretty conclusive.
Really?
Okay. I mean, the numbers said.
I haven't read it.
So it's not.
It's not
doesn't
conclusive
exist
to me.
Okay.
If I haven't read it yet.
Man, yet another Corey counterpoint that is hard to work against.
And actually, I have looked at it. The numbers show it's very effective. I don't know why the owners keep telling us the lies that they're telling us. Because they have the microphone, I guess.
Yeah.
But I do care for the simple fact that I don't want my player to be injured if I paid him $26 million. And I don't understand why a team would say it's more. I guess it does make a lot of sense financially if they're like, it's more expensive for us to upkeep this than it is for us to install this. And also, don't forget about all the high schools that we put these in and all these other things that these companies have put them in.
Right.
And if we say that's the case, Kevin, are we opening ourselves up to other litigation with other people who've gotten injured on these? I wonder if there's even more to that than we ever think.
Okay. Interesting.
You think that's a thing?
It could be. I had not thought about that until this very moment.
Well,
Alec, overreaction reality, you care about high-quality grass getting put in at NFL stadiums.
Reality, I don't care about the quality. Just put grass in there, man.
Yeah,
like that's over my pay grade. I
like
don't
some
care.
St. Augustine, or do you want some like some something not as thirsty, like some Bermuda?
Yes. Just give me something that's not turf, because I'm tired of seeing the major injuries to star players because we're just so stubborn in the fact that we want closed roofs, which I agree with. I love having air conditioning and heating and everything. I love that. But the fact that you are just too cheap and or too lazy for the upkeep and the maintenance of said grass, but you will do it for another sporting event that's going to make you millions of dollars in revenue. That's just dumb. It doesn't make sense to me, and I know there's going to be arguments about when we do have those special events, they're going to come in and ruin all the grass. We're going to have to replace it. I remember the Astros had to deal with that. I think it was a Bad Bunny concert at their stadium, and the outfield was absolutely mauled after, so they had to redo it. Like, I get that. That's going to be their excuse, but it's a lame one. If you really care about your players and care about winning, then you're going to take care of them. It's that simple.
What if the owners came out and they're like, how do you guys think their grass feels being trampled all over?
Oh.
What would you say, Kevin, if they did that?
I'll quit sports.
I've always wondered if plants have feelings and stuff.
I saw a movie.
What a stoner thought.
It was a documentary.
It's the plants.
Yeah, where the plants attack us.
Go watch The Happening, just so you can get that moment where I think Mark Wahlberg's like, it's the trees or whatever.
Yeah, I'm glad we got through that as a society.
That's the worst. All right, overreaction or reality?
I still remember how stupid his face looked.
Yeah. Yeah, that noise is how I felt about that movie. Overreaction or reality? Sonny Styles will make the teams above Washington regret not drafting him. That doesn't sound like a yes.
Overreaction. Not every team needed him. But the teams, there are some teams definitely that could have used a player like him, but they got good players too. I think that's an overreaction. I think he's going to be a very good player in the league, though.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Sonny Styles will make the teams above him regret not drafting him.
Overreaction, because NFL teams are stupid and suck at drafting, and they're going to say,
or
but he's
in grass.
Exactly. They're going to be like, but he's an off-ball linebacker. We don't care. We were never going to take him that high. Like, it's dumb. We have such outdated ways of thinking when it comes to talent, and what I thought there was a real world where he was gone at 5 to the Giants. That made a ton of sense. The fit was there, and now I'm seeing the videos of him at rookie minicamp. He's just running in a straight line, but I'm like, no human that size should be able to move as fast as he does. Like, what the heck? That's just not fair. He's a walking cheat code in terms of his athleticism. And then, hey, Dan Quinn, one of the best defensive minds in the NFL. That's going to be your head coach, buddy. Like, he's going to look really, really good. I think part of it will be because of the scheme that he's in. But I think teams are going to be like, he's an off-ball linebacker. We can go pay one.
Okay.
Cool. Why not?
There is NFL overreaction or reality for you for the day. By the way, just an update. Mark Gastineau has filed an appeal after the dismissal of his 30 for 30 lawsuit. Remember, like, he had that little dust up with Brett Favre, and he said that it was edited and portrayed him in a manner which is, quote, maliciously false. And the producers intentionally and maliciously omitted footage of Gastineau and Favre shaking hands. And so he was suing for that. It got dismissed. He is now filing an appeal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And let's fire up some Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
Now, our question today in Masterpiece Theater: which plot line did you absolutely hate from a show you absolutely loved. 877-881-1053. Which plot line did you absolutely hate from a show that you absolutely loved? Corey, would you like to start? Or Alec, or me, or the fan text?
Anything Skylar from Breaking Bad.
Oh.
She was the worst.
Because
so anytime she was on the
her
screen,
husband to be a drug king.
She didn't understand that he was just trying to save the family.
With $80 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, it didn't start out as $80 million.
That's true. But that,
although it was a significant amount.
I was going to say, that's the trap that I fall into sometimes with athletes who already have like $100 million, and they're like, I'm just trying to provide for my family. I'm like, you've got generational upon generational wealth. I hear you.
Yeah.
You want more, but your family's going to be okay.
Yeah, anytime she was on the screen, I was just like, just give your husband a break. Dude has cancer.
Okay. Man.
Chill out.
Anything, Skylar.
I got so mad, but there is a new show that I love. And we are done with season 1.
Doesn't count, though.
I thought the character... Huh?
That's not long enough.
I love it.
But that's not long enough.
I love it. And I hate the storyline that they decided to stick with. And that was the love story with a daughter and Jamie Tart.
That's all I can think. I don't even know his name in the show.
Don't even have a clue.
It also took me...
Robin or something like that. Nope, that's what he wanted to name their child.
Took me an episode and a half to figure out that's who he was.
Really?
Yeah.
He looks the same.
I know, but he wasn't playing soccer, so I didn't get it.
The dude looks exactly like the other character.
Right.
Because he is the man, and Kevin was like, oh, who is this guy?
But he
For
wasn't
a
going
whole
over here,
episode.
pass me the ball. I didn't know. I had no idea who he was.
And he wasn't saying Keely.
Yeah. If he would have.
It's Poopy. They had a storyline that I just didn't love, but y'all need to check out the show Rooster. It's a good show.
I do like it.
Steve Carell's very funny, but there's a police officer that's even funnier.
That's true. From the 561 House of the Dragon, or House of Dragons, the niece copulating with her uncle, Damon. Well, I mean, look, in that...
Wasn't that Game of Thrones, too, where the brother and sister
I was
were-
going to say, in that show, in that time, that's like Strangers. You know, there's some freaky stuff going on in that show. And by the way...
Just justify it?
No. Well, look,
it was a different time.
I'm not going to watch that show anymore because one of the leads said, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And I was like, well, in season 2, nothing happened. So I will not watch it.
Oh.
From the 214, How I Met Your Mother, the ending. Ooh. Okay. I think the mom... How long has that show been off the air?
What show are we talking about?
How I Met Your Mother.
Long enough.
I feel like, Kevin, we were just starting radio whenever they were finishing that
Okay,
thing up.
well, the mom showed up in like the last season, and I'm pretty sure she's dead. Although, to be fair, I've never actually seen an episode of the
died?
show. I believe that is...
You've never seen an episode?
Nope.
Not even the episode? I sent you the clip.
Whatever episode you're about to say.
I sent you the clip where what's her name from Scrubs watched the Star Wars movies, and she kept calling Chewbacca the bear, and he'd show up and be like, "Look, bear," and then.
From the 214, I hated Jess and Nick's wedding on New Girl. Oh, man, this is a good one. For the 817, Deb being in love with her brother on Dexter. So let's talk about it. Now, was it foster brother, adopted brother? Sure. But you still grew up as if you were siblings. And so she fell in love with Dexter. And the only thing that prevented that from happening is because then she also found out that he was a serial killer. So that was a deal breaker.
What?
But you know, that is the conceit.
He's a serial killer?
That is the point of that show.
Oh.
But also, you know what I think is kind of funny? I think the producers and writers of that show did that to kind of screw with them. Because did you know, in real life, those two were married.
Yeah.
But then when they were getting a divorce is when they were like, now we're going to put you together as a couple. That's kind of messed up,
That was
dude.
messed up.
That's
was
kind of
really
messed up.
Didn't he have cancer too at some point in real life? And I think he recovered from it. I believe so.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that was kind of a wild thing. But it's not blood. You know?
I guess
that's weird.
I guess that is true. By the way, a lot of people agree with you about Skylar. They hate her.
She was the worst, dude.
Yeah.
She was, again, Husband's just trying to take care of you.
Yeah.
You can't even let him do that without getting in the way.
I could not agree with Corey anymore about Skylar. From the 806, the whole thing, not just one plot line, the entire final season of Game of Thrones, and yes, killing off the mom from How I Met Your Mother. From the 214.
What?
It's true. Any storyline after season 5 of Castle? From the 972, The Soprano Coma. That came up this morning in Crosstalk. All right, Alec, what do you have?
For my younger Tolos out there, the final season of regular show where they got sent into space. Yeah, all because Cartoon Network was too cheap to renew them for another season and keep the story going because the production had gotten so expensive.
Is that why?
Yep. They were too cheap.
Oh.
They just didn't want to pay for it anymore. So they were like, end the show, which I hate. And now it's back. They're releasing
It is?
Yeah, it's like 48 episodes that they're releasing that like happen in the original timeline. It's called Lost Tapes. It just debuted yesterday.
What?
On Cartoon Network. Yeah, so it was so successful and people were so mad that they're like, bring it back. So they did, which was smart. But I think you guys will understand this one. Pretty much any of the supporting characters' storylines in Euphoria, like none of them make sense, especially Nate's dad.
I think I'm 3 episodes in, so I really don't even know who supporting characters are right now. At the moment, I'm just still trying to figure out the universe.
So
it's a weird show.
I'd say Nate's dad.
Get less weird.
Yeah, Nate's dad is probably the one that comes to mind at first because it's like I understand why he has a role in this show because he's got a lot of money and everything, and he's basically Nate's source of any popularity. I get it, but the whole subplot with Nate's dad being a total weirdo, I didn't need that. I really didn't need that.
Nate's the quarterback kid?
Yes.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Frankenstein.
Yes.
Wuthering Heights.
That's right.
Saw him at the Super Bowl. Saw him in San Francisco this year.
Oh.
Yeah, because I had read that story about how Margot Robbie was like,
yes, I remember this.
became addicted to him.
That's right. That was Rossini Vrabel before.
Oh my gosh.
Like in terms of the lust for one another, it would appear.
Yeah.
Did you say lust on air?
She called it codependence, which is a lot more.
Yeah, that's
easy.
Codependent.
Yeah, she was like, I'm so codependent. Like anytime he's not around, I'm just like, where is he?
And
Why
that's
is he not here?
Yeah, when I saw him, I was like, I don't get it.
Oh,
that was my first thought.
Oh, in your face, Oscar nominee.
Yeah, I thought he was a good looking dude.
All right.
I understand you think that.
But I don't
understand. He just looks different, you know?
Yeah, and the more you watch Euphoria, you're going to be like, okay, like, why? That did not need to happen. Especially if it's a character that's not even super important in the show. You're like, why are you involved in this? Why did you get yourself in this situation?
Right.
All I care about is Rue and her family situation right now, and you're over here doing all kinds of weird stuff that I've never seen a human do in my life. And then the new stuff with Sydney Sweeney's character in season 3 is just weird, too.
214, did anyone mention Scott's Tots? Worst plot ever.
That's a great plot. It's just the most uncomfortable thing ever. The way Stanley just starts to laugh as soon as it comes up, you're like, uh-oh. But I think there are a lot of options on the sitcom front. When Joey and Rachel started to date,
that didn't need to happen.
Who was that for?
Nobody wanted that.
I hated
it.
it.
Uncomfortable for everybody.
And
you knew it would never last.
Yes. I'm with you.
Because even though they were on a break, they were destined to be back together.
From the 817, my wife gets so pissed off anytime the singing episode of Grey's Anatomy gets referenced or comes on. I don't even know what happens in that, but I love that it could bring that sort of visceral reaction.
Singing episode?
Yeah.
Didn't they do that on Scrubs once, too?
And Buffy. It happens. From the 214, Manifest. But now to the point where it's every effing episode is the exact same as the last one. I gave up after season 1 where they're like, how about we tell you nothing? And I was like, all right, screw you then. I'm out. These
From
came
the
in
469 Stringer Bell taking down the Barksdale crew because he hated on Avon in The Wire.
But eventually,
wow,
that turned out.
If you've never seen The Wire, just do it.
It is really good.
Invest your time. Have you seen it, Alec?
Nope.
Then you can talk to season 2 apologist Reginald Atatula.
We should do it.
Oh,
we should rewatch and watch along with Alec.
I got an idea. It's gonna be the craziest idea you've ever heard. We're gonna have to clear it with Mike Dingus. I don't even know if they can do these things. What if we did a wire-a-thon? We raise money per hour of The Wire that you watched, and we all just like hung out at the theater 24/7, however long you could make it.
Are you going to take like 2 days?
The Wire.
6 days?
That's going to take a long time.
Yeah.
That's why it's like jump rope for heart. And you just raise money. Remember that? For every hour you jump rope, for every minute you jump rope, or whatever. Yeah. Like
Did you ever see the result of that? I never saw anything from that.
They raised a lot of money for something.
That's a great point, Corey.
I was too young to know what the money was going. It could have been a money laundering scheme.
Yeah, like Skylar was money laundering for her husband while she was also yelling at him for his business.
You know, that's an interesting point. You can't be money laundering and enjoying the fruits of it and also be like, you're a bad person.
But she was.
Yeah.
She was. She also smoked while she was pregnant.
I almost smoked out of turn right there.
Corey,
all right, these came back to back.
$1.2 billion is what they raised for Jump Rope for Heart.
Wow. Why don't we still do this?
Like the Heart Association?
Yeah, the American Heart Association.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Why don't we still jump rope?
I think it fell out of fashion.
Kind of did.
Oh, because the one thing that you put on the one foot and you just jump over that?
Yeah.
Jump it or whatever?
I know it's not called that, but I want to call it the skip bow. I think instead of the card game, that's what it should have been.
Skip.
We'll figure that out.
Somebody send it in.
From the 318. Landman is phenomenal, but the fact they allow the daughter to be a complete airhead is annoying. It feels like she's getting dumber, too.
Okay, hold on. Can I ask you something without spoiling too much?
Let me tell you the follow-up. From the 817, Landman, anything with the wife and daughter. Damn!
It is weird, their storyline, but she did go to TCU and stand up for somebody, and I kind of thought that was a cool moment.
Okay.
But that kind of does lend itself to the way her mom does things, too, where she's like, I have chosen my ground, and I'm going to stand on it, even though I don't really believe in all these other things all the other times.
Did you feel like they had to do that after the admissions officer was like, you're too stupid to live, let alone be in a college?
Probably.
Like, that's pretty much what she thought.
Yeah, she cut her down.
All right, give me cut number 12, because I love this show, and I didn't want to say the entire last season. So it was anything involved in this stupid plot line.
If you'd have done your job, she would have died painlessly. Instead, the many-faced god was promised a name. He must always receive what is his. You can't change that. I can't change that. No one can.
Downtown Abbey?
The many-faced god doesn't think that. They did the same training montage like 8 times, and they're like, maybe one time we'll show you something neat. But everything with the many-faced god beat me down in the show. To be fair, I've never read the books, but in the show, it beat me down.
I didn't read the books either, but somebody did a recap on TikTok. Of the books, or not the books. What was the character? What was he? He was not a many-faced man, right? Or he was the man with no face, or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever it was.
A girl has no face.
Yeah,
like, I hated it.
Evidently, those guys, like those specific people, are the best assassins ever. Nobody ever knows where they are or what, and they can't be caught and all these things. And I just didn't get. Like, that didn't come across the same way as it was supposed to have in the books. But, you know, that's what happens when HBO takes over a book series.
Okay, maybe.
That also doesn't have an ending to it.
And I was going to say, George R.R. Martin has to take some responsibility for, like, how long has it been since that last book came out? Like 15 years?
Yeah.
Finish your damn book.
I kind of like it, though, at this point.
Or at least, could he not tell HBO this is more or less what's going to happen?
I don't know.
Then people won't buy his books.
Exactly.
I guess.
Maybe it's just like that. Maybe this is just his play. He's like, hey, I got other books. Go read those. I read one of his other books. It was called Fever Dream.
How was it?
It was good.
Okay. Was it set in Westeros?
No, it was on a riverboat with like a Dracula. Man, now I'm kind of wondering if it was him.
I do not know if you've actually read this book. Type in.
No, it was Fever Dream, spelled Fevre, and like there's a Dracula dude, a vampire who takes over this riverboat, and all the people working on it are like, oh crap, because this dude doesn't come out during the day, only at nighttime, so they have to work at night.
This feels like an elevator pitch where you're like, imagine George R.R. Martin wrote a book, but it's with a Dracula on a riverboat. Like, that's your elevator pitch. I might read that book.
Pretty good book, actually.
We're the KC Masterpiece right here.
Let's get something away!
Hey!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Riverboat.
Will win. No, right now we'll win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Astros as part of the Silver Boot Series at Globe Life Field on Monday, May 25th. The first 10,000 fans of Globe Life Field for that game will receive an All for Texas hockey jersey presented by TXU Energy. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Next, C-Block.
We do have a discussion, your level of concern for this Rangers hitter. Next on the Fan.
Take us with you way. on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And it is now also time for the level of concern. Are you concerned for the people, this person from the 972? Please send Rangers tickets. Y'all's phone is broken. Need to call Verizon.
Oh, yeah. So our phone system has a weird quirk that really irritates people. You don't necessarily just get the busy signal. Sometimes it just disconnects you, and that means the system is busy.
Or Alec hangs up on you.
Oh, I hope that is not the case.
Yeah, just laugh in their face and hang up.
Ah, you lost! And he hangs up and moves on to the next person.
Wow.
That's what Colby used to do.
See, but I'm not Colby. I just tell you that, hey, you were this number.
See, I think Colby would lie, too, and say every caller was caller 9.
Oh!
Which is just a really D thing to do.
But also smart, right?
Yeah.
Because then you're like, man, I was so close. I'll be there next time.
Okay. Do you think anybody ever blames themselves? They're like, yeah, I called half a second too soon.
I screwed this timing up perfectly.
That's how I do it.
Probably so.
Okay.
I want to start off with Cut 11, Rory McIlroy, who the Masters winner. Great golfer, might never lose the Masters again because he practices it more than anybody else. And everybody hates him for that, which is stupid. If you want to win something, you go practice at it.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. He's not making an excuse, but he is making an excuse.
Were you limping? Yeah, I've got a blister on my pinky toe on my right foot, but it's underneath my nail, so I can't really get to it, it's a little sore, but I'll be all right. When did that pop up? I started to feel it like Friday afternoon. Okay. Yeah. How much do you think it contributed to things? To like play Saturday? No, not at all. No, that was. I wish that was an excuse.
Under the nail?
Yeah, your level of concern for what he thinks a blister is, because that's an ingrown toenail, bro.
Oh, I was about to say I'd never heard of a blister under the nail, but okay.
Oh.
I mean, that sucks. Those do hurt.
Yeah, that's. Oh. But your level of concern for Rory?
It's low because
don't forget it's in tonnage.
200 pounds.
Yep.
Because he took responsibility, and he was like, "No, that's not why." So don't even worry about it.
Okay. Well, that was very immediate. Look,
right?
Look, I'm a golfer. These things happen, but man, blisters.
But you think it's not a blister?
Yeah, I think it's an ingrown toenail if it's under the nail.
All right.
But is an ingrown toenail essentially just an under the nail blister? It's same kind of thing, right?
How much money would I have to give you to make that your first question to Skip Schumacher?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
$650.
Oh my gosh, that is so much.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, I got things coming up here, man. At the end of the year, at May-Cember for my kid.
Okay.
He's graduating.
Let's see what
how bad do you want this question asked?
Man. Oh, I'm going to tell Avery after his graduation that was what I was going to give him. Mm-hmm. But then be like, your dad. he convinced me to give it to him. Sorry.
Well, but I'm using it for Avery.
Oh, shut up.
So
you shut up, Alec.
I didn't say a word.
Yeah, please don't ever play that again.
I just wrote down a word.
Kevin, do you want a serious one that might hurt your feelings?
No, you sound so sad with that, too.
Or do you want a hard-on crime one?
I do not like the way you said that, so I will pick the serious one.
Well, Alec, I think I'm going to go with hard-on crime.
No.
Your level of concern that we've gone too far when it comes to spoilers and leaks. A Japanese man was sentenced to 18 months in prison for publishing spoiler summaries of Godzilla -1 and Overlord 3.
18 months in jail?
18 months in jail, dude. Because he was publishing stuff. Yeah, he's 39 years old. He was the administrator of a spoiler site. So, they already knew. You're going to that site, that's going to happen, all right?
I think that's on those people for going to the spoiler site.
He did not actually write any of the posts himself, though, all right? He did earn money from the site's ad sales, making 38 million yen, which is approximately $239,000.
Oh, okay. So that's still a lot.
He's been sentenced to a 1-year, 6-month stint in order to pay 1 million yen, which is $6,296.16 in fines because he was posting spoiler stuff. Have we gone too far?
Yeah, that does feel too far.
Prison time for that?
I do not approve.
Now, we did get Star Wars spoiled for us by somebody on the fan text.
Yeah, no, that person I think is an asshat. Yeah. And I remember when Brandon said when he went to go see Endgame, is like he had already seen the movie, but he was leaving and people were driving by in their car like yelling the key plot points. I think you're a loser if you do that. If it's been like 10 years or something, well, that's on you.
How long out for something like that? 10 years?
No.
Okay.
Like 6 weeks? Because people are like, I love this more than anything. I'm like, no, you don't. Then you would have gone to see it already. You wanted to wait until it was free, and I get that, but society has to keep moving. Like, don't go out of your way to be like, hey, Alec doesn't know about this, and be like, hey, Alec, guess what? But if you just say it as part of normal conversation, not your fault.
Okay, now I understand. If this was a blood blister that he got on his toe, this makes sense. You ever had a blood blister? Lucy has one, and they say it takes like a year to a year and a half for that thing to completely grow out.
Oh, yes.
Unless you drill open the nail and then you let the pressure off of it.
I've had one of those.
Lucy's had one for a while because she smashed her finger in the door one day trying to leave her room or something. I don't know. She yelled for a long time. I was like, Adrian, can you make her stop? No, I'm just joking. She was, but yeah, my sister had one. My dad took a little drill bit, opened up the hole, and that thing like fell off at some point, I believe. But if it's a blood blister, then that makes more sense. You can, smash your toe in the middle of the night. Somebody suggested that. So there's all sorts of ways. Ingrown toenail definitely is different. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking of blood blister.
Okay.
But that seems kind of soft, for a golfer. You should just get over it. Move on. Ice your toe and let's roll, bro.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Kevin is just saying that you shouldn't do time for spoiling movies because he spoils the endings all the time for shows.
There has been nothing recent that I have spoiled. These are like old shows and movies.
What about Dexter?
That
you told people he was a lumberjack.
He was a lumberjack. And that show went off the air like 10 years ago, and then they brought it back. And the first season they brought it back was awful. And then they did something completely different with it, and it was great.
817, Kevin spoiled the end of Ted Lasso for me last week.
I did?
I don't know. You said something about him. And they wrapped it up. That was a really good ending to that show.
And then they're going to spoil it by bringing it back.
You don't know what if it's better. What if they make it better?
That preview needs work then.
All right. I have 2 more stories for the C block in the level of concern.
Okay.
1, how concerned should you be about being blackmailed?
Oh.
The other involves Corey Seager. Is it time to dive into the Corey Seager conversation?
Probably. That Corey Seager one's really depressing, too.
So I found a story from Driveline, and they evaluated all player seasons during a StatCast era from 15 to the present. And the present, I believe, was last year.
Okay.
So this story kind of goes in a 10-year span.
Shouldn't the present be right now, though?
Okay, Kevin, but this story is from last year.
Okay.
October 2nd last year. So, and the idea that at least 1,000 pitches seen in a season, and they studied year-over-year changes among those qualifying seasons. And what they were looking for was to figure out if slugging improves over time. You know, grown man strength kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What they found out, though, was slugging does not improve with time. As a matter of fact, they evaluated all those players, and by the time a player reaches 26, slugging declines about 10 points a year. Is what they have found the average player.
Okay.
So they say that's supposed to be right in the middle of a player's prime, right? So you would start to consider it ticks up to a peak near a player's age 26 season and then begins to decline with an accelerating speed at age 31. And so I started looking at Corey Seager's numbers. Now I didn't look at his slugging. I looked at OPS and batting average. Those I think are 2 significant numbers. At age 29, we saw Corey Seager hit .327 with a 1.013 OPS. The next year at 30, 278, 864. The next year, 271, 860. And right now, 189 with a 670 OPS.
Which is the worst of his career at this point.
He is 32 years old right now.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I want to go look at some other hitters out there and see some other examples of 31, 32-year-old hitters and where they were. Now, granted, I did find some hitters that at 32 got better or stayed the same. Aaron Judge.
Okay.
David Ortiz.
Cheater.
Nelson Cruz.
Cheater.
Barry Bonds.
Cheater.
Adrian Beltre.
He's fine.
Freddie Freeman.
I feel like I'd be pretty surprised if I found out Freddie Freeman.
Kyle Schwarber.
Okay.
So there are some examples of dudes who have continued to hit well after this age, but then I went and looked at Albert Pujols. Now, don't forget, Kevin, 29, 30, 31, 32. Albert Pujols at 29, 327 with a 1.101. By the time he got to 32, 285 with an 854. Which is still really good.
Yeah.
But after 32, he never hit over 275 or an 800 OPS and had 30 home runs for the first time, only one time, hanging in the 22 home run range. So this is what I'm trying to get at here is maybe we are seeing a significant moment in Corey Seager's career that is natural. I pointed out a couple of weeks ago, sometimes when you're trying to hit and your hands aren't quite there, and the bat speed is a little bit slower, what happens is then you start to chase a little bit more, especially on those slider pitches, because you're starting to try to over-anticipate and try your timing's off from what it typically is. And right now, Corey Seager's still with a slider chasing like crazy. So I was like, okay, let me look at another somebody. Josh Hamilton, 29, 359 with a 1.044 at age 29. At age 32, 250 with a 739. Marcus Semien, 276 with an 826 slug OPS. Right now he's at 225 with a 594.
Ooh.
Mike Trout.
Okay.
At age 29 in 36 games, hit 333 with a 1.090. At age 32 in 29 games, 220 with an 867. And you're seeing the decline happen from there. And Kevin, the last person I did want to throw in there, and Josh Hamilton, by the way, retired at 34. He retired 2 years after that 32-year-old season, hit 18 home runs in his final 2 years. Right now, here's an example. Shohei Ohtani, 29, hit 310 with a 1.036. Last year, slightly down, 282 with a 1.014. This year, at 31, 232 with a 767 OPS.
No.
I'm just saying there is as this study from Driveline shows, 31 is a sharp decline. Corey Seager's 32. There's nothing against what he's done for us in the past. Nothing against anything that he's done prior to this. But what we are seeing could be just natural signs of progression in age in baseball. And that's a possibility, and there might not be anything that we can really do about it.
So what I really hope is the Rangers deny all of this on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're paying really close attention to it. And they're like, hey, I am worried that his skill set is diminishing. Because if nobody is looking into that, that is hugely problematic. I know he's been great for a long time, but I hope they're at least looking at it. By the way, as an aside, you know, Corey Seager is only under contract for 5.5 more years at $181 million.
Per year?
No, total.
Oh, okay. So some team is going to want that, right?
More years.
That was, you know what, Kevin? Again, we go back to this. That's the price you had to pay to get him here.
It was worth it.
That's the price you had to pay to get your first World Series.
No, I agree with all that. It was worth it. I just hope as a team behind the scenes, not to the media, they're like, hey, let's look into this some more.
And I also hope that he does turn back the clock on us this year. And at some point, turns this thing around. If he does, we'll throw these numbers right out the window and be like, all right, man, you keep doing your thing.
So can I ask you a question about this? Or maybe this is a question we can even ask Skip. Will he listen if the Rangers coaches or hitting coaches or whatever have advice?
No. I don't think
It's
they will
only
because
his
he has
personal
his
swing guy.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
And I just don't think that, like, that's the one player that you're like, he's our Barry Bonds. He's that guy that you just say he's on his own and he's been successful and we leave him alone. And I don't know if he will. I don't know him well enough, and quite honestly, a lot of us don't. You know?
Yes, agreed. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got a little bit of a sports hodgepodge, including a cut about football I think you're going to freaking love. And then we will talk with FC Dallas goal-scoring machine Sammy Sarver next right here on The Fan.
See Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It may break down for Summer. He's got the bit between his teeth, and it's a foot race. It's Summer off to the races around County Scott. Summer! Puts it to bed. Game, set, and match.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we will have Super Sammy Sarver coming up on the show in just a few minutes, but we have a whole lot of stuff to get to, and unfortunately, it is going to start with something very, very sad. Shams Charania reporting that Brandon Clark from the Memphis Grizzlies has died at the age of 29. So those are all the details I have seen as of now. I have not seen any more confirmed reports or anything like that, but that's somebody that, man, I had a lot of cards of. His rookie year showed a lot of promise. It didn't come all the way to fruition with the Grizzlies, but he had been in the league for 7 years, and
a couple of years ago signed a pretty significant deal, right?
Yeah, it's just like, obviously we'll get word of what happened, but man, that is just freaking brutal when you hear somebody that young has passed away. And I don't have a great way to segue out of this, so I'm going to take you to Charlie Kolar, the Chargers tight end.
Football man.
And I think you're going to love this, and I think it's going to make you happy from a football perspective, obviously transitioning off from a very, very sad story. This is Charlie Kolar talking essentially about the art of football and Jim Harbaugh's offense.
Something like so beautiful about you're up by 6 points. It's like 3rd and 3. You know you're running it. There's 2 minutes left in the game. They have no timeouts. You get it first time the game's over. You know you're running it. They know you're running it. Your wife knows you're running it. Their wife knows they're running it. You still run it. It's like that is more satisfying than any touchdown I've ever had. And like that's kind of one thing I've grown to appreciate in the NFL is like there's as much as this game that will become, you know, you see I'm a football nerd. Like I love looking at trends and stuff. And obviously there's last 20 years the game's gotten faster. There's bigger or smaller, but there will always be a place for physicality in this game.
I like the idea while he was talking about, you know, all of the touchdowns and everything like that, but he was like, man, you're making this block or you're running that play and you know it's going to win the game or run out the clock. There's nothing better, especially when everybody knows exactly what you're going to do, but I can do nothing about it.
That was I remember it was a Sunday, Kevin. You and I were still doing weekend shows. And Sean, I think he was doing pregame for the Cowboys at the time still, and he came in and he was like, we were kind of discussing what was going to happen in that Seahawks game, and I was like, I think Cowboys are going to win. And he was like, you're a homer. And I was like, the Cowboys can do something that you can't stop. And that was run the football.
Right.
And like that was like they ran the ball with DeMarco Murray as effective as we'd ever seen them run the ball since the Emmitt Smith days, I think. And he was like, homer. And I was like, okay, but like I'm also watching the games. So let me explain exactly. And I did. And then they went out and they did that. But that season, that was their calling card. That's why Tony Romo was so good. Because he didn't have to spend the whole game saving the team. He was able to save that for the ends of games where he made that tightrope throw to Terrence Williams on the sideline. Because the whole game, you're like, hey, we can run play action when we want to because our run game is so effective. There is nothing better in any sport than knowing that you can do something better than somebody else. And if you ever need it, you just go to it.
Right.
And you know everybody knows you're about to.
What are you going to do about it?
And you can't stop me.
Yeah.
And like that is one of the coolest feelings. And in football, where it is a man-on-man situation, it's, you know, you have those moments where I just have to beat the dude in front of me. And bam, there it is. Like that is awesome.
And then I just want to give everybody a heads up on Thursday. They're doing the Dallas Cowboys Swing for the Fences Reliant Home Run Derby. It is a free public event at Rough Riders Field in Frisco, but also a charitable event. And since 2012, when the event began, Reliance donated more than $1 million for and kind of off of this event, and parking is free. So if you want to go check out the extravaganza and maybe be a part of a little something that helps raise money for charity, it'll be running from 6:30 to 8:30 with gates opening at 5:30. Right now, we bring to you FC Dallas goal scoring machine, Super Sammy Sarver. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
We're doing well. Now, did you believe us last week when we told you about the K&C bump and that we would help you score another goal?
It seems it's real.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. I do now.
Okay. See? I love that. Now, I would love to know your mindset. You ran past 3 defenders, broke through 2 of them on your way to the goal. Once you get past that final defender and it's 1v1, are you like, oh man, I did all that work and I've run like 70 yards. I should probably score now?
Yeah, it's in your mind. It's like, well, I've done the hardest part. It's just got to put the ball in the back of the net. But that's I feel like you see it a lot in sports where the athlete always does the hardest part, and then the easiest part comes, and it's like, how'd you not finish it? So at that point, he actually touched the ball a little bit into my path, which helped me even more. And I just, when you're that locked in, you just feel like you're never going to miss, you know?
I was glad that you skipped over the most common thing I see from folks when they get those opportunities where they think they have some free space and take a shot and shoot the ball 12 yards over the goal. And I'm like, come on. Like, what are we doing right there? So thank you for not over-elevating the ball, because it feels like you see that all the time.
Yes, you're welcome.
How high is the confidence level right now then for you? You're in that place.
Through the roof.
Yeah.
Cloud 9 right now.
How do you keep that going then too? Like is that just I just got to keep doing that work that I've been doing all along?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like sometimes like when you have that confidence, even things that you can't control start going your way. You know, like you start getting some lucky bounces here and there. You know, you start getting some extra chances. It's kind of like, if you like Steph Curry, for example, he's got confidence. Maybe he takes a shot that normally shouldn't go in and he gets a lucky bounce off the rim. It kind of just happens that way sometimes.
Did you know how you were going to celebrate if you scored a goal straight away, or was that just kind of an in the moment?
No, I kind of always knew if I scored at home, I was going to jump into the stands with the fans. So I thought that was a perfect moment too, especially since really none of my teammates were anywhere near me because I outran them all, so I was just me. So some of my teammates, played a lot more than I did, so they were all gassed, rightfully so. So some of them didn't even come celebrate. They were just catching their breaths, which is totally fair.
Is that part of when you come in a little later or you have a few less minutes in a match that later in a game I'm going to have these kinds of opportunities too? I got to be a spark plug.
With my skill set that they like, I always knew that was part of the plan. My game is based on a lot of athleticism, and it's nice when you come in for the last 15 minutes or so and everyone's kind of a little bit gassed and you got fresh legs and just got space to run, and it really helps your team as well. It gives them an outlet ball to they can catch their breaths while I go chase the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're not hustling and you come in as a sub, they're going to pull your ass right back out of that game pretty damn quick.
Exactly, yeah. You got no excuses.
All right, so after the game, you're shirtless with the cowboy hat post-game. How fun was that? And are you usually a shirtless person?
It was super fun, obviously. I was feeling on cloud 9 after the game, and it depends. Shirtless, I've been shirtless these last 2 games. If I keep scoring, I might be shirtless for a while, but I got to be careful with the yellow cards. So,
yes, that's a good point. Now,
yeah,
how, if at all, does y'all's training and recovery change when you have that Wednesday game as well, as opposed to just Saturday to Saturday?
It's super different because you have 3 games in 8 days, so you're pretty much right into the next game after 2 days, so it's definitely different. Training's definitely different. They're more conservative with, how hard you want to train, how hard you want to push, because you have a game coming right back up. So, that's why you see a lot of rotation as well, but it's also good because we have a very deep squad, so we can afford to, rotate guys and not drop the level, which is, why we're in the place we're in and climbing the table. So, yeah.
Now, y'all are definitely climbing the table, like you just said, with back-to-back wins. What's the scouting report, or what can you tell us about Vancouver going into tomorrow night's match?
I mean, obviously, they're one of the best teams in the league. You've got to treat them with the same respect you'd treat anyone. And obviously, we feel that, we have momentum right now. It's good. And if you can, beat teams like Vancouver, all credit to them. They're an incredible team. It really raises your confidence, when you can prove that you can hang with the best teams in the league. You feel a sense of like, okay, we are as good as we think we are. So it's a really big game for us.
Is there anything in particular? I know obviously you're more concerned with your team, but is there anything particular you've been able to scout for Vancouver that has led them to be so good this year?
Yeah, I mean, of course, they have some of the best players in the league. Sebastian Berhalter, they have Thomas Mueller. They have all these incredible players that it's no surprise that they are one of the best teams in the league when you look at the talent they have. So, of course, we scout that and stuff. So, hopefully we get the scout right and show up because, it's on us. It's on us. The coaches do a lot of work for us with the scout and how they want to play and train, and, it's on us to show up and reciprocate the effort.
If you put another one in net, then are you going back into the stands? I'm trying to figure out ways to convince more people to be there waiting for you.
I'll keep you on your toes. I can't spoil it.
Okay, can you spoil this, though? If you guys beat Vancouver, because at least in part you scored another goal, you're going to have to just keep coming on the show, right?
Yes, for sure. You have my word.
There
okay,
it is. That's our guy.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Best of luck tomorrow against Vancouver. We appreciate the time as always, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Have a good day, guys.
Get after me.
There you go. By the way, so Vancouver, 8 wins this year, 2 draws and 1 loss. They have been fantastic. And then if I need to go double check. I'm pretty sure this is FC Dallas's last home match until September.
Oh, really?
That sounds insane, but keep in mind they're going to have 2 months off for the World Cup. And remember, we've talked a lot.
So their next 2 matchups are the top 2 teams in the Western Conference right now?
And they're both really, really good. Because, by the way, San Jose, they are 9 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. So you have 2 months off. And then your schedule is really road heavy on the other side because you've had so many home matches before the World Cup break. So I'll double check. I think this is their last home match. It does look like until September 5th. So tomorrow night, FC Dallas.
In your face, Alec.
Oh, well, okay.
You can enjoy it as well, though.
Whew.
Thanks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Mitchell with 5:20 to go. Steps right, 3 ball up, and good! Oh, that was sweet from Donovan Mitchell, and he's got 38.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. On the NBA front, the Oklahoma City Thunder make their 6th Western Conference Finals appearance in their 18th year of existence.
Good for them.
Yeah, that's pretty darn impressive. And then Karl Anthony Towns got outbid trying to get the WrestleMania patch auto of Randy Orton, which sold for $40,000.
Oh my God.
He said he thought it was ours for the taking until a last-minute nuclear bid snuck in, thought $40K would get it done.
What? Gone.
It sold for $42,100. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit-chat with the fellas and Valley Girl from the G-Bag Nation. Gentle people, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. Are you more interested right now in Danny Rojas playing professional soccer or the Lakers adding 2 assistant GMs, knowing one of them is obviously going to be Nico Harrison?
Oh, wow. That's hilarious. I'm always more willing to laugh at the misfortune of the Lakers than most things.
Okay. How much did you enjoy just watching that S show go down in flames last night?
It's glorious, and now I think they have one of the most difficult to manage off seasons in recent memory with LeBron's situation. Do you just tell him to get so you can build a team around Luka?
A little bit.
He's hurt. Do you believe in Luka? Do you believe Luka's going to stay healthy for you?
2 seasons.
You have to.
Win.
You have to believe in Luka. There's no other choice if you're the Lakers. But
I knew you always hated him.
I'm just saying he's been there for 2 postseasons.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
No playoff series.
He's a loser.
Yeah, you made the entire bet around Luka with what Pelinka did to get him there. So, yeah, you have to hope that he can stay healthy.
I mean, how long did it take the Mavs to build a great roster around him? By the time the Lakers complete this, he might be in his 30s. He might as well just come on back. Win one with Coop.
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay.
Come on back home.
And do we still get him and Giannis?
Yes.
That's
probably one or the other.
Okay, damn it. Because I'd be really excited.
That's kind of a cool idea, though.
It is. It is.
Luka's handling the ball. And then Cooper's still part of this team, too? Or?
Hey, look, man, if you can figure out a way to get Luka back and not trade Cooper Flag, great. Let me know what that deal looks like. Yeah. I bet we can stamp that one.
I think you're onto something with Nico there. I do imagine last night Dawson being like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme or gif where he's like cheersing like in The Great Gatsby to the Lakers' demise. Like, yes, losers.
The best ones were when the Pistons beat them and then when the Spurs beat them, like in 2003 and 4, after that 3-year reign, and it looked like it wasn't going to end.
Yeah.
Suddenly
they thought they had an automatic title and stuff.
Yeah, it was a weird place to be as a Mavs fan, like pulling for the Spurs to beat the Lakers because we hated the Lakers so much, but you were just like, well, this is the lesser 2 evils for us, even though that's the juggernaut in our way. It was always the Spurs that was the problem for us, too.
Is it weird that I'm kind of going for the Spurs to beat the Wolves?
No.
I'm so internally conflicted by this because I've hated the Spurs. But then they've stunk.
You love Wemby then?
I really do like Wemby.
Yeah.
He's likable.
Yeah,
and he's so and I do think I don't think the playoffs have been very good. I don't think the NBA season's been very good. There hasn't been a lot that's really drawn me in, but I do think an OKC San Antonio series would be, to me, like the finals, right? I think that all of this has kind of been aiming for this, and if we weren't to get it, I think this might go down as one of the least entertaining NBA seasons of all time, personally.
Well, because the Knicks-Cavs isn't going to move the needle for anybody, and I think the Knicks-Pistons will be lucky if it does much traction. Now, if you get the Knicks and Thunder or Spurs in the final, that will have its own inherent advantages, but I'm with you. I want to see San Antonio against OKC.
But I still feel like, why am I doing this?
Well, have you always been a root for the laundry kind of person, or were you always did you like players? And I think whenever your team's not in, you kind of shift to a certain, well, I like this player or whatever, but you do have that allegiance. But you don't hate the Spurs right now. You haven't hated the Spurs since the Ginobili's
since like
group
Duncan,
left.
they all retired.
Yeah, once that happened, once they were all gone and they weren't as competitive with us, they had to go through their reboot. It turned into the Mavericks are good. We got Luka. We have a great future and all these things. And then you're like, well, we can be nice. If there was still hatred and there was that rivalry back and forth, which hopefully that's going to be the thing with Cooper Flagg and Victor Wembanyama sometime down the road, then you might be there. But right now, I think it's perfectly okay to look at Wembanyama and say, get yours, man, before Cooper takes over.
Still hate him. It's been a lifetime of hate of the Spurs.
Screw you, Dawson. Goodbye.
But I mean, the fact that they tanked and got the player again re-sparked it, and now this is pre-GOAT hate. You know, in the ascent of
I hated him before everybody else did.
In the ascent of Patrick Mahomes, we never stopped to think, man, in a couple of years, everybody's going to hate this team.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah. Came to roost last year. I'm just getting out in front of it with Wemby.
I'm not going to lie. I freaking love that. So, by the way, unfortunately, the Grizzlies did confirm, his agency confirmed the death of Brandon Clark at the age of 29. Still haven't seen any specifics on that either way. Very, very sad. So freaking young, man. And on the soccer front, Danny Rojas, arguably the MVP of the TV show Ted Lasso, has signed with a USL team. What do we know about the USL, and are you excited to see this more than Ted Lasso Season 4?
USL, an ambitious league. It is going to spawn, it already has Atletico Dallas, which our buddy Sam Morton, former fan sales manager, is one of the partners in. And I think they're going to.
Chicolene has something to do with them.
Is that right?
I think so.
Chicolene too.
Yes.
Right on. It's in that league. I think with Rojas, the key is he used to be a Division II player in Mexico. Then he got his knees torn up and became an actor. Right, he was kind of like a dandy soccer player that failed, and instead of the Brandon Aubrey pivot to kicker, he decided to become an actor. Right, so this is, I don't know, is it a minor league sports bit? Is this a promo? Or at age 35, he's probably still talented enough if he stays healthy to play in that league. I think there's two levels up. I think MLS Next Pro is a little bit higher, and then MLS itself is a little bit higher. But USL is ambitious, and it's exciting because they're going to do true relegation. And you're going to be able to start like pub teams, join that association, and try to like buy players and make your way up, like, you know, is happening with Wrexham. Yeah. Like, so their idea is MLS bleeped up with these franchise fees and locking everybody in and foregoing relegation, which has been part of the secret sauce for soccer and every other part of the world.
Trying to be too American with the NFL and everything. Oh, I like this idea.
Yeah,
this
it could be really fun.
I like it. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
All right, Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Chief will be arriving, in the next hour or so.
He's still going to work today?
He's 9 minutes into his eye exam. We'll just have to see. See how it goes.
He's going to have one eye.
He can drive?
Probably.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I
don't know if he can get dilated. Justin Foskey is going to join us at 2:20. Mr. First home run of his career.
Nice.
Against the Cubbies. And Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs, is actually going to join us from the NBA Combine in Chicago at 4:20.
Okay, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece Maker. Way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And welcome into the show. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. He's got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over here, Master Control. 75 and 635. Fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6:30.
Oh, yeah.
They built off their scoreless innings pitch streak last night with a scoreless offensive streak. So
yeah, they did.
Rubber's going to meet the road tonight, 6:30. First pitch at 7:05, and we have Justin Foscue coming up at 2:20. So we'll get some Rangers vibes going here for you. Right out of the gates. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to the Chief stepping back in here. Now he's about 15, 16 minutes into an eye appointment, and it was about this time last week Eric started rolling in here with sunglasses on. Mm-hmm. And we're like, what's going on, buddy? And he said there were some weird light things happening with his eyes, and he couldn't tell if he was imagining it or if it was real. So we're hoping for the best.
Shaman guy been around again?
No, not for a while. We haven't seen Eric from CBD American Shaman.
I thought maybe we had some shaman stuff going on.
That did happen a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He had he did dabble in that, and that might have been why he had to wear the sunglasses. But I think this is totally unrelated, Brian, but I do think it'd be funny if he has an eye doctor appointment in Brooks Eye Care, and shout out to them. They did both of our LASIK eye surgery. They're like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. This is totally in your head.
That would be amazing. Probably annoying, though.
Yeah, like where do you go from there?
Yeah.
Because how do you get that out of your head?
I don't know. Maybe hypnotism. You might have to employ some sort of psychologist, or you might just have to deal with it like Bo Jackson dealing with the hiccups.
That's true.
Sometimes you get some sort of an affliction. They can't figure out how to get you right, and you just got to suck it up and deal with it. And I'm sure Chief would be amazing at that.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping for a good resolution.
Yeah, me too. I hope that there's seriously nothing wrong, because that's concern. Anytime your eyes are an issue, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it is. That's your window into the world. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, although I do highly recommend the Odyssey app as your number one backup or number one listening option. It's great. It's a great app. Okay, Rangers shut out against the Diamondbacks. Just the second time this season they've managed 0 runs. That was a little bit surprising. But the other stat is they've only scored 7 times. Yeah. So 9 of the 41 games they've played, they've scored 0 or 1 run. Probably want to improve on that. But Michael Soroka was just too good last night, over 6 1/3. Just 4 hits and a walk for your Texas Rangers. Tonight it'll be my guy Mackenzie Gore and in his poor command opposite Zach Gallen, one of the Diamondbacks' aces. So it's not going to be any easier tonight to get some runs.
I'm expecting probably the best outing of his career tonight.
Gore?
Is that Gallen?
No, Gore.
Well,
Gallen probably too. I mean, I think this will be 0-0 going into the 9th, and then a walk-off situation probably for the Rangers.
You know what
Josh
I learned last night about watching the Rangers? If they tell us it's a bullpen game, we got a shot to win.
Yeah. That was an unbelievable performance.
We have a shot to win if we have to. They literally, the Evaldi walks into the clubhouse. My side's tight, boys.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get this done.
No
CY
sweat.
and group go into like
panic mode.
Yeah. Thinking, oh no, not only we've got to worry about
we're screwed tonight.
One of our great players being injured, but now we got to put together a bullpen game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's against the team that hits pretty well. Okay, yeah. I'll tell you what, man. The one thing you cannot say bad about this team is the pitching. You just cannot. I mean, this
2 years in a row.
This pitching,
it's unbelievable.
Is incredible.
Yeah,
they literally said we're scrambling right now. Bullpen game. They went out there and just shut down Arizona.
Yeah,
with their bullpen. And I'll tell you what, man. They tip the cap to all those guys that took the hill. Kicking the junk to everybody that took a swing at the plate last night.
Yeah, I mean, it is the best bullpen ERA in the bigs now by more than a half run.
Yeah.
They've been brilliant.
It is absolutely outstanding. 2.6, I think, is their bullpen ERA. And I want to ask Sandler about this coming up at 5:20. He's going to join us. And it really surprised me early last week when I asked Jared about the possibility of a trade if Jock Peterson and Berger or Josh Smith don't start hitting better better? Could we get a trade? And he took it to the idea of selling. I was talking about buying. This starting pitching and bullpen is so good. You got to buy. You know, Ray Davis, if you don't want to buy with $70 million under the competitive balance tax threshold, sell the freaking team.
Yeah.
Cash out now. You bought it for a $500 million. You could sell it for over $2 billion. Please sell the freaking team. If you're going to look at these starters in this bullpen and say, well, we're under 500, better sell our assets.
Well, especially with how wide open the American League is. I mean, this thing is just a jumbled mess. You're still just a half game out of the wild card. Yesterday, you were in the playoffs as a wild card team. So even sitting in 19 and 22, I mean, there's only 2 teams in the entire American League with winning records, and it's the Yankees, the Mariners. The Rays are really, really good. The Mariners are at 20 and 22. It is the Yankees and the Rays. So you're going to be in this thing because the league is just so average at best. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm with you, man. And I think that this is, we can talk about the coaches all we want. I don't know that, and Corey Seager's in a bad way. 0 for 19 in his last 19 at bats.
He just looks, you know what he looks like? He looks like he doesn't want to, this is going to sound terrible. His at bat to me appears like it's got no patience to it. It's like swing, ground to second.
You think he's pressing?
I don't know if it's pressing. He looks like he doesn't want to hit. I mean, he's not battling up there. You know, he swing, miss, swing. He's been late on balls, you know. He's going to first pitch swing every single time. You know, he never finds a way to kind of get himself. Never looking at pitches. It's swing, sharp ground to second. That just seems like what his game has become. You know, when you watch,
really strange.
Every time at bat, I'm like, he's just going to hit. He's going to ground this thing out. He hit a ball the other day. I will say, he hit a ball to the wall the other day that was on the line. But overall, every at bat looks like he's trying to get back in the dugout and sit down. That's a terrible thing to say. But I bet you he leads the major leagues in
first pitch swings.
Well, first pitch.
He's always been a very aggressive first pitch guy.
How about just number of pitches you see?
Fewest.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
He's still your leader in home runs, which just tells you this offense is not good.
I think
Jake Burger leads you in RBIs, I believe.
He does.
Wouldn't you say chances are greater with Corey Seager? That's a strategic move. Like, I'm overthinking it. I'm just going to go up there and trust my instincts and let it rip for a week and see how that goes. And now that's making it worse. So now it's time to really accept rock bottom, maybe get a day off or 2 days off and come at it with a fresh set of eyes, mayy after a darkness retreat with Aaron Rodgers or something.
I'm just watching the games. Yeah. Just watching the games, and it seems like he is just everything is just it's a 3-pitch fight is what it is, and usually ends up into an out.
214 says, I got the circles in my vision, too. I thought I was seeing things. Keep me updated. Yeah, Eric said it was kind of like he felt like the visuals that you get when a migraine headache is setting in, if people in the audience are familiar with that, but it just never progressed beyond that initial discomfort and sort of visual distortion. 254 says, you tell Chia I used to have eye issues, too. I added apple cider vinegar to my regimen. My eyes don't mess up anymore. Maybe it'll work for him. I don't know.
He'd try that. Some apple
with
cider
the
vinegar.
mother root. You got to have it with that mother root in it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure Chief would be willing to try just about anything. Yeah. 737 could be he needs a nervous system reset. I had some issues with spots and starbursts in my vision. Had to take a tear to rest my damn nervous system. Had to take, a vacation? Glad I did, but it was awful for months because you can't be diagnosed. Hopefully Eric's not dealing with something like that.
That's
but
not good.
Yeah. I mean, if he's got to step away from the job to reset the nervous system, that would suck for us. It would suck for the Tolos to miss the Chief. But if that's what it's going to take to get that vision right, I think you got to green light that.
That sounds crazy, resetting your nervous system.
Yeah, it sounds kind of nice, to be honest with you.
Can you use that as an excuse? Is that somewhat of an excuse?
I don't know.
Can you just walk in there and say, "Hey, I'm taking a week off because of my nervous system"? How do you? It's like checking a hamstring. How do you know if you're hurt?
Yeah, I don't know.
It really hurt.
I don't know. You get a mental health day. Do you get a mental health week? Is that the same as mental health? Can you get a doctor? But the text said that the doctors couldn't actually diagnose that he needed a nervous system reset.
Yeah.
He just needed to reset it, and then things.
How you do that? You just
normal.
go camping for a while, eat some shrooms, go fishing out there for a minute.
Maybe
I don't know. That's
sit in a natural
question.
hot spring.
Smoke a pound of dope.
Yeah, just some deep breathing exercises.
How do you do this?
I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe I'll ask ChatGPT at the break. Okay, we are, 2 days away from the NFL schedule release. Among the discoveries yesterday, Cowboys and Eagles are going to be playing on Thanksgiving Day. And that's pretty cool. Although, Morning News today looked at the first time they played on Thanksgiving, and it went worse than the last time they played on Thanksgiving. Okay, that 1989 1-15 Cowboys. Do you remember that team, Wolchuk, at all? Probably not. Were you even born?
That was before my time.
Okay.
1989?
Yeah, 1989 Cowboys
awful.
with Ken Norton.
They were terrible.
Yeah, they were awful, yeah.
They were giving away tickets.
They were awful, yeah.
Yeah, it was 1-15. Who'd they beat? Did they beat Washington that year? Was their one win? I remember just being like, holy crap, the Cowboys have hit rock bottom, and watching Norton tackle people. I think he must have had 120, 130 tackles. But the Eagles won that game 27-0. But the notable thing about the 89 game is that it was the Bounty Bowl game. Yeah. And that's what the Morning News story was about today. Jimmy Johnson left that field infuriated, and his energy set off a couple month period, actually, where it was the closest thing the NFL will ever get to a WWE drama between him
and Buddy Ryan?
Between old man Ryan and Jimmy Johnson, and the quotes that were flying.
Ran his big fat ass off the field.
Fat rear end of the dressing room.
Troy Aikman, yes. Yeah. Troy Aikman was hit after the whistle by Britt Hager, prompting a skirmish in the end zone that led to defensive tackle Mike Pitts for the Eagles being ejected. Worse in Johnson's eyes was what happened on the opening kickoff of the second half, lined up near the sideline. Philly rookie linebacker Jesse Small raced past three Cowboys and blasted Luis Zendejas, the Cowboys' 175-pound kicker, who had been cut by the Eagles that season.
Oh, wow.
They went after their own kicker. Struck in the helmet as he tried to duck. Zendejas staggered off the field. He should have gone into protocol and been unavailable for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was different times.
Although the Cowboys, I don't think, would kick off for the rest of the game, so Zendejas wasn't needed. Yes, and Johnson wanted to confront Buddy Ryan and discuss the matter because the Cowboys were convinced that it was an actual bounty and they were going after him, and that's when he had the great line. He got his fat rear end into the dressing room.
Yeah.
That's such a good audio clip.
Ryan, a couple of days later, said, "You don't go around saying things like that, like Johnson called me fat. I've been on a diet. I've lost a couple of pounds. I thought I was looking good." And he goes and calls me fat. I kind of resent that. Jimmy's talking throughout this story, just reflecting on it and laughing about it. And he said apparently he and Buddy Ryan have seen each other multiple times since then, and they have a good time about it. That week, though, I don't know if you remember this detail, Brian, or Wolchuk, you learned this in the multiple stories you've read on Cowboys history over the years, but Zendejas, after that game, told reporters that he had a taped conversation with Roberts, the Eagles' assistant coach, discussing the bounty. And Roberts, in response, threatened to sue Zendejas if he were to be fired because of any potential fallout. Wow. And then, if that's not crazy enough, they rematched 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later, so
that's when the snowballs were being thrown.
Yes, all of this is happening, and they had to play 2 weeks later. And yes, Jimmy was pelted with snowballs as he left the field.
I think they put batteries in the snowballs.
Was that the battery?
I think so.
Man, that's very dangerous.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's I
that
don't
is
think,
pure hatred right there.
I don't think any NFL fan base, even the Raiders, I don't think would stoop to those lows of throwing basically batteries at people. Okay, Broncos and Kansas City Chiefs are going to square off September 14th. That'll be your first Monday nighter of the upcoming season. That is your latest schedule leak. The side of the game will be known when the NFL completes the regular season schedule. That's Thursday at 7 o'clock here. Going to be gathered around the television, multiple networks covering this. It's going to be a 2-hour primetime special on ESPN and NFL Network. And, of course, we'll have just gone off the air, but We'll be talking about it quite a bit with you on Friday. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show, and Justin Foskey is going to join you next. Talk about his big bombski that he hit the other day and more right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. The Texas Rangers Player Show. Justin Foscue scheduled to join us here. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, and we'll get to the Rangers Player Show here maybe in a couple of minutes. Phone ringing, Lucius? Time to cue him up?
Yeah, it's not ringing yet. I'm watching it, though.
All right, well, let's just do our normal thing, and when Justin can call, we'll get him on. We'll talk some baseball with him. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champ.
I'm watching that phone. Like how your girl watches your phone as you're dealing with things. She's just looking over. You know what I'm saying? Her eyes be like to the side. I'm saying, I be catching her. Don't let a notification come across. That's what she really gets notified. All right, I'll see you, bro. All right, let's go to Zoom court right here. This is going for 2 today at 5:30. It's a heated exchange with a Michigan judge. This dude, he just crashed out.
You mother. Ooh. Who said that?
I think that's Mr. Bogus, and I think he
it's Mr. Bogus. You mother gonna cut me off?
Ooh.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I want to know what kind of a punk would do that. You are not going to swear on Zoom. With you. You are not going to. I'll tell you what, Mr. Bodges. You're going to come up here now. You're going to come up here in person. You talk to me like that, you'll be in lockup for 30 days. You want to act like a punk? I'm going to treat you like one. You get up to the courthouse now. You got it, Mr. Bogus, Mr. Tough Guy? You must have fought Muhammad Ali and beat him, huh, back in the day? Come on up. You're coming up, Mr. Bodges. You want to talk to me like that? You're going to end up in lockup, tough guy. You got it? Oh, sir. No, sir. Good. Good. He's coming up here. He doesn't come up. I'm defaulting him. I'm giving you half an hour to get here. Shut him up. Half hour to get here, Bogus.
Bogus got to moonwalking, didn't he? No, sure. No, sure.
No, oh, my bad. It kind of sounded like an old folks' home that was pretending. Like maybe they were playing charades after a afternoon sipping Mai Tais.
A
liquid brunch.
What did you say?
I mean, it sounds old and small towny.
It does.
Well, it is. Like it is.
Yeah.
All right.
I just talked to the Rangers. Justin will be in here in just a second. He's getting finished with the batting cages.
Ooh, here we go. And the roof's going to be open.
Get a nice pump.
That is exciting.
Yes.
You know, anytime you get to go out there and have the roof open.
So rare.
Temperature's got to be perfect. You know, a little too cold, a little too humid. Next thing you know, that concrete floor is like a skating ring out there in the outfield. So, you know, they don't get to do it often, but when they do, it's a majestic evening in DFW. LeBron had 24 and 12 last night. Couldn't avoid being swept by the Thunder. Says he doesn't know what the future holds. He is an unrestricted free agent. Rob Pelinka saying, we want more than anything else to honor him back for everything LeBron's done for the game and finishing his career with the Lakers and winning the championship. It's tough. It feels like LeBron just wants to stay with the Lakers, live in L.A., and play out his career.
Yeah.
He actually said last night, you guys keep asking me about it, but I've never told you I feel like retirement is close.
Yeah.
You know, he legit doesn't know what he wants to do because he wants to stay in L.A. Obviously, he wants to play with his kid. He probably doesn't want to move across the country. You know, things are set up for him. Well, you're what, 41, 42 years old?
He's into golf now. Just go find you a place where you can be a member of a club. Go see if Michael will let you be a member at his club down there.
When I start getting bad at the game, I'll do that. But he's still on the top of the game at 41.
Yeah, like how do you walk away from something you're so good at and it is so fun?
Yeah, you're still averaging 21.
And they're going to pay you hundreds of millions of dollars to do it.
But is he breaking down on you a little bit?
Right.
He's not the same, but he can still flip a switch in the playoffs and kind of carry the team, win a couple of games, win a series without Luka. Like
win a couple of games? What?
Playoff LeBron.
They got to the second round.
Win a couple
Maybe not
games?
against OKC.
What did I hear? Sweep? What did I hear? Am I sorry? Am I hearing things?
I think the big key is how do the Lakers value him? James was asked really to play a supporting role, not only behind Luka but behind Reeves as well. The team went 16-2 after that move, right? They were surging. They were looking like, hey, maybe they're the third best team in the West behind the Thunder and Spurs. And now the storyline is apparently the Lakers promised Luka when they traded for him last February, we are going to build you a similar team to what you made the finals with the Mavs with. So we're going to get you 3-and-D guys. We're going to get you rim running, pick and roll centers who want to catch lobs from you. And we're going to get this thing set up like the chessboard when you had it when you and Kyrie took the Mavs to the finals. So if you want to do that, how do you simultaneously do that and honor LeBron, maybe retain LeBron? Would he want to play for like much less money so you could have the resources? Does he just want to keep playing and go for championships? He's probably making 9 figures in endorsement deals still because of how powerful he is as a marketing vehicle. Is the salary important to him, or is staying in Los Angeles important to him? And how much does he want to continue playing? All of those are things that, as he said last night, it's new to him. They just got eliminated, and he's got to go, think about all this stuff. But I would imagine we'll have a solution to that by the time we get to free agency at the beginning of July.
Yeah, and look, I'm hopeful that he's a guy that just deserves to go out on his own terms. And I do think that I've always envisioned him just having the retirement tour, much like we saw Durkheim. I just don't think he'd just walk away without kind of getting the appreciation and going to get to every city and hearing the applause and the ovation and the tribute videos and all of the pomp and circumstance that goes with that. I think LeBron would enjoy that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people would. Some people wouldn't, and some people wouldn't know. Like I don't know if Aaron Rodgers really knows if he wants to play or not. But man, basketball is so damn fun. It's the sport where you have the most creativity and the most improv, and the exhilaration of the big plays that he is capable of making. I wouldn't want to give that up, even if nobody was watching it and I was doing it for free. Like that's how much damn fun it is just to be able to hoop. And for those reasons, I will not be surprised at all if LeBron James wants to, continue playing. It's just, hard to imagine that the Lakers want to, give him that big contract. Dallas Wings back in action tonight. Controversy from the opener. Are you guys hip to this?
What was the controversy?
Talking with my guy Walt last night on the ride home. I was like, man, pretty nice start for the Wings, huh?
Amazing game.
Was that 1 point?
What's that?
Is it the 1 point situation?
She had 3 points. 1 point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, she was deferring.
18 minutes. Didn't start, though.
Yeah.
Didn't start. They're
making her earn her stripes.
Well, yeah, and they have a really good roster now, even though they didn't make the playoffs.
They spent money this offseason.
They brought back Ogunbowale, and they just signed Odyssey Sims. So it's like, we got a really good starting 5 here. And, if we want to make the playoffs.
Are you saying we messed this draft pick up?
Well, that's the controversy.
Yeah, because she was on fire. The girl we should have picked. She had a great start.
Yeah. There's TCU, Olivia Miles, and then Betts.
I should have said should have picked. I should have said it like that. Excuse me. The girl that people say that we should have picked, and the others, the dissenting opinions.
Front office, what are we doing over there?
But did you take her to keep Beckers happy?
Well, is it a problem if they did? I mean, she's still good.
It could be a strategic move.
And I'm okay with that. I think Paige Beckers, she was just voted as the number 1 player most GMs in the WNBA would like to build a team around. You've got your cornerstone. You've got your star. And AZ Fudd is a really good player. She would have been a top 3 pick in the draft, maybe if she wasn't number 1 and you were picking her. Still really good. They've won a championship together in college. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
What?
But I definitely think it's discussion worthy.
What?
Like, did you really
3
pick a
points,
gal
the first overall
because
pick?
she's in a relationship with one of your teammates instead of taking a legitimately better player? And that's a fireable offense.
Who was better? Was she? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Both those players were objectively better.
Were they?
Yeah. I
don't think that was the conversation the day of the draft.
Olivia Miles.
Yeah,
she had 21 points in her debut.
Yeah,
8 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks. She was on fire, bro.
If AZ starts cooking here in 2 weeks, are we gonna keep the same energy?
There's the possibility.
I will. I'll keep the same energy. Whatever.
She's scoring 30. Yeah.
We're going to shoot 3 points. It's fine. It's okay. Let's overreact
What
to
are
her
you doing
first
over
game.
there?
I
What
would
are you
say
doing?
I'm defending AZ Fudd. That's what I'm doing.
Why?
Because she's ours.
probably
She's
a
our number
5-star
one pick.
recruit. She took
and the Wings won the game.
She took the scenic view to stardom at UConn. She looked a little nervous out there, like maybe she lacked confidence, and that happens as a rookie. You're taking a step up, and it can be like overwhelming, and it takes
Unless
a
you're the
while
girl with 21 points
to be comfortable. Yeah, yes. Others are like, hey, give me the ball. Watch
because
this.
her team sucks. They're not as good.
Yeah, Olivia Miles got that dog already in her.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been as good of a fit with Paige.
People take different routes, but there is some controversy here. 214 says agree with Dawson. 972 says I'm with Wolchuk on this. Yeah, I think if you knew this bond between Fudd and Beckers is so tight that if we don't sign or if we don't draft Fudd, we could lose Beckers in a year or two, and then all of this is blown up. You could make the case for that. You could also make the case for, hey, we're a basketball team and we're going to get the absolute best players. Or you could make the case for, wow, Fudd just fits better. She doesn't need the ball. She can be a 3-and-D type of player, and she might end up making like 45% of her threes for her WNBA career. Like, she's that much of a deadeye. She's kind of like a Klay Thompson type of player.
Who cares if we've got a role player with the number one pick? We're going to win championships.
Alrighty.
Okay.
All that matters is the titles, Brian.
What role player would you have liked to take for the Cowboys there that was a
Hey, if they get a Super Bowl?
At number 12.
I'm in on it, baby.
Jacob
Let's go.
Rodriguez.
Give me the
Hey,
role
that's
player.
not a role player. That's a face of your franchise
Give me a
right there.
player at 10 you would have taken as a role
I
player.
don't know, Taylor Green maybe. Might not even make a roster.
Okay.
He got drafted.
He did get drafted. Shout out to him.
And my Penn State quarterback got drafted high, too.
Yeah, they should start him.
I'm an evaluator of these quarterbacks.
I don't. The Aller thing, I'm with you on. It's just the Taylor Green take was just so awful.
Alrighty. Hold up, General. Weren't you the same person bleeping on Cooper Flag at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, what the hell
weren't
do you
the same
know?
player? Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Dawson.
I don't even know if he's going to be a top 3 player on his own team, that Cooper Flag.
I think they took the wrong guy.
Yeah, what the hell, Dawson?
I'm glad that texture got involved.
Yeah. Now we're just making stuff up, which is fine. Most debates are that way. Have we got an update on Justin Foster?
Now I've been watching this phone like my girl watches my phone.
Here, I got your top 10. You want it?
Save me, Steven.
Well, let's step aside. We'll come back. Maybe get Justin Foskey. Maybe get Wolchuk's top 10, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, but it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday.
on the Fan. It's brought to you by Golden Chick, and it's brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. As Justin Foscue joins you now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, man, I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
So, is hitting home run in the bigs everything it's cracked up to be? What's your report?
Yeah, I think it is, man. I think it is. I think it really is, man. It was man. I couldn't even feel myself rounding the bases, so I would say so.
That's what, Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, joined us yesterday. We asked him, he hit one home run in his career. We asked him what it felt like, and he said, well, I figured out why everybody was so excited when they hit home runs off me as they were running around the bases. But what kind of pitch did he get? What were you thinking as you were locked in up there?
Yeah, man, he threw me a fastball, a sinker, middle in, and I really was just trying to sit on that pitch the whole at bat, try to keep something close to me, and luckily I hit the barrel, and luckily it went over the fence. So, no, man, baseball's hard. That's why people celebrate it. That was kind of my approach going in, to just trying to get something close to me, get something that I can drive, and yeah.
Hey, Justin, did you get the ball back? I saw it came back into field of play. Did you get the ball? I
did. Yeah, they brought it back to me. I got it yesterday. I got it in the case. So it's going to be hung up on the wall one day in the house. So pretty cool.
Well, congratulations on that. I'm glad you got it back. I'll tell you, they had a replay you running down first. Your eyes were as wide as they can go. I was sitting there, man. My man is not blinking for 90 feet here watching that one over. You tracked that the whole way, didn't you?
Man, I tried to. When I hit it, I was like, I hit it good. I was hoping it would stay fair, and then, like I said, I hope it was going over the fence. But yeah, I've been waiting on that one for a while, and I had to track it as long as possible, make sure I touched first base. But it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the journey. I know you were pretty outspoken about that after the game in your interview. So how's this been for you? You're a first-round draft pick, and then you're kind of navigating through the minor leagues, and then finally you had to wait a while, but you get the first home run. You seem to be a lot more comfortable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I am too. It's been a journey for sure. I think the most important thing is just sticking with it, keep working hard. It's, I said it the other day, but, I feel like a lot of people expect their career to go one way, and when it doesn't go your way, you kind of got to sit there and reflect and try to get past that and keep working hard. And I'm proud of myself for doing those things, and I'm not done by any means. Hopefully I can play for a long time, and you just got to keep, take it day by day and keep going.
Hey, Justin, it looks like your bat bag and glove bag has gotten a little bigger. You're carrying more mitts in that bag, having to play a couple different positions. Kind of tell me how the adjustment has been, dealing with the second base, first base. I know you're going to tell me you're going to play wherever they ask you to play, but how's that adjustment been for you?
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool to play different positions, especially at the big league level. It's good to have those tools in my bag, like you just said, like wherever they need me to play, I'm hoping that I'm prepared for wherever that is. And, it's definitely cool to have a couple different gloves in your bag and, talk to different guys at different positions and learning the positions. And, that makes you more valuable as a player. So, that's just my job, to come to the field and, get as much work done as I can at different positions and be prepared.
We play a clip on our station. Ron Washington talks about it's really hard to play first base.
Moneyball.
It's Moneyball. It's really hard. First base is hard. Is first base really, really hard?
Man, I would probably agree with that statement. When I'd played, I'd played third base a little bit, second base along my career. And when I finally started playing first base, there's just a lot more to it. You got to hold guys on. You got to be the cut. If there's a base runner on second going home, there's just a lot of different assignments that you have to and learn, and that's a lot of responsibility, and So I would probably agree with that.
It's Ranger Justin Foscue here with you on 105 through the Fan. Hilarious quote last night, or the other night after the home run. I almost took out the star shortstop last night, so the last 24 hours have been a lot of ups and downs. How has that been in the aftermath of that? Is Siegs joking with you about it or giving you the cold shoulder? How you guys doing?
No, Seager is great, man. I think I'm joking with him more. I asked him the other day if that was the craziest play he was ever involved in. He said, yeah, and that didn't make me feel so great. So, no, I'm glad I got a home run the day after that. It kind of flushed that. It kind of made things easier a bit. But, he texted me after the game and said we're all good and that we need you tomorrow. So, it made me feel a lot better about the situation, but again, I definitely don't want that to happen again. I'm glad he's okay. He can't, if he was hurt, I don't know if I would be here the next day, but, it's just, we're good now. It's just all starts with communication and me knowing to get out of the way when the ball comes, in between us like that.
Do you think that moment had anything to do with you hitting a home run the next day?
I don't think so, but it's
because when I have a bad show, when I don't do good, the next show I'll be more locked in. I'll at least, and maybe you're already locked in 110% every game. I don't know, but it's just me.
No, I definitely, that play, man. I looking back at it, I still don't know how I'm embarrassed by that even happening in the first place, but. Again, like I said, when he texted me that night, I was like, all right, we can kind of flush that, move on to the next day, and hopefully it never happens again.
How have you kind of learned to handle the struggles, right? I mean, I think as fans we watch, it's like we just want instant gratification, go up there, hit home runs, get on base. But there's the mental side of this that we've kind of, I think as a society, opened up more to when it comes to athletics. So for you, being in the minors, being called up, maybe being sent down, how have you kind of learned how to adjust and handle all that?
Yeah, it's definitely tough, but as soon as you learn that the game's about how to fail, you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times and be an elite player. And if you can be good at failing, as crazy as that sounds, if you can be good at handling failure, it's going to be easier to have success, and you're able to bounce back easier and kind of ride those struggles a little bit better than what you would normally do. And it's definitely difficult, right? Everybody wants to succeed immediately and immediately produce and stay producing the whole year, but that's just not how the game is. So as long as you just got to be good at that. You got to understand how to fail and learning how to make adjustments and little things like that.
Hey Justin, how's it been now being called up and having a little success? You're coming to the ballpark every day kind of with a little bit different plan, aren't you? Instead of kind of looking over your shoulder, maybe you still look over your shoulder a little bit, but it seems like coming to the ballpark is a little different for me because you do have various roles and opportunities for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that home run helped a lot. I've probably felt more comfortable the last few days than I ever have. Yeah. As I don't know how much time I have up here, but getting that out of the way helps a lot. And you kind of, like you said, you kind of know what to expect as the day goes on and then up until game time. And then I know kind of my role off the bench against left-handers sometimes and whatever that might be. I'm definitely more comfortable now than I was before. But yeah, it's a different kind of a way to approach your day when you're not in the starting lineup, and definitely feel better about that now.
So what's the mindset going forward now? To probably try not to overswing, right? Try not to do that every time you get up there. What are the coaches telling you?
No, man, I think just going into my at bat, knowing what to expect. Kind of like what you said, I can kind of exhale a little bit and relax up there now and kind of just do my thing. I feel like I'm a pretty good hitter when I'm relaxed and I know what my approach is, and I have good bat to ball skills. So just letting that, over time just get better and better, and just knowing the scouting reports and stuff like that. So each day I get more comfortable, like I said, and hopefully we can build off of that.
Now, you grew up in Alabama, school at Mississippi State. Do those states come close to Texas when it comes to the old brisket sandwich, Justin Foscue?
That's a good question. I feel like all those states have a good brisket sandwich. I I would. Texas is really good with that kind of food, so I don't know. That's a really good question. I would say yes.
Okay.
I would say they compete.
How's that white barbecue sauce? I've never had it, but it's just wild to me to think about. There's white barbecue sauce.
White barbecue sauce?
Is that an Alabama thing or is that Memphis?
I don't know if that's an Alabama thing or not. I'm not. I'm not an expertise on that, but I mean, like, all that sounds pretty good right now, to be honest.
Well, you're at a great place to enjoy it, Justin. Appreciate you so much joining us here on your home of the Rangers, and best of luck to you, man. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you guys.
Salute. There he goes. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mayonnaise based.
Yeah, it's a mayonnaise based sauce.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You would hate it.
Yeah, it's usually like you dip it with chicken. It's a chicken thing. It's a chicken.
So you wouldn't have that with brisket?
No, you wouldn't have it with brisket. You'd have it with chicken. Yeah.
It's an alternate.
It's mayo and barbecue mixed together?
Yeah, it's actually it's a
creamy
mayonnaise,
barbecue
it's
sauce?
a mayonnaise base. It'd be like ranch for you, Lucian.
Oh yeah, I'm here for that, bro.
But it's mainly done with chickens, not so much with brisket.
You dip the chicken in? That sounds fantastic.
That does sound good.
You dip the chicken completely in it. Matt Pittman at Meat Church has got actually a really good recipe for it if you're ever interested in trying it. Yeah.
If they do it in Mississippi, it's got to be good. It comes from Mississippi?
Yeah, it's actually Alabama.
Alabama
white sauce.
Yeah.
It's Alabama white sauce.
All of that down there.
Famously created by Big Bob Gibson in 1925.
Yeah.
Big Bob, baby.
Restaurant.
You know that guy can make some food.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Arteries clogged as hell.
Big Bob no longer with us.
Man, they've been doing fatty white sauce in Bama for over 100 years now.
It is. They talk about the different regions, of course, you know, whether it's the Midwest with Kansas City or Texas, and you got the vinegar base out there in the Carolinas.
Yuck.
In the Southeast, though, they do this white sauce is a big thing for them too.
All righty, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220. Better late than never.
Barbecue sauce, right?
Zach with an H.
Barbecue sauce.
We can rock some barbecue sauce, but no, with LeBron in the retirement talks, I thought, okay, who were the top 10 athletes that retired too late? You don't want to be that guy that's like hanging on, right? You want to be able to retire on your own terms.
Tom Brady.
Dirk. Oh, sorry.
You think so?
Did I say that out loud?
Dude,
oh my goodness.
What the hell?
That last game was badass, though, wasn't it?
It was really cool. But yes, there were times that last year with the ankle.
No,
the ankle was bad.
He said he couldn't move. He admitted it.
But that last game, he held on. For that last one was fantastic. Honorable mentions, athletes who retired too late. Sugar Ray Leonard in boxing. Gordie Howe. I didn't realize Gordie Howe in hockey played into his 50s.
He did.
Oh, my gosh.
He played with his sons when he was at the Houston Aeros. He played with the Houston Aeros. He played with two of his sons.
Wow.
Mark was one of them, Mark Howe. But, Gordie Howe played a long time.
Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, man, there were some guys like Johnny U played for the Chargers at the very end. And he was a shell of himself playing. Joe Namath with the Rams was that way, too.
Okay.
Yeah, just couldn't
My dad's
move.
goat there, Unitas.
Yeah.
Johnny U.
Yeah.
Dikembe Mutombo. No. Who wants to sex
Did he
Mutombo?
play too long?
Did he? I don't remember it being too long.
He's an honorable mention. And Chuck Liddell in the UFC. And I would
Anybody that fights probably is too long.
The second Iceman.
Yeah. Number 10 is Dion, who played, he came back with the Ravens in 2004 after retiring.
Took money from the Commanders, too, I believe.
That was after the Cowboys, right? He went from Dallas to Washington, and then I guess retired, or didn't technically retire, but stopped. Well, maybe he did, and then he stopped playing, and then he came back with the Ravens, and it just didn't look right. 9 is Ricky Henderson, baseball's all-time stolen base king.
Kind of felt like he was still stealing bases.
Played into his 40s, including, he played in the minor leagues in 2003.
Oh, wow.
That's when you probably have played. A player like Ricky Henderson shouldn't be going to the minors.
You need the money,
Yeah, I'll be thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Like, who is in debt?
Yeah, you need the money.
Yeah, like Floyd and Manny Pacquiao, right?
Yeah.
Just go do the card shows, man.
What are we doing?
Sign your autograph,
Jerry Rice is number 8 on this list, and I still thought Jerry was I remember that Seattle game.
Seattle? Like he was in his 40s running routes?
And he played a Sunday Night Football game. I think it was 2004. I think it was Cowboys at Seattle. Crazy game. Julius Jones went off.
Yeah.
Like, Jerry Rice sliced the Cowboys up. He had like 100-plus yards receiving. Patrick Ewing at number 7.
Yeah. What did Rice do his last couple of years? 362, 429. He probably should have bailed.
I immediately thought about Jason Witten.
Yes.
I mean, seeing Whitney with the Raiders and then that last year with the Cowboys, like we didn't need to do that. You know,
he did a regretful Popeyes commercial too, as well. Jerry Rice, very regretful Popeyes commercial.
I love Popeyes.
Jerry.
He had a chicken thing on his mask, on his face mask, bro.
Very polarizing.
Willie Mays comes in at 6 to say, "Hey, kid."
He wasn't moving very well at the end.
He had a 211 average, diminished defense and speed. Played at 42. Shaq at number 5. I mean, Shaq with
Jamie
the Suns.
Benn?
Yeah, Jamie Benn probably should retire right now. I think that's a good call.
Since Dawson threw out Dirk.
Let's just go ahead and
both are fair. I think Ben had a better final year than Dirk did.
Ben had a good regular season. He had a little bit of a better
35 goals or something like that.
Playoffs looked rough.
Yeah, it did. Evander Holyfield fought into his 40.
Boxing, if you're fighting late, get out.
What about Michael Jordan?
That's money.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be number 2 or number 1 on the list.
Yeah, Jordan's 3 on here.
Okay.
At 38 to 40, he averaged solid numbers, but I mean they were just bad teams.
Was this with the
Wizards?
Wizards?
Rip Hamilton and Jerry Stackhouse.
Yeah. Rip Hamilton. Number 2 is Muhammad Ali, but number 1, player that should have hung it up. But
Muhammad Ali had to. He had to get like his money back from the career that he missed.
Yeah.
That's sad. 1 is Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Mama gave me 8 of them flap checks, and Mama take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. And I think Aaron Rodgers is doing the same thing.
I think Aaron Rodgers is.
I think Rodgers needs to retire.
Right down that road.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. I think maybe the deal with Rodgers is he's making a contract deal out of it so he can slide out stage left without having to admit he's washed. I think he knows he's washed because he sucked last year. The Steelers know he's washed, so they only want to give him $15 million. And he's like, no, if you don't give me 30, I'm out. At least that's my theory right now.
All right. I hope you're right, because I'd prefer not to see him play again.
Was Favre that bad that final year in Minnesota, though?
It was.
It got bad.
Yeah,
11 and 19.
Yeah,
it was right.
Touchdowns to interception after 33-7 the year before.
Yeah, the old man got on him. Yeah,
got back on those pills.
That 2009 season was it. That was.
Yeah.
And then he threw that
hands on the ground.
That interception.
It was incredible the second to last year with Minnesota.
It was crazy.
We got 1 down, 3.5 to go. If I need my fix, Chuck.
I got you, man. Well, let's go ahead and get this fix in. Schedule news: the Chargers' new tight end is going viral, and is the NFC East the most improved division in all of the NFL? That's next.
The more time you give, the more our G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Just heard from Chief at the break there. He's doing good on his way in.
He is. He said it was all good.
Nice.
Tests all came back positive. They told him it should go away here soon. So he said, thank the Lord. And absolutely thrilled to hear that.
Just got to take some more penicillin. That drip should be gone in no time.
Absolutely.
That's what you heard.
Yep.
Yeah, Chief's been dealing with eye issues for like a week. And he finally said, to hell with it, I got to make an appointment. So he did not attend today's first hour, but he'll be in here before too long, and we look forward to his return. It's time now for a football fix, and here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
DeMarcus Lawrence to Dante Fowler Jr. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you should come here, is what Fowler told the Seattle Seahawks official team website. It was amazing just to be able to play with him for the past couple of years. The legacy he left in Dallas when he left, it was a big thing. And to see him come here and see how great he played, he was very healthy. He took this defense to another level. He won a Super Bowl, something that he's been talking about since I met him. So it was really cool to watch him in that position as Dante Fowler Jr., just another one of the exodus from Dallas that is now going to Seattle, pair up with Aiden Dirty.
They lost Kenneth Walker. They lost Boye Mafe. They lost Kobe Bryant. They lost Tariq Woolen, who almost cost them the NFC title game, but was an above-average player throughout the year. Gives you some physicality, gives you some playmaking. I think they were barely the best team, and maybe the Rams were actually better.
I agree with you there.
You know, I wouldn't be that confident right now if I'm Seattle. I'm enjoying our championship, but I'm not heading there if I'm Dante Fowler thinking like, yep, back-to-back, baby.
Let's go, back-to-back. That'd be the most, I mean, look, it was unlikely. Nobody saw them really going there to win their first Super Bowl. To go back-to-back, if they were to do that, my gosh, with Sam Darnold as your quarterback, whom is probably one, him and Nick Foles, like they're the most in recent memory. It's like, did that really happen? They actually did it, and you're still not, like, how good is Sam Darnold? He's obviously a solid quarterback. He's not a top 10 guy. You're not going to put him in your top 10 quarterback list. Mm-mm. So it's, I mean, I understand you just won a Super Bowl, have the crotch first confidence. It worked out. DeMarcus Lawrence channeled it. He called it. He said, look, I knew I wasn't going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas. We're going to win one here. We all laughed at him. Then they did it. But I'd be stunned if it happened. But this is the year to bet on it. Like Brad Sham told us throughout the postgame show with Brian and I, Dante Fowler Jr. every other year. He's an every other year player. So maybe this is the year he goes to Seattle and has a great season for them, and the Cowboys are like, dang it.
They were one of the teams that ran it the most. And they brought in Jadarian Price.
They did.
You know?
It could be. I think I like Price.
If Price pops like Walker played, you know, Charbonnet as well, you're going to have a two-headed monster again. So
a 1-2 punch.
Why not?
Well, dang 1-2 punch. You mentioned the opening segment, Monday Night Football opener. Going to be division rivals, Broncos, Chiefs. We don't know where that game will be, which is so annoying. It's like, look, if it's leaked, you're going to say it. You know where they're going to play. Just say, okay, they're opening the season in Arrowhead. Here we go, Broncos, Chiefs. Just tell us. You know, stop being...
What's it take? It takes a team source or a network source willing to put their job on the line to leak this.
Leak it. You just had Troy Aikman.
I'm only giving you part of the story, Zach.
Come on.
I can't put my 401k and my health insurance on the line for your journalism.
Put your huevos on the table. Let's go. Tell me if it's in Denver at Mile High or is it Arrowhead? Why is it such a big deal?
Do you have a concert problem maybe again?
Maybe there's a concert. Maybe Bad Bunny's playing. I don't know. Maybe something's going on. I know that's the issue with the Cowboys. I did see one leak, and this is not confirmed, okay? So don't clip this, Josh or Aiden, but I love you both dearly. Tennessee, week 2 at Dallas is the Cowboys home opener.
Take it.
That's leak. That's a leak. It's a leak.
Let the good times roll.
It's a leak. Titans, Cowboys. I don't know if it's real. It might not be. It could be a fugazi, fairy dust.
So
but
at Giants, at home against Titans, then on the road against Ravens?
Yeah, that's it's just one leaky poo. And I'll tell you what, last year when I was doing this, those leaks turned out to be right. So I'm thinking there's at least a 50% chance maybe that's accurate.
I wonder if we're in a situation right now, though, where, man, you have to feel like pretty good starting out the first 2 games, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think you'd be 2-0 getting ready to play the Ravens. Now, who knows? Maybe the Titans. I mean, geez, they got Cardinal Tate, baby.
We thought that about Chicago and Carolina last year, right?
Yeah, Carolina. I mean, Chicago turned out to be pretty good, and Carolina was a playoff team that took the Rams down to the wire.
Chicago became a different team after they played Dallas.
I gave them their confidence they needed.
Yep.
It really tilted their entire season. Think about it. If Javonte Williams doesn't get caught from behind and fumbles, maybe Chicago never turns out to be Chicago last year.
Well, and the George Pickens drop. The volleyball set.
That's true.
The weird around the world.
Interception.
It was about to be like a 3-point game. They go down and put that thing in. Next thing you know, it's a 17-point game. It's over.
Well, I had a high-ranking official tell me that drop is why they haven't paid George Pickens. Literally, they're still holding that against him.
Wow.
Like, dude, screw
Strong
you, George.
Sources.
I'm just kidding. I made that up. All right, Bills to host the Lions Thursday Night Football on Prime Video in Week 2. And this is going to be the first home game for Buffalo in their new Highmark Stadium, which looks incredible. Like the tease videos they've put out there.
Still Buffalo.
Gosh, it looks badass. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
This is going to be a hell of a game. Bills hosting the Lions. And hey, last year.
Of course, they'd called it Rich Stadium again. That's what their stadium used to be.
I always thought was it Rich then Ralph Wilson?
It was. I think it was Rich Stadium first, and then Ralph Wilson second.
Yeah. Okay. Because I mean, growing up was always Ralph Wilson, but yeah, I mean now it's Highmark, which is kind of strange. When I was in Pittsburgh, they also had a Highmark Stadium that's right next to their stadium, the Heinz Field, which isn't Heinz anymore. It's like Acrisure or whatever the hell they're calling it. All right, let's go to Troy Aikman. Here's Troy. He was on Get Up. Now, they're going to be featuring all of their Monday Night Football group. Like Joe Buck's going to be part of the Thursday night schedule release show. So now Troy's making the rounds. So he was on Get Up this morning, and they, of course, have to ask him about the Cowboys. What do you think about Troy's analysis? I think he's in midseason form.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that is the big question. They can only get better. I do, and it's early, I understand that, but I do like the hire of Christian Parker. I think sometimes you bring in a young assistant who now is getting his opportunity after having coached under some really good people over the course of his career. He comes in with a good resume. All indications are that the players are excited about it. I think what they've done, starting with the draft to address some of those needs on the defense, has been positive. What I think Greeny gets lost a little bit, the offense was so prolific last year, and then you've got a healthy Dak Prescott. And unfortunately for them, we saw it with Joe Burrow and the Bengals a couple of years ago. When you have that kind of play at the quarterback position, typically that means good things when the season comes to an end. And yet for Dallas, they failed to even make the postseason. Can that offense continue to play at the level that they did last year? And that's a big if. It was one of Dak Prescott's best years. It was George Pickens' career year. It was Javonte Williams' career year. I mean, there was a lot that happened on the offensive side of the ball. The numbers may not look as good. In fact, I think if you're a Cowboys fan, you hope the offensive numbers don't look as good, because that would then mean that the defense is better and playing a much bigger role in the success of that team.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pickens.
Yeah, I think he's spot on. I think ideally you'd like the offensive numbers to not have to be as good. It means obviously you're not in as many shootouts. And look, if they are, then perfect. You love your chances. But that is a realistic fear, and I kind of have it too. Like, are you going to just see a natural regression? Like, is it possible for Dak to carry over as good of a season as he had last year? He makes good points about the career years for Javonte Williams and George Pickens. I mean, I do think that they're in their primes. There's no reason to have a drop-off, but you do have now an entire offseason. Last year was the element of surprise. We didn't really know what the Schottenheimer offense would look like. Now we do. So you got to make sure that, Clayton Adams and Shoddy and the offensive coaching staff, and I believe in them. I absolutely do. But I do have that fear. Is this offense going to be as good? And I think we're kind of assuming it will be. And then you just marry a better defense, and boom, we're going to be able to have a team that's a playoff caliber team.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to get into there. I don't know if I agree with Troy Aikman that your offensive numbers won't look as good if your defense is a lot better. I think your time of possession should be better. I think your field position should be better. Your average, starting point should be better. So, I think the goal is to score 35 points, and to keep your opponents under 20. So, but what you really want, what it really comes down to, is not the counting numbers and the touchdowns and the yards. It's the red zone efficiency, it's third down efficiency, it's EPA per play, and it's your total turnovers, right? And if you can keep those in line, then everything's going to be fine. I'm not really worried about if Dak throws for 30 touchdowns or 40 touchdowns or 4,000 yards or 5,000 yards. I just wanted to be efficient. And I'd really like to see the defense be a takeaway defense this year.
Sure.
If it really what it comes down to. And Shoddy talked about that a ton in the offseason, and he'll probably get back around to talking about that. But I don't feel like the defense has taken strides in that direction of fixing that problem. Last year, they were not only getting takeaways, they weren't even touching the football very often.
No, they weren't. And hopefully with a better secondary, maybe that'll happen, but that does have to be a key. And I think you're right. I think that this team looks sexy statistically, but when you really kind of dove into it, there were a lot of left points on the board. You're settling, your drives are stalling, you're settling for long field goal attempts. I think the red zone offensive efficiency has got to be priority number one, and I think that would come with a better, more consistent running game as well. And then maybe you've added some help in terms of some other pieces, like a Michael Trigg. Can Trigg turn out to be a type of player that he certainly got the talent to be? That could be a player that could really make some improvement for you in the red zone. But my gosh, you look at the rest of the NFC East, and this was courtesy of Sports Illustrated. They did an NFC East report card so far for the offseason. Every single team in the NFC East, outside of the Eagles and the Cowboys, you've got B's for them, but then the two bottom feeders, Commanders, Giants, A's, A- for the Commanders. You add in, of course, Sonny Styles, Antonio Williams, their draft class. They did a lot on the defensive side of the ball. Odafe Owe, Charles Omenihu at edge, Amik Robertson at corner, Leo Chenal at linebacker, Caleb Von Chason at edge. I mean, they definitely did upgrade a defense that really, really struggled a year ago, and they added some playmakers on offense. So Washington, especially just with the health of Jaden Daniels, should improve. And the Giants, I do love on paper what they've got defensively. Now, they got to prove that on the football field. And they got a new coaching staff. Will that click? But you add Greg Newsome, who's a good proven corner. DJ Reader's a solid defensive tackle to replace Dexter Lawrence. Arvell Reese, Colton Hood. I mean, they crushed it in the draft. Francis Mauanoa should help that offensive line. Tremaine Edmonds, average linebacker, but an upgrade over what they had. All of a sudden, the NFC East, you're looking around, just from a talent perspective, it might be the most improved division in all of the NFL, in my opinion.
But you got the best quarterback on your team.
You still do. You still do. And I think the Cowboys are also super improved defensively. Like, how good will they be remains to be seen. But the personnel, and that's what I screamed all season long, your personnel's not good enough. They totally overhauled the safety room, which they had to do. With Jalen Thompson, now you've got Caleb Downs. Adding Malachi Lawrence should help the edge group. Rashawn Gary. I mean, I think Gary's slightly better than Jadeveon Clowney, so that's like a minor upgrade there. Kobe Durant is a proven corner that can play and start in the NFL. That's better than trotting out some of the backups that you had a year ago. So all
better
in all,
Kyrie Elam, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that's a stretch to say. I think D. Winters is better than any starting linebacker you had last year outside of Overshown if he's healthy.
He better be, man. Everything I read about him is great, and he seems to be a perfect fit for Christian Parker. Like, he's smart, he's aware, he can drop, he can, be versatile and all that. But why did they let him go? And why is he only making $3.5 million if he's so great? I hope so. I just think there's the possibility that the majority of their turnover is different guys. Instead of Clowney, it's Gary. Instead of Sanborn and Murray, it's D. Winters. It's different guys, and it's young guys. So
is it better?
Yes, it should be.
Yeah.
I just don't know by how much.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to give up 31. Are you going to give up 24? Are you going to give up 20? Are you going to give up 29?
Yes. Like, is it a touchdown difference? Is it a field goal difference? Like, how drastic is it? And I'm hopeful that it is more of the touchdown. But you're right. There's a lot of unknown. And right now, it's hopium season. It's like, I'm excited. We're seeing the change here. Last thing I wanted to hit here in the fix, Charlie Kohler. He is a tight end that came over from Baltimore to the Chargers. Chargers have totally also remade, speaking of position groups, their tight end room with David Njoku signing, and then now Kohler coming in here. Here he is talking about the running game, and goodness gracious, Harbaugh's got to just be absolutely changed in his undies listening to his new tight end.
Something like so beautiful about you're up by 6 points, it's like 3rd and 3, you're running it, there's 2 minutes left in the game, they have no timeouts, you get it first down, the game's over. You're running it, they know you're running it, your wife knows you're running it. Their wife knows they're running it. You still run it. It's like that is more satisfying than any touchdown I've ever had. And like that's kind of one thing I've grown to appreciate.
2016 Cowboys. Ooh, baby. Yeah, we're running it. Go ahead and stack that box.
Yeah, you try and stop us.
Yeah.
We're going to run it right down your throat. Everybody knows that we're running the ball. You
Ron
can't
Leary.
stop it.
Forget
Nothing like
about it.
breaking a team's will, which is running the rock.
Prime Tyron Smith. A 24-year-old Tyron Smith firing off the ball. Good night.
What a beautiful team. What a beautiful time. There's your fix.
It was, dude. I feel all fixed up. Thank you. We got the C note coming up. Chiafalo's going to be back in here before too long. Again, if you missed it, got the news at the top of the hour. He's going to be all right. The vision, the eyes, doing pretty good. Everything's normal. Okay, we're back with the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening here in the nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app.
For the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We're about an hour away from Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs, joining us from the NBA Draft Combine in Chicago as the Mavs are trying to get a handle on what they want to do with the 9th overall pick. We'll talk with Isaac coming up here in an hour. I got 3 ways the Cowboys can improve on offense from Blogging the Boys. Which one of these is likely to happen and which one is mostly a pipe dream? Go to Connor Livesay here for the byline. Number 1, a fully healthy George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. I mean, that's a good point. What did Lamb miss? 3 games in there? 3-4 games? Felt like he missed way too much time with that sprained ankle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talked about how, I mean, if you're capable of getting on the field and running and thinking you can come back in the game, to miss a month with that was odd. I thought the Cowboys were a little bit too careful, and maybe it cost them the Carolina game. But I guess I think that one's pretty likely. Lamb and Pickens staying healthy. Pickens has stayed remarkably healthy since his college torn ACL, which, by the way, he came back from in like 6 months. Pretty crazy playing the national title game.
That is amazing.
Yeah. So there's one of them, and yeah, you should. I mean, but Flournoy had really good games, and the Cowboys' offense actually paced better somehow. Yeah. I mean, it was a sample size, but in those 3 games, I think they averaged 35 points per game. They were flat out getting it done. Okay, number 2, more aggression on 4th down. Is it time for that? More aggression on 4th down, Chief? How bad were they? I feel like you're the captain of this department.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they were
department head.
Just off the top of my head, I feel like they were good on 4th downs when they went for it, and they loved settling for a Brandon Aubrey field goal. You know, I mean, I feel like they should have gone for it more off the top of my head. Just remembering from the season and all the different charts they have about who's aggressive, who's not. I feel like Shoddy was, criticized a little bit for not being aggressive enough on 4th downs and using the Brandon Aubrey aspect of just, hey, man, we got no problem trying to take 3 points right here.
You want to be, I feel like, more aggressive, but at the same time with Aubrey, he is a special kind of weapon. But yeah, I remember the Cowboys being amongst the least aggressive teams on 4th down, and I apologize for throwing that hardcore sports question at you right off the bat here, just jumping back into the studio. Should have asked you how the hell are you?
It's all good, man. It felt good. It was great to listen to you guys. You guys are freaking dialed right now, and you guys are just having one hell of a show from what I've gotten to hear.
Thanks, man.
And now it's actually good to see you guys. No, I'm feeling good, and apparently the eyes are all right, structurally healthy.
Well, you're not even wearing the sunglasses right now, so that's like a step in the right direction.
The last hour of the show yesterday, I slipped them off, and I was like, let me just get a feel for it, and it started to feel like, okay, I think it might be trending in a good direction.
Good.
And today has been definitely a little bit better than what it's been over the last week, so he was saying should be fine. He's not super concerned about it. It's called after imaging, is like what I'm dealing with, where you see lights and then you continue to see them after you look away from them for like a longer period of time than what your eye usually. You look at a light, you look away, there's still some sort of after effect for a second, and then it goes away. Mine was staying for too long.
Okay.
So that's what was the big concern for me.
And was it LASIK related at all? Does this happen to people that have LASIK?
Yeah, I think if you have the LASIK, and I had the stigmatism, and I wasn't like the greatest candidate for LASIK, even though I passed the threshold for being able to get it done.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably something with that. And my eyes are a little bit lighter, so light can affect it a little bit more, I guess. But yeah, he said it could be even just something as simple as stress. He threw the S word at me.
Okay.
Like, what's stressful about my life? I have a wife and 3 kids and a mortgage, and I'm trying to
get your nerves reset.
My car's breaking down.
You need a nervous system reset, like that guy just said.
Yes. Yeah, we were taking text suggestions earlier, and the guy suggested you might just need a nervous system reset.
Nervous system reset, and then he said stress.
Yeah.
Okay. You might need to tell the bosses, hey, I need a retreat for like 2 weeks. On you guys.
On the man.
It's going to be a 2 weeks.
See what you've done to me, Odyssey.
Yeah. What are the protocols for nervous system resets? Because I'm interested in that.
Yeah. We got a cabin hookup here at the fan.
Yeah. Let's go, baby.
I think if you go back to like 215 in the chat, he gave you the Chat GPT prompt to use. It was like an hour and a half ago.
Wow,
I could probably
okay.
find it if I was filtering through it here. But, good to see you back in the game. And always good when you have that concern for multiple days because the anticipation builds when you're finally going in for that medical. Like I had this lump on the back of my neck. You can see the scar right there.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, crap, I don't know what this is. But I remember that feeling going into the doctor and having the test done, like, what's going on here?
Yes, just the relief of him telling me that everything looks fine. It's like a weight off of the shoulder.
Yeah, it's big time.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And I did bring something special for you guys that maybe during the hodgepodge we can try them.
Oh no, what is it?
I got the famous Maxine homemade oatmeal cream pies.
Throw one in.
Let's freaking go.
And you're getting these at HEB?
These are a Sprouts extravaganza that my wife stumbled upon like last week. So I've got them, I think in the 4 o'clock. We bust them open. We try the cream pies together.
This is like somebody deconstructed the Little Debbie oatmeal cream pie and remade it with premium ingredients.
Yes.
To blow your freaking minds.
Yes, dude.
We'll get into those a little bit later on, give you the full report. Number 3 from Connor Live say, I think this one is the pipe dream, a development in pass protection. Could you get a positive development in pass protection? I think it's insane. And I
think it's insane.
Yeah, how do you spend so much and get so close and have so many good players and be like, we're going to win the Super Bowl with Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele at our tackles? Have you guys seen this?
Because your quarterback can move.
Can he? Can he still? Yeah.
I think so.
Slide pretty good.
He can navigate a pocket.
Last year he was much better. I thought his pocket awareness was probably a big reason why he played better.
Why they were able to he made the plays he did because he was able to kind of buy some time. Those tackles were bad.
When it didn't go well in maybe 4 or 5 of the games, Brian, wasn't it because he wasn't mitigating that pressure well? Like it was getting to him in a number of games, and those are the kinds of games you would play in January against better defenses with good coverage and blitzing? Or pass rush?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think, to me, one of the reasons why you were able, I'm just trying to remember the games. I'm just trying to remember
Minnesota,
the fact that the games where
Detroit.
I felt like that there was like plays that he was able to make because he was able to slide and move and.
First half in Green Bay.
I'm not talking about run away from somebody because I don't think that's the case. But if you look at some of the things, some of the games, like some of the blitz pickups, they flat just miss people, and like Williams will clean up.
Yeah.
And then he has to kind of slide to his left to make a throw. I think the pocket awareness, the running aspect of it, I don't think he's ever going to beat you doing that. But I think his pocket awareness has improved.
Yeah, I thought last year took a huge stride.
And maybe it's the confidence, the fact that Williams could actually pick somebody up.
He is great at that. So you're confident they could win multiple playoff games with these tackles?
You have no choice. You really don't. I mean, listen, they didn't they really didn't address it. I mean, we talked about it. We talked about Malinois and he goes, but they never were going to do anything with these offensive line. We talked about it.
Yeah.
They never were.
So they've gotten corrected defensive tackle and safety, but have they just changed the positions that they're not going to invest in now?
I'm wondering if, help me, Wolchuk, with New England's offensive line.
No, they got to the Super Bowl with a poor offensive line. Now, they did it, their offense wasn't good in the postseason. They did it because their defense was so damn good, right? Yeah. I mean, if you look at that AFC Championship game, it was terrible. But we've seen teams make runs. I think Kansas City even has won some Super Bowls with subpar tackle play. Heck, they were moving over their guard, Tooney, to go play left tackle.
Top 3 defenses.
Yeah, and Cincinnati would be an example of one of the worst offensive lines. Now, they didn't win the Super Bowl. We actually got a question. We did a new Love of the Star, which is out right now. I'd encourage you to go to listen to it, Eric and I, this morning. And somebody asked about that. They asked, one, if you could guarantee one of these 4 players was a Pro Bowler. Guyton was one. And then also, with the current tackles, do you think they're legit Super Bowl contenders? They're not, in my opinion. You've got to see improvement from Guyton. Guyton's the one that, what Steele is. Guyton still, he's going into year 3. And every time you start to see Tyler Guyton, it seems like, okay, he's improving. There's an injury. There's a setback. And now he's not on the field. He's got to be able to stay on the field, keep improving, keep getting better. He's got still room to improve and grow in his game. If he can do that, that's where you can see an improvement in pass protection.
Wanted to do a strong RIP to former Cowboys quarterback Craig Morton here in this C note. He passed on at the age of 83. Only player in NFL history to lead two different teams to their first Super Bowl appearance. 5th overall pick in 65. Spent 4 years backing up Don. Led the Cowboys to consecutive NFL. The Cowboys to consecutive NFL title game appearances in 66 and 67 before losing to the Packers. Morton got his chance in 69. Responded, leading the Cowboys to a 10-2-1 record. In 70, led the Cowboys to their first Super Bowl, 16-13 loss to the Colts, the first decided by a last-minute field goal.
Jim O'Brien.
Morton began the following season as the Cowboys starter, but future Hall of Famer Roger Staubach replaced him. With Staubach under center, the Cowboys went 10-0 after a 1-3 start behind Morton. Wow.
Yeah.
That season en route to the 24-3 win over the Dolphins in Super Bowl VI. Traded to the Giants. Yeah. Had 2 forgettable years in New York.
Went to Denver.
Yes. The only QB to face a team that he had previously led to a Super Bowl.
He got crushed in that game.
Morton and the Broncos offense struggled mightily against the Doomsday defense. Randy White, the player the Cowboys drafted with the Giants' first-round pick in the Morton trade. You trade Morton to the Giants and you get Randy White, shared Super Bowl MVP honors with fellow defensive lineman Harvey Martin following the Cowboys' 27-10 win. Morton led Denver to the playoffs the next 2 seasons, and at age 38 had one of the best statistical seasons of his career in 1981. Played another season in Denver before the Broncos made the trade to acquire future Hall of Famer John Elway. 18 seasons. 81-62-1 regular season record, 5-5 in the postseason, 3rd in Broncos history, and was the original Broncos number 7 quarterback. R.I.P. to the great Craig Morton. All righty, we're coming back with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. King, where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's the eve of the schedule release. I want to talk about the Cowboys road games. We'll do those next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers get even with...
Straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price for sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the nation here on the Fan. We got Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs, coming up to talk NBA Combine at 4:20. Sands at 5:20, talking about this Game 2 with Rangers Diamondbacks pregame coming up at 6:30. Of course, it's time right now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And, thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. I want to thank you guys as well to giving my dad a laugh yesterday. I played the audio of us talking about bull riding.
Nice. Do you love it?
The 87-year-old got a kick out of that. He was smiling from ear to ear. So, but thank you guys for hanging with me on that.
Dude, that was fun. That was my favorite segment yesterday.
I've totally gotten into this bull riding thing. It's really strange, but I'm thinking about taking Dad out there, even though it's kind of hard hauling him around now. I'm thinking about it. I think they're at
fun one.
In Fort Worth. I think the finals are coming up here pretty soon. I don't know. We might just have to watch it on TV. But anyway, I was just thinking about it. But thanks for giving the old man a little laugh in his day. I said it was the eve of the schedule release? That's on Thursday, right?
Thursday, yep. Tomorrow we'll get all of the international games.
Okay, my apologies to folks that are driving around out there.
It's the eve.
I'm working on it, though. I'm going to work on getting you. I'm on vacation starting tomorrow for a week, but I'll make sure I tap in with these guys.
Good.
I got to come up here on Friday and see
Tim and Carthage.
Tim and Carthage is coming up.
Yeah,
so,
you need to come say what's up to Pappy.
I will. I'll absolutely do that. All right. I was just kind of looking at. I was looking at the schedules. I was looking at the teams that you play, and I would probably need to do a little further research on this. This might be one of the most difficult road schedules I've seen for the Cowboys in a long time.
Well, I've got the home records for every single team pulled up. If you want to run through them.
Okay, let me do this first. Okay.
Yeah.
Here are the road games. You're at Seattle.
8-2 at home last year.
8-2. That includes.
That's postseason as well.
8-2. The Los Angeles Rams.
7-1 at home last year.
The Houston Texans.
7-2 at home last year.
The Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay was 5-3 at home last year.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly, where are you, Philly? They were 5-4.
Okay. The Indianapolis Colts.
Indy 5-3.
The New York Football Giants.
Giants not as good.
Not as
3-5.
Not as good. Okay.
Washington 2-6.
Oh, and Washington's 2-6. My apologies there.
214 says take Pops to Mesquite. They have it still live every Friday and Saturday night.
That Mesquite Rodeo is a badass place.
That is a good. That is
where
a good.
Walt used to go ride.
Yeah,
Walt Garrison.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. I am. I can say I need to do that for him. Like I said, the national finals is here. I mean, it's
pretty cool. I mean, we were at that PBR thing a couple of years ago when they were launching that team league.
Yeah.
Oh, they were drafted.
It seemed like they got their stuff together. There's good organization. There's good entertainment value. The personalities are strong.
Yeah. They've
got all the,
It's I'll tell you what's, and I'll get back to the schedule real quick. I'll tell you what's cool about it is how fast it moves along.
Really?
There's not a lot of waiting around.
I was wondering about that.
It's not a lot of you ride, it's 8 seconds, you get thrown, and they're kind of pushing the bull off out through the chute, and they're getting the next one ready.
Love it.
Okay, this is perfect. So you're going to be off. So they got the PBR World Finals, Unleash the Beast at Dickies Arena this weekend, 14th and 17th.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
That's what I was thinking about taking Dad to.
Women's is on the 15th. Then you got the Bill Pickett Invitational Rodeo Matinee on the 16th.
Okay.
He's got a very discerning eye, I feel like, too. You might not be able to pull the wool over his eyes with the local guys in Mesquite. He probably wants to go see the big show.
Yeah,
who is it, Bo Cephas or something? Who is it? Bodacious.
Bodacious is, he was laughing at like with everybody talking about the different bulls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He was Pegasus and all.
He knows them all, yeah.
He knows them all. He was like, when I was replaying it for him on the app, he was laughing about that.
He's got it made.
He has got it made. All right, he's watching the Houston Livestock Rodeo when I left this morning. Okay, let's talk about this schedule with the road.
Yeah.
And I want to go through.
Brutal schedule.
I want to go through and let's talk about how you would rank these stadiums, and I mean chance of winning at these places.
Right.
Okay, chance of winning. I'm going to give you my list of how I think your chances of winning goes. Okay, and then you guys could do the same.
Okay,
we got a deal there.
Yeah, sure. I'll battle you on this.
All right, I picked Seattle's stadium as number one hardest place to probably win.
Agreed.
12th man stands to reason.
I picked SoFi with the Rams as number two. Even though you might have a home kind of a crowd, I just think playing the Rams there is going to be tough. I think that you said 7-1.
That has more to do with the team itself that you're playing.
Yeah, I think
they're a good team.
Yeah.
You eliminate weather in Los Angeles compared to Seattle.
Right.
Seattle can get cold and wet on you.
I listed Houston as number 3.
Okay.
Again,
it's been Cowboys have had some challenges in Houston.
I think that to me, you look at it's the team. I think the Cowboy fans will show up. I think the Texans fans will show up. This could be a very difficult game to have to deal with crowd noise, and then
they have little brother syndrome.
Yeah, and their noise in their stadium.
Their Super Bowl.
Yeah. I put Green Bay at number 4.
So I'd actually have Green Bay at 2.
Okay, you want to give a reason why?
They just haven't. When's the last time they won in Green Bay? I think you got to go back to Dak's rookie year.
Dak's rookie year.
And then before that, it was probably 90s?
Yeah, I think they won a game in Milwaukee in 91.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it just hasn't been a place that they've been able to go and have a ton of success. And I feel like they're due for one, but I think Lambeau, and especially depending on when that game falls. Hopefully that's earlier in the year so you can avoid the weather. But any type of cold weather game late in the year, that could be a really tough one.
Anything after November 1st could be dicey.
Yeah, that could be
They got to do that late, don't they, to make sure Mike is back?
I think so. Like, I don't think you're going to get that in the first 5 weeks of the season.
No, that one's tough. I would say last year showed the Cowboys kind of have a plan for Green Bay. I liked how they matched up.
Okay. Number 5, I put Philadelphia at 5.
I did too.
Okay. Anybody? It's hard place. Anybody disagree on Philadelphia with that whole thing? Or
I think Colts and Eagles was kind of just because the Colts is not a place that you play a lot.
That's where I went different here. I picked the Colts at 6. Is what I did.
Didn't Green Bay end up losing a ton of guys? I mean, wasn't that one of the stories of free agency?
Defensively, yeah. They lost their linebacker, but I feel like that's just always a team.
I just don't feel like we have a great history there. That's the problem.
It's Lambeau Field. Yeah, it's just a team that has just kind of been a pain in your ass, and it hasn't really mattered.
Especially if they make them go up there in late December.
Yeah, like even with like Matt Flynn finds a way to beat you with a backup quarterback. Now that was a home game, that wasn't at Lambeau, but I don't even care who's really on the Packers roster. That's just been a team that's been difficult.
Like I said, the Colts I had at 6, the Commanders I had at 7, and the Giants at 8.
I agree with that. I went Seattle,
and then
Green Bay, Rams,
the Ravens
Texans.
is on the road. The Ravens game, it's actually considered a Dallas home game.
Yeah, but
the Brazil game?
The Brazil game, yeah, that's going to be. So I didn't throw that one in there. But where do you guys stand on this? Am I correct with the biggest one I had? The biggest ones I had problems with were the Philadelphia and the Indianapolis Colts one. Were the two that I could have gone either way. That this is not potentially a winnable game. Seattle number 1 for you guys, or do you have another one?
Yeah, I think Seattle and Green Bay, I think, are 1 and 2 for me. Just in terms of the actual road environments.
Okay.
Like if you factor in the team, of course, the Rams are legit, but that's probably going to be a pretty good Cowboys crowd. You're back in a dome. Butter's going to be crushing it when they call him up to kick the ball 7 times in the game. So, I mean, I think Seattle and Green Bay, especially the time of year, could be
you're
really
basing
nasty.
The weather. You're basing the weather games.
Yeah, the weather I think is a huge factor in here. But the Colts, I don't think are going to be very scary. I don't think the Colts are going to be very scary. I mean, we don't know with their quarterback situation and Daniel Jones coming off the Achilles. Like, what are they running out there?
They lost a number of players as well. They dealt Michael Pittman. They give Alec Pierce the big bag. I don't think they're going to be better than they were last year, and I was already calling them a pretender. So, I think he's got them accurately slotted at 6.
Yeah,
the 6th most difficult road game.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe I didn't understand the assignment because I was going off like basing it off the team and the environment. And I think
you can put it. You do it any way you want.
So the Rams and Houston and Philadelphia are all more credible right now as a strong team than the Green Bay Packers to me.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they need wide receivers. I'm not that big of a believer in Jordan Love. And yeah, the Micah Parsons go for it was a lot about 2025 because they had cap issues and they're not a credit card team. They're a manage this thing year to year fiscal responsibility. And, I think they're probably taking a step back.
Yeah. And like losing Jeff Hafley as the defensive coordinator and bringing in Jonathan Gannon. Is that an upgrade? I don't know that that's an upgrade.
No.
So you have a new defensive coordinator, maybe a worse one, and then you have the Micah stuff where who knows what version of him you'll be getting when you see them.
Yeah.
So, but just going to Green Bay is always
it's
kind
tough.
it's just a tough deal.
In the final 30 seconds or so, give me the record on the road this year.
Ooh.
5-3.
3-5. Giants, Commanders, Colts.
Maybe 4-4.
I was going to say, I think 4-4 is probably fair. I don't think you're beating the Rams, the Seahawks, and probably not the Packers or the Texans. So I'd probably go 4-4.
Yeah, I think 4-4 is pretty fair.
Yeah, I would take 4-4.
I was kind of leaning to 3-5. With possibly a 1-7, maybe.
I think if you're 3-5, you might not make the playoffs.
1-7, you win week 1 at New York, and you never win on the road again.
I've never seen a Cowboys schedule look this daunting on the road. Just haven't.
I mean, at least you don't have to go to Arizona.
Good use of daunting.
We got 2 down and 2.5 to go. Thank you, brought us.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Chief, what is next?
We have the Sports Hodgepodge NBA Juggernaut, Grade the Troll, and Grade the Cookie next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Cavaliers evened up the series against the Pistons at 2 games apiece with a 112-103 win last night. Donovan Mitchell scored 43 points, 39 in the second half, tying an NBA playoff record for most points in a half. Cade Cunningham was held to 19 points, and more concerning, Jalen Duren scored only 8 points. Game 5 is Wednesday night in Detroit. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at Quo.com/sports. That's Quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 cluck. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 cluck. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 cluck. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking Mavs draft coming up in about 15 minutes. Isaac Harris going to join us from Locked On Mavs. He's at the Combine in Chicago. Time now for your afternoon hodgepodge, and here's the Chief.
Okay, I think I just rocked my boys' world here a little bit. Those were unbelievable.
We'll get into it right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, the Maxine homemade oatmeal cream pie cookies.
You didn't lie.
Just rocked the world of the G-Bag Nation.
Gluten-free, too, which is a huge dub in my household.
Shockingly gluten-free. I wasn't expecting that. That was a nice little surprise. Lucius, have you consumed it?
Yeah. That's a dub, bro.
Okay.
That's a dub for sure. That's proper.
Let's go.
Proper.
I'm telling you, man. I came home last week, and Mom was like, yeah, we got these new cookies. The girls love them. You should try them. And as soon as I took the first bite, I was like, okay, I don't think my life will ever be the same after this.
They're delicious.
I apologize to the gluten-free folk, but usually gluten-free is hard to eat. I mean, it's hard.
No, they've done a much better job.
Listen, I'm a big fat guy. I admit it. But, I mean, when you say, if you'd have told me gluten-free, I might not have tried it. Because I've had
it was very soft. It was very moist, matter of fact.
Never believed that thing was gluten-free the way it was.
And I always appreciate when you can hit the perfect amount of salt. I don't know if you guys noticed that while I was consuming that, but the salt is just peaking and complementing the sweet.
Yeah.
Let's see, that's not a basic palate, dude. I'm still thinking about that from yesterday. Basic ass palate.
That's right.
Dawson.
But he admitted it. He admitted he's like,
palate. It's just not when it comes to sweets.
He said, I admit it. Like I say, 6 years ago, he would have been MFing me up and down. But he's like, now it's kind of like, well, yeah, I admit it. Midwest, kind of a flavor. Yeah. Lack of. Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, on that note, maybe my Thanksgivings weren't as delicious as your traditional Texas or Southern Thanksgiving, but I've lived here for 16 years now. I've had a lot of Texas Thanksgivings.
Yeah.
But have you done it yourself?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's the best turkey I've had other than Hurtado.
Hey, somebody texted this in yesterday.
Hurtado's got good turkey.
How about an Orange Magic turkey?
I've done it. I've
done
done
it. I've
done it. It's pretty good.
That sounds like something I need to try.
That'd be freaking fire.
I mean, the buffalo flavoring in turkey isn't necessarily what you would think of, but I mean, just think about this. Like,
it'd be good, dude.
The rest of the year, nobody is running to make turkeys. We're making lots of steaks, lots of chickens, ham, pork products.
You don't get the turkey legs, the stuffed turkey legs, that fall off the bone.
Maybe at the fair.
A little tenderism.
Yeah.
A little tenderism.
It is also an event, though. This is a near holiday, the State Fair of Texas.
I would just do it. I'd do your Orange Magic just with a whole chicken.
Yeah. But in fairness,
that'd be my meal.
You just made the point. It's a holiday. It's an event, which is why for the Thanksgiving holiday we do the turkey, because we're not doing it year round. We just do it that once because it is kind of a pain in the ass.
I do the chicken if it's Orange Magic. If he's going to put Orange Magic on a chicken, I'd eat the chicken.
That does sound delightful.
Yeah.
It's funny as we talk about food, I saw something that popped up. This is like throwback, but did you guys know that the Cy Young monster Justin Verlander was a big Taco Bell guy on game day?
No, I can't believe he didn't crap his pants.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe
ridiculous.
I can't believe that either. He's built different.
You get used to it.
Yeah, probably.
If you eat it 3 or 4 times a week.
Or maybe that's his version of Roger Clemens' icy hot on the nutsack. It's his
bubble guts.
I like to be uncomfortable on the mound, and it brings the best out of me.
After the 7th inning, he waddles back to the dugout.
He was just always sketchy when he wore the whites.
Every 5th day, he's like eating Taco Bell.
Yeah, he swore by the same Taco Bell feast before every start. 3 crunchy Taco Supremes. Okay, hold the tomato, a cheesy gordita crunch, which I think is
he's got more.
I think it's the 1 seed, and then Lucius, here we go, Mexican pizza.
That's a hell of a meal.
No tomato.
What's he got against tomatoes?
Well, I don't know. There's some. I love tomatoes.
I used to hate them too. I used to be a no tomatoes guy. I've grown to be an adult now.
It ruins your bite. If you're looking for tortilla, cheese, and meat, and you get some crunchy vegetable in there, it's really weird. So I'm with them, actually.
You go no lettuce too?
Yeah.
But what stuck out to me, I'll get lettuce sometimes. What stuck out to me though is the gordita line. Did you notice just recently at grocery stores they've been selling the gordita tortillas? No. Found them at Tom Thumb the other day.
The thicker, softer versions?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. It's kind of like that, the bread that you get with Indian food. What do they call that?
Oh, naan.
Naan. Yeah, it's kind of like a naan.
Naan tortillas, man.
Yeah.
That's exciting. I'd like to try some of that.
I mean, if you want to get extra fat, you started going corn to flour tortillas. You're like tripling the amount of calories. Let's triple it again. Go with the gordita.
I'll tell you what, I saw the other day.
It's bulk season before summer.
The bread that's now that Hawaiian roll flavor, like sandwich bread.
Yeah.
Like what?
No shame. No shame on these food manufacturers anymore. They just hacked it.
Shout out to the 972, our buddy Latrette from Dallas. He's playing with some confidence today. Cowboys going 8-0 on the road just like they did in 2014.
Let's go, baby.
He said freaking write it down in Sharpie.
Road Warriors, Latrette.
He said Broadus is 1-7. He can kiss my rear end on that one. Latrette, I like what you're doing right there, man.
Good luck, man. I think I went 4-4.
I think 4-4, I'd be content.
I'd be very happy with 4-4.
As long as you go 6-2 at home.
Okay, so shifting gears to a little baseball here. I know that Corey Seager is somebody that we're all really frustrated with right now.
It's like,
well, speak for yourself. I
it's
love
like
him.
he's anxious.
Okay.
He's anxious to get back at the bench.
I think he's doing great.
He just can't wait to sit.
He's hitting like he wants to sit.
He wants some sunflower seeds.
He's just ball sacking you guys. He's warming up for the second half.
Hang out
I
with
hope so.
I thought the new dad strength was going to do something positive for him, but maybe the new dad stuff is just kicking his tail, dude. Because he's a routine guy. He's got the tripod in his little man cave. He's doing the slow motion stuff. He's trying to figure out his swing, and now he's burping babies and stuff.
No, that can definitely mess with you.
Makes you tired.
Yeah.
Make you cranky. I mean, you heard Sandler last week. He's a new dad as well.
Yeah, dude, it can get the best of you. That rookie year, that rookie dad year, it can start to throw things off a little bit.
Yeah, everything's different.
So, you're going to let Dawson just walk with that one?
Yeah, I thought that was an astute point.
Thank you.
Well, that's
journalism.
I think it's true.
It's journalism.
It's journalism, man.
Find the music right there.
I mean, yesterday I was lashing out a little bit. I mean, Brian was getting on my nerves. It wasn't Brian. It was the lack of sleep.
Yeah. New dad. And is Cal Raleigh the big dumper new dad?
Maybe it was Brian.
Because the dumper is having an awful season, dude.
Oh yeah, thanks for taking around the bases.
No, I just wanted to announce it.
No, it's 0 for 34.
Yeah.
Hitless streak. I mean, this thing is. I mean, last year you're talking about MVP, and this year he is the worst hitter in baseball.
I believe it's 0 for 36. I don't think he's had a hit since April 27th.
He added 2 more last night.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
It's been a rough stretch.
You got
to
keep playing him, right?
Of course
you do.
Eventually, you got to try and. Oh wow, there's a dog pooping on the TV.
I just feel bad that Mariners fans are already calling him the big grumper, and I feel like that is disrespectful because it's only been like a month and a half of baseball.
Wow,
like give this guy a chance. He can still be the dumper.
Don't lie. If we were on Seattle radio, you'd be doing the same thing.
I'd be calling him a fudge dragon.
Here's the fudgy fudge trout.
Full-fledged
Stepping
fudge
into the
dragon.
box.
With all that stuff, yeah.
Okay, so how about Dylan Brooks trolling last night? Did you guys like that?
That was excellent.
It is like
he's in his wheelhouse.
It is genuinely funny.
Yeah, because the bleep-eating grin on his face, it made him more likable. Like, you know what? This is freaking hilarious, Dylan. Props to you.
Yeah, he's really going all out with this. Like, I am willing to hop on a bird and spend some of my own cash to sit courtside underneath the basket so that LeBron James sees my S-eating troll grin as he tries to make a free throw.
Yes.
That was like an all-time hater move, man. Dylan Brooks, that was so funny.
And the toxicity to have been eliminated by that team, but you feel like you're coming back and scoreboarding him?
Yes. That's what's so goofy about it. It's like he's not good enough to do this, but at the same time, a really good player wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like Lance Stevenson and Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
It's like you're not up there, but you can play the mental warfare kind of games. I did find it to be hilarious last night.
Do you think he's approaching that from a healthy and funny spot, or it's just like he's been watching LeBron and just hating him on TV, and he's like, I'm going to go do this, and it's like from a petty, negative, a tempest of emotion and anger in his self.
I'm in a glass case
It's
of
such a good
emotion.
question because I feel like on the court it's a little bit more like that, but then last night it was just like, it was just funny. Like, I don't know.
I think he was embracing the villain role.
Oh, he
for sure.
He 100% is.
He's smiling. He's got the villain laugh going, the villain smile. He knows what he's doing.
But man, the Oklahoma City Thunder, they are a freaking juggernaut. I mean, they become just the 11th team ever to start the playoffs 8-0. Damn. We're not used to seeing something like this. It's 2017. No. The 2017 Golden State Warriors started 15-0 in the postseason. They were, of course, an absolute juggernaut. But then it's like the 01 Lakers. They were 11-0. 89 Lakers, 11-0 to start the playoffs. The Cavs with LeBron, 2016-2017, they were 10-0 to start the playoffs. But yeah, just the 11th team ever to start the playoffs 8-0, and they're drubbing folks. I mean, they're winning by an average of 22 points per game.
Yeah,
and they're doing it without Jalen Williams, who averaged like 24 points per game in last year's finals. So, and then they got this a Jay Mitchell. It's like, this guy's just coming out of nowhere, and he's a heck of a player. OKC is not screwing around right now. We'll see if Wemby can get through. But think about just this division moving forward, where you have Wemby and the Spurs, you've got OKC, what they're doing, and then now Cooper Flagg is coming in. Like, this is going to be, hopefully the Mavs get themselves into a real contender-type team over the course of the next, 2 years or whatever, and then, man, that's going to be just a fun back and forth with OKC, San Antonio, and Dallas.
Yeah.
That could end up being the cream of the crop, certainly when you come to young superstars, SGA, Wemby, Cooper Flagg. That's quite the trio in one division.
I've thought throughout the entire year that this would be their last because Holmgren and Jalen jumped from $8 million to $41 million, and they have options on Hartenstein and Dort and Kenrich Williams and Cason Wallace. But, I mean, to your point, they still have more than enough. If they can find a big, the reason the Mavs got him was the advantage of Gafford and Lively. Hartenstein neutralized that for now. Will that continue to be the case next year? Or can they be so good that they could absorb those two losses of key defensive and rebounding players and still be the best team in the league? And as this thing is evolving and their machine is just getting more and more powerful, I think they have that to spare. They could lose their best perimeter defender and their best rebounder and probably still be the best team in the league, although San Antonio could have something to say about that. Let's see what Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs, can tell us about the NBA Draft Combine in Chicago and what the best possible scenario is for the Mavs. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Jim Follow here, Tolos, and I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. And we're in the middle of storm season. We've seen tennis ball to baseball size hail. Damage at this level requires real experience, someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. And that's where my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction come into play. You can reach them at 469-202-7205. This is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse. Or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $521 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You finally plan that family vacation and you renew your passport only to find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here! $6 club! $6 club! Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club! $6 club! Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club! $6 club! Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Out here on the job site, you need equipment that shows up and gets it done. That's how we do it at ASCO Equipment with Case Construction. Right now, you can get into a Case skid steer, compact track loader, or mini excavator for 0% financing for up to 72 months and a $1,000 attachment credit and first-year physical damage insurance and a $750 Productivity Plus credit after your Case check-in visit. That's more muscle, more value, and more reasons to put Case Construction Equipment on your job site. Stop by your local ASCO or visit ASCOEQ.com to get yours today.
An evening of honor is happening Thursday, May 14th at the District at Willow Bend. Join us from 5 to 8:30 p.m. supporting Plano Police and Fire with cocktails, live music, and great food. Don't miss it. May 14th at the District in Plano. Info and tickets at mexbars.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
If you're spending $400 to $1,000 a month on weight loss injections without getting the body you want, then you need to go see the team at Souza Clinic. Their transformation program combines natural weight loss, advanced treatments that target deep, stubborn belly fat, and skin tightening so you don't just lose weight, you reshape your body. You can get all of those treatments at Souza Clinic for about $350 a month. Visit weightlossfortexas.com. That's weight loss, the number 4, Texas.com. Souza Weight Loss. Real results, no shortcuts.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Dolos, don't be the guy grilling up average this Memorial Day. Earn that backyard MVP title with Wild Fork's wild savings on Angus burgers and baby back ribs. Swing by our 9 DFW locations. Grab the essentials, fire up the pit, and win the weekend.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be this Friday, Bobby?
We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. And Sean, our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you this Friday morning in Rockwall with Peyton Russell for our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, the text pointing out De'Aaron Fox is questionable for tonight. That's why you don't kick it out if you're Wemby. But also Dylan Harper is questionable. He's got some left knee soreness as well. Although I don't think his is as bad as De'Aaron Fox. If you're without Fox, that could swing the series in favor of Minnesota. It's time now to talk some NBA draft, and the Mavs sitting there with the 9th pick. Everybody in Chicago this week for the NBA Draft Combine, and we have a special guest joining us from Chicago. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs, joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Oh, man, doing good. It's a rainy day in Chicago, but thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. Excited to talk about what's next for this Mavs basketball team. Should be an awesome summer. What do you think is the best realistic way that this draft could go for them?
Well, I mean, I think you look at Dallas and, there's obviously a need in the backcourt for some more playmaking and creation. And, this draft outside of the top 4 has a load of guards there from 5 to 10. And I think that's been one of the bigger conversations here in Chicago this week at the Combine is how do you separate these guards? And Dallas, Dallas moved back one spot to pick 9, but you're still adding a top 10 pick alongside Cooper Flagg, and a lot of those guards will be going in that 5 to 10 range. So I think it's a good opportunity for Dallas if they want to go in the backcourt. They have some options there that will fit perfectly next to Cooper Flagg.
But if you're going point guard, you're probably going to end up with like the 4th or 5th best one, right? Do you think it's a situation where in other drafts, though, the 4th or 5th best point guard could go 1 or 2? Like, is the quality that good this year compared to other seasons?
Quality is that good this year. I mean, this draft, that's been another narrative conversation this week. It's just how big this draft is, just the buzz around it here in Chicago and the talent. It's not just those top 4 guys, but there's a handful of these guards that if they were in next year's class, they would be top 4, top 5 picks. You get a guy like Michael Brown out of Louisville. I mean, he was projected a top 5 pick going into this year and had a few injuries and stuff and didn't shoot it very consistently this year. But, I mean, there's a lot of buzz around him right now. And he's a target for Dallas at 9, but I would almost be kind of surprised if he lasts till 9 at this point. So there's a lot of guys like that could go all around the board.
How about Acuff measuring in at 6'2" with poor defense? It seems like he might be the most exciting player that could fall to 9.
Yeah, he measured at 6'2". I mean, remember, this is without shoes, so luckily basketball is played with shoes. So, he's about 6'3", 6'3.5", on the floor, which isn't, there's a few guys here like a Tyler Tanner that's 5'10", 5'11". But Acuff, he's 6'3", he's built. He had an impressive wingspan, 6'7" wingspan, can shoot the lights out. He's got the it factor as far as playmaking and running an offense. So if Dallas is looking for more of a long-term solidified point guard type of role and Acuff is there, he's a target that you could go after. You can't ignore, some of the defensive stuff, and he is smaller for a point guard.
Do you prefer the Mavs going with a guard, or would you rather prefer a versatile forward wing type to complement Cooper Flagg?
Yeah, I mean, Yaxel Lindeborg is, just dominated this past year in college basketball and won a national championship with Michigan, but he is going to be 24 years old at the draft. I mean, you can't compare that to like a Cam Boozer he hasn't even turned 19 yet. So, Yaxel's a little bit older. A name that has really just generated a lot of buzz here, and I think has won the Combine so far is Morris Johnson Jr., his teammate at Michigan. This guy's, 6'10", 250 guy that can shoot it, rebound, high vertical, did great in agility, athletic drills. So I think he'll generate some lottery buzz. But there's not a guy, I'm not a big Nate Ament guy out of Tennessee. It's basically one of those guards, or if you want to move back a few spots and try to get a Morris Johnson and pick up some other assets.
Okay, so that's fascinating with the trade stuff. Like, are you are you looking for that? Like, this team needs more, so you don't have a whole lot of controllable first-round picks for the future. You've got that 30th pick, and maybe that's where Masai Ujiri can really show off some of his skills when it comes to scouting. But what do you think about a trade, or even mortgaging 30 to move up if you fall in love with a player?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mentioned Masai. It's been cool seeing here in Chicago Masai walk into some rooms, and he just has that dominant type of presence. Everybody flocks to him. It's just everybody's raving about the Mike Schmidt's hire as GM and just how smart that is. And it's just a different feeling, seeing people and teams around the NBA kind of like view Dallas that way right now. But yeah, to your question with trades and stuff, I mean, you get a team like OKC, they have pick 12, pick 17. If you're sitting there at 9 and you like a couple guys, would OKC consolidate those picks? Would you move back a few spots and pick up the 17th pick? But for me, I like a couple of those guards there at that range. If they want to go to the backcourt, I think a guy like a Braden Burries out of Arizona, I've heard consistently here at the Combine, hey, this guy will be a better pro than he is in college. And measured well athletically, was a leading scorer on a loaded Arizona team and can play on and off ball. I like him a lot. He's a rebounder. He actually had the second highest no-stand vertical today, which is kind of surprising. So he's a good prospect.
Hey, Isaac, as a former NFL scout, I lived at the Combine. And I'm fascinated because now I want to go to the Combine here for the basketball. But I was going to ask you, in talking to scouts or personnel guys like you get to, what's the one thing that they're evaluating? They're like the most important thing of all the drills that they do.
Yeah, I mean, scrimmages come up tomorrow, and the scrimmages is a time that none of the top 10 picks, none of them really do the scrimmage portion. They do all the athletic testing and measurements and stuff. But scrimmages is what everybody's like, hey, this is the thing when you kind of separate some of those guys. And as far as like the measurements and stuff, it is an official time. Some of these colleges, they like inflate the height, they inflate the wingspans, and this is a time for you to get some official stuff to see, like, all right, A-Cups, he's listed at 6'3". Is he really 6'3"? And yeah, he comes in at 6'3" with shoes on. So it's more about the scrimmages tomorrow, but you also get some official stuff today, and some of these things pop. Some of the vertical stuff that might surprise you.
Do they do like medicals and stuff on these kids? I mean, do they run them through? Do they do the hospital visits and stuff like that, or is it just all measurable stuff on court?
They do all the medicals on Friday, so that's coming up later this week.
Okay.
And, there's a couple players in there, like a Michael Brown, who had some back injuries dating back to high school. That you want to see how that comes out. You want to see a Jaden Quaintance out of Kentucky. You want to see what fully happened with Darren Peterson this year at Kansas.
Yeah, are you buying the creatine situation with him?
I mean, I'll say this: people around him, and even some of the NBA personnel that I've talked to, they're not as worried about Peterson's medical situation and all of that. There's a lot of positive talk about just how good Peterson is, and I literally just like an hour ago watched him do all of his shooting drills and routines, and I mean that dude's an effortless scorer.
What has been the most impressive physical thing you've seen from any one of these guys? Is there a vertical that's just been ridiculous or some type of speed score?
There's this Toby Lawal guy. He just put up a 45.5 max vertical right in front of my face, and that might be the highest I've ever seen someone jump in my life.
Is that the step? Is that with the step they do the like 2 steps and then vertical? Is that a max vertical? Is what it is?
Yeah. You kind of get a few steps there, and then they also do a no-step vert where they have to just stand still. And
Isaac Harris, Locked On Mavs.
I swear
here.
I'm coming to see this thing with you next year, Isaac. I swear to God, you're gonna have this guy sitting next to you asking you a ton of questions. Trust me.
What do you think is a decent goal for the team and for Cooper Flagg in the 2026-2027 campaign? Do you think they could be a playoff squad again? Do they need to trade the pick for a veteran to make that a reality? And is All-Star realistic for Coop?
Oh gosh, what question to start with here? I think you keep the pick, especially you mentioned it earlier. You don't have access to or control of your own pick for the next handful of years. So this is your one chance to add a top 10 pick next to Cooper Flagg. And, if you remember with Luka, they had to trade that 2019 pick, the pick right after Luka's rookie season, to get Luka. So you didn't have that opportunity to add a young piece next to a rookie Luka Doncic and that's huge for team building. You look at the Spurs; they have multiple top 5, top 6 picks. You look at OKC, you look at Detroit. Like these teams, you have to have young players to build around. And Masai said it a few weeks ago: free agency's dead. And someone just told me this that works for a team. Is like, dude, free agency is just done for. Like it's all about you got to build her with the draft. And for Dallas, I think you got to keep the pick. You got to add a player next to Cooper Flagg. And I think realistically, like, hey, let's shoot for that, like 6, 7, 8, 9 range, like a play-in team next year. I think that's a realistic goal.
Terrific stuff, Isaac. Can't thank you enough for joining us. Man. Yeah, awesome work, and maybe we'll look forward to catching up with you again here before the draft.
Hey, anytime, guys. Appreciate you.
Salute. Isaac Harris, Locked on Mavs, getting good reviews here on the text.
Yeah.
And from Bronx.
Let's go. Fine job. I'm going to be sitting with him next year at this thing. Can't wait
to see it.
I'm going to call in. I'm going to call in and be the guy.
Natural environment.
Get you a credential, man. Go on there.
I'm going to go. I want to see this.
You should just flash your NFL Combine credential.
Yeah.
And see if
where the Super Bowl is.
My 1992 when I first wore. Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. Sir, you're at the wrong one.
Where are we going next, Chuck?
All right, let's do a little bit of a mixed bag, shall we? 2 guys, 1 dog, blue turf. And would you be bummed if this guy never fought again? That's next in the nation.
I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic here. We're getting ready for the summer. Do you look your best? Do you feel your best? Are you performing at a high level? If you're not answering yes to all those questions, go to menstclinic.com. Check them out. They'll get your testosterone where it should be. And after you get your hormones optimized, you are going to be living your best life. For over 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping men get back to being them. More invigorated, more energy, more clarity. That libido is back. Let's get rid of the brain fog. Let's eliminate the fat around the midsection and add some more muscle mass to you. Men's T Clinic can make all of that a reality. Plus, there's tremendous health benefits to getting your hormones optimized. And if you check into a Men's T Clinic, what are they going to do? They're going to take a little bit of blood. They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are. Then they will get it absolutely coursing through your veins. It's going to feel terrific. We're lucky to live at a time where as our testosterone dips, we get older, we can put it back in there. And you are going to be amazed at how quickly you start to notice results. It's not about quick fixes at Men's T Clinic. Precise biomarker analysis. They get to the root causes. They create personalized plans that focus on hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain, and bedroom wellness. All that sounds great, doesn't it? We'll go to menstclinic.com, 5 DFW locations, very affordable cash options, insurance accepted as well at menstclinic.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will continue our Rangers ticket giveaway. Plus, at 12:20, we will have on Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat books for Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro hockey futures market, Carolina the favorite to win it all, plus 155. Colorado up next at plus 180. And I know Carolina's been unbelievable, 8-0 in its first 2 playoff series, 2 sweeps, but the fact that Colorado's a longer price, I think Colorado's way more likely to win it all. I like Colorado plus 180. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service. You're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Texans,
Do you work in industries such as trucking, agriculture, or construction? Then you might be operating equipment that we want to help you upgrade or replace. The Texas Emissions Reduction Plan provides funding to help Texans upgrade or replace their old equipment and vehicles. From trucks, tractors, forklifts, school buses, and more, we have grants that can benefit you and your business. Want to be the first to know when new grants open? Sign up for email updates at texasvehiclegrants.org. That's texasvehiclegrants.org.
Golden Chicks, 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 Club, $6 Club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 Club, $6 Club. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 Club, $6 Club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Every day is a great day to rep America's team. That's why the On Time Experts are proud to be the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Fast, reliable, and always on time. The On Time Experts, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, only on 105.3 The Fan.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning. Always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
January, February, March, and now April. Thanks, Tolos. You've made us the #1 sports station in DFW. They said it couldn't be done, but together we proved them wrong. Thanks for choosing 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to keep this sports train rolling with a sports mixed bag. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Let's shake it up. You never know what you're going to get in a mixed bag. Bad, sad news.
Shake it up.
For Texas A&M fans is Le'Veon Moss, who I really thought thought would have been a day 2 pick in this past NFL draft if it weren't for the injury that he suffered. He has pretty stunningly just retired from the National Football League. He signed with the Miami Dolphins as an undrafted free agent at the beginning of the month. And today, the Dolphins have just put him on the reserve/retired list. They retain his rights if he ever decides he wants to resume playing, but he is stepping away from the game of football as of today.
Banged up guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was injured. I mean, that sounds scary. That sounds like something is broken, or hopefully everything's all right with his heart, his brain.
Yeah, very productive with Texas A&M, 32 games.
Round.
Yeah, it was a hell of a back. I mean, really until the injury this past year.
He's who I wanted to be your next Jaden Blue.
Yeah, I thought that he was, the explosiveness was there, but maybe he just needs to take some personal time. We don't have a ton more information on why he's choosing to do that, but the Dolphins have put out a team release about that. So, hey, best of luck moving forward for Le'Veon Moss. Maybe he ends up making an NFL comeback here at some point as well. Speaking of college football, first 2 shows for College Game Day for the 2026 college football season are set. Week 1, Brian Broaddus in Baton Rouge for Clemson at LSU.
How about that? It's going to be a steamy day.
It's going to be fun. Week 2, it's going to Austin for Ohio State at Texas. So your first 2 weeks are set for game day. Clemson, LSU, Ohio State, and Texas. And I just hope that both those games are a little bit better than what we got a year ago. Ohio State, Texas was competitive, of course.
Both offenses were kind of
just boring. Defenses just ruled the day.
Yeah.
I mean, and hey, you had the first start for Saban and for Arch Manning. Both those guys should be much more comfortable. You've got 2 of the top receivers battling in the NFL draft. Jeremiah Smith, top 1, maybe number 2, Cam Coleman for Texas. Yeah. So much NFL talent to be on the field that day. And then, of course, LSU and Clemson came into the season with such high aspirations, and the seasons went awry. But you got, Lane Kiffin making his debut, Sam Leavitt, the new quarterback there for LSU as well. Clemson will be breaking in a new quarterback. So those will be some fun matchups there for game day.
Wouldn't week 3 be LSU and Ole Miss?
Ooh, you would think so. Lane Kiffin making his return. And Kiffin's been talking quite a bit here lately.
That continues to build and build.
So it's week 3. That game is already.
I think it's like September 19th, I want to say. I'm going to have to. I'll confirm, but I thought that was like a pretty early September game.
I know late November, me and Bennett are going to the Texas LSU game in Baton Rouge.
Nice, dude.
That's going to be a blast. That's that game's going to be epic. Texas and LSU. That's going to be, and I think to get Texas at Tennessee this year coming up as well. First time to Rocky Top.
I thought it was kind of cool that Texas was playing Georgia. That's what I'm liking about
it's fun.
Some of these SEC matchups.
It is. Yeah, it's a good time. Now, Notre Dame and USC, a couple months ago, they had kind of put off that game.
Each other?
Yeah, and the series dates back to 1926. They played 93 times. That's most recently, October, Irish got the victory over USC. Yeah. But now they're in active discussions to renew the rivalry, according to the LA Times. So they're trying to bring it back. 2030 would be the earliest the schools could face off again.
See, that's the thing. And it probably doesn't make a lot of sense now with USC having to deal with the Big Ten schedule.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 schedule may be a little bit different for them, but that thing goes all the way back, like with Newt Rockne. That was Notre Dame's way of like getting out of the cold. That's why they scheduled. That's why to play this game. Yeah, it was their way of like letting their fan base actually, get out of the cold a little bit. So that's a shame. If you're talking about a series that's been going for almost 100 years, and you decide that we're not going to play it anymore. But I understand USC. That Big Ten's no joke nowadays.
Did you guys see what Boise State's doing?
Yes, I like
turf?
this.
Yeah, so Boise's
selling.
So it's the old surface. I guess they're going to redo the turf there. They're still going to do the blue turf.
You hear how they
at Albertson
retire
Stadium.
their numbers?
No, at Boise State, no.
They will take, like, they don't have it like on the wall or anything, like on the field. Like they take their number. Like Kellen Moore was 11, so they take the hash marks of where they're at. Like they'll put the hash mark being number 11.
Oh,
like the 11-yard line will be an orange hash mark.
Kellen Moore line?
Ashton Genty was 2.
Okay.
So they make the hash mark orange 2
on both sides.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah, for the players.
Okay, I was wondering because I was reading through this and they were talking about
Yeah.
Ashton Genty's number, and I didn't really understand how it equated to the turf.
So that's where I guess like some of those will be more expensive. So they're auctioning these off. Now this is actually brilliant because all of this money is going to boost the NIL budget.
There you go, man.
So all of the money they're making off of auctioning off this old blue turf surface goes back to the
Ducks
NIL.
would be happy.
So the most basic, well, they're going to redo it with new blue turf, so they're
really?
screwed. But for, I guess, a period of time, it might be cleared. So the Ducks will get like a day or two.
How would you like to be like kind of standing around and watching the ducks fly in, and they think it's water, and they hit that turf and do a big roll, and probably have to go scoop them off the turf?
You got to go clean them. I would not want that job.
Yeah.
After all these years, don't you think
unsettling?
The Ducks, don't you start to adapt? Isn't it kind of like natural selection?
Nobody goes back. Like none of the other Ducks go back and tell the other, hey, we lost Jim.
Oh yeah,
He was thinking he was going to land.
Be better communicators.
Yeah,
have your guys back.
You always get one new one.
Yeah, we lost Jim today because he thought he was hitting the water. He
Getting
really
overzealous geese.
Kellen Moore's little yard marker.
Ridiculous. But yeah, portions of this are being auctioned off. Now, you can get it for as low as $40. One superfan's already purchased a 400 square foot piece for $25,000. That's going to be installed in their home.
Yeah.
Other deals advertise the numbers of the 10-yard line you can get for $1,800. The 40-yard line's $4,000.
What's the big Bronco in the middle of the field going for? Do we have that?
That's a good question. I don't know if
We have
I've
a
got
Bronco
that
head
one
right
down.
out there in the middle.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure that one's going to be
Sounds
a
like
hot
$250
commodity.
right off the top.
The $40 payments gets you a 24 square inch piece. The end zones are 57,600 square feet. Those are going for a lot of money. But you've got the number 2.
You can buy the whole end zone and put it in your backyard.
You could get the whole end zone if you wanted to.
Scrimmage with the kids.
Yeah, you could, which would be
That's where it's
badass.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're looking at $11.5 million for the entire field that they're hoping to raise here by auctioning it off.
Dude, you throw in some seats at like $500 a pop. You're building an amphitheater in the backyard, on your patio or something. You get a little outdoor kitchen going.
If you're a super fan,
you could really make that work.
I mean, that
legendary.
Number 2, that
Put it in your man cave in your basement.
Yeah, the number 2 is going for $24.
I think it'd be pretty cool, like you mentioned, to have out in the backyard and have the kids and make like a little mini side yard field for them. Put some lights up,
Yeah.
Go that route. Yeah.
Ryan Day's son has committed to Northwestern. He's a 3-star recruit. Dad didn't want him going to Ohio State, I guess. But he's the number 92 quarterback in his class, number 50 player in the state of Ohio. He had other offers from Boston College, Cincinnati, Purdue, and Syracuse, but he's choosing to go to Northwestern for the education.
Pick a good school, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to coach their kids. I
get that.
Yeah.
And he also only wants first-round picks. So if you're not going to be a first-round pick, which he probably knows his son's
Sweeney
not going to be.
He's coached all his kids. I think he's had 3 sons that have all been holders for field goals, extra points.
Wow!
Oh, he knows the hack onto the team.
Yeah, they got three
boys,
sons.
Best holders in town.
Yeah, they followed each other. It was like holder after holder after holder, I think is what we got.
Unbelievable. Okay, is this fair or foul? 2 men, Lady and the Tramp style, with a hot dog. We go to, I believe this is the New York Mets broadcast, Keith Hernandez and Steve Gelbs. This was last week, taking down a glizzy together.
Ready? Just the end. What's Lady and the Tramp?
They share a hot dog just like that. Spaghetti, right?
It's very romantic, Keith. It is kind of beefy.
All right. You know that image is going to live forever. You're never going to be able to live that down, either one of you.
Well, for Keith, he won't be able to live it down. For me, it's a career highlight. Hey, guys.
A $45 Glizilla, which is basically like a boomstick-looking hot dog here. These two decide to go end for end and bite it simultaneously at the same time. I mean, it's adorable. It's something that Eric and I might have done from time to time.
Just a tight-knit group,
But it's just not something that I would want living on forever in social media.
Yeah.
The world.
Yeah, but at least they're doing it for the bit of it. If they're doing it behind closed doors, they're doing it for potentially other reasons. Right, like if you're doing it and not putting it on television, then you're just doing it because you love.
Are we determined that they're in love?
You love doing that with your boys, man.
Yeah, I don't think they're love, but I mean, it was funny. It was a good move, good moment. Final thing here in the mixed bag: Jake Paul. He is admitting that he may never be able to fight again
after getting pummeled.
Yeah, after the broken jaw. He's got a double broken jaw from his fight with Anthony Joshua. He said he's getting some new scans here in a couple of days of the jaw to get an update on the healing process. We'll see what his doctors say.
Had a good run.
Oh,
yeah.
That's how we needed this story to end. It was so annoying for 3 years.
Yeah, he thinks
he got his ass whipped so hard by kind of a washed-up boxer that it's shutting him down with a double broken jaw, brain scans. Bye-bye, Jake.
It might be over.
Jake, the fake
possibility.
Paul.
He never fights again.
Fake Paul. What a clown. putting clauses in contracts that if I win, you get an extra $10 million and then pretending like you won.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
What an absolute clown.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
We got to run 3 down, 90 minutes to go. Football's finest coming up, Chief.
Yeah, we have some Cowboys questions of the day plus a little college football for you next in the nation.
Okay, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJANNA. Right now, if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, do what Eric and I did. Step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. Call Trajan Wealth today. Set up an absolutely free, that's right, FREE, free consultation. Give them a call at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. You can also check them out at TrajanWealth.com. I go to the Frisco location. My guy Steve Shelby there is the man. He'll help you out because he did it for my wife and myself. But let's say Frisco, not in my area. They're also in Arlington. They're in Fort Worth. They're also in McKinney. And how about that South Lake location, Eric?
Yeah, that's my spot. I would encourage everyone to go ahead and schedule a free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LeBron James gave the obvious answers last night after the Lakers were swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 4, 115-110, saying that he doesn't know about his future and that he will weigh his NBA future with his family. I highly doubt this is the end for LeBron James. The Lakers would be wise to move on from him, but I find it hard to believe LeBron wants his lasting memory being swept out of the playoffs. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Golden Chick. Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 club, $6 club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club, $6 club. Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club, $6 club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Hey, this is Jason with Rhino Shield. Let's be real. Paint fails, it chips, fades, cracks, peels, and you're back to repainting your home in just a few years. Rhino Shield is different. It's a ceramic coating that won't chip, crack, peel, or fade, and it's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty. And here's the game changer, financing. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield can be financed. So instead of a big upfront cost, your monthly payment could be less than your daily coffee habit, and it'll help reduce your energy bills. Right now, get 20% off. Call or visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we have Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30, hosting the Diamondbacks. 2nd of 3. Sandler's going to join you in 20 minutes. We'll get the deets from him, including why is Jock Peterson leading off tonight against Zach Gallen? He's in the one hole. We'll get more on that from Sands coming up in 20. Here's the Chief. All right, we've got a little Cowboys Would You Rather right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, boys, we have a nice little Love of the Star episode up. Odyssey podcast. Find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And we had a fun little morning kicking around some footballs and talking boys. And we had a nice little Dean Julia mailbag.
Hell yeah, we did.
And Wolchuk referenced this a little bit earlier, but this is the would you rather, okay? If you could guarantee the success of one of these individuals this year, we're talking Pro Bowl, even though Pro Bowl's kind of a joke now, let's call it All Pro. Let's call it All Pro where you're actually legit. You truly are one of the best at your position, okay? And you can guarantee one of these players has that type of season. You have Jake Ferguson, our guy here in the G-Bag Nation, weekly during the season. Love you, Ferg. Deron Bland, off the injury, down year. Could use a good corner, all pro level. DeMarvion Overshone, okay? Finally, everything comes together, health and athleticism. Christian Parker gets the most out of him.
Gotta pay him.
And he's an all-pro kind of linebacker. Or Mr. Tyler Guyton. Ooh. Has an all-pro caliber season.
Oh, wow.
Now,
Sexual
this comes from Matt Holleran. So shout out to you, Matt Holleran.
Matt asked a lot of good questions.
Matt's been hollering.
Yeah. He's been hollering out some top-tier Cowboys questions. So I'll let you marinate on that for a second. Cowboys, would you rather?
Might need a couple days.
You get an all-pro caliber season out of one of these individuals, Jake Ferguson, Deron Bland, DeMarvion Overshone, or Tyler Guyton, 877-881-1053.
Top 3. I would go Guyton, Overshone, Bland. That's what I would do.
Ultimately,
I agree.
I think I agree with you on that.
Would you flip Bland and Overshone?
Bland and Overshone.
You need the linebacker. Bro.
I get that. No,
you
listen.
You get a linebacker. You get a couple linebackers to play at a super high level. I think our guy from the 49ers is going to play well. But give me a year of good health.
Yeah.
Maybe kickstart Overshown the right way, play like he did probably 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Man,
Christian Parker would have so much fun with him.
That would mean a lot. That would mean a lot, especially if you're playing a lot of that 4-2-5.
And I'll tell you what, if Deron Bland makes All-Pro, it would be because he had 7 picks, but the rest of his game was average. You know? That could happen for Deron Bland. He is that good at going to get the football. He could have pick sixes. He is that good at yak. With Overshown, if he makes All-Pro, it's because he stayed healthy and he was a machine. You know, for
Blitzing.
4 quarters every Sunday.
Yeah. Affecting in the run game and then also getting after the quarterback, and Christian Parker doing some fun stuff with him right there. But is it a no-brainer for you guys? Tyler Guyton would be your pick?
I think you could make it sell for all of these.
Dawson's got me convinced that Dak can't move, so I got to have
It's absolutely
a left tackle
Guyton.
needs to.
It is,
good.
though. It is. Because what that's going to do is make you. It's a future thing as well, right? So you're going into year 3. I mean, we did make or break on the stack on Crown Global last week, Brian, and it is. It's like make or break for Tyler Guyton. This is a massive season for him. If he is not able to, 1, just prove that he can stay healthy, but 2, if he is healthy and he's not any good, then now you do need to look. Maybe it's Drew Shelton. You need to look for another left tackle. That guy's not it. You can't just keep going down that well. But that was a first-round pick. You spent a premium asset. I do think the lack of availability has been a big issue, and the fact that that's a player that needs to play. I mean, we've talked about this. He was raw coming out of school. He only started for 1 year at Oklahoma. So as soon as he starts to turn a corner, boom, here's an injury, he's off the field. He needs to stay on the field. If you're able to get that from him and he has an all-pro caliber season, your offensive line now all of a sudden is the strength of your football team. You feel great about what you've got in that middle 3. If I can have a tackle now that's an all-pro, now we're cooking with gas, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you there. It's funny because we're talking about the defense needing so much, right?
Yeah.
But we're going offensive line, and
but that's the premium position, the positional value stuff.
It is a premium position.
But
it is
2 of the 3 that I named were the defense.
No, yeah.
But
no, for sure.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, yeah, but if you get Guyton to play at a Pro Bowl level next to a all-pro guard on that side, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because then you're talking about true dominance on the offensive line, and your only somewhat weakness is Terrence Steele in pass protection. But if you only have one of those guys and it's on the right side, Dak can see it. Dak can totally handle things when it's just one guy on the right side that is maybe giving up some pressures and things like that. But if Guyton, and I think the future aspect of it too, like not only what it does to elevate your offense in 2026, but then just moving forward feeling like, wow, I mean, we have 4 young studs from Booker at right guard all the way over through Beebe, Tyler Smith, and now Tyler Guyton. Holy crap, you're cooking.
I mean, let's cue up another great wall of Dallas.
Yeah, that's what
NFL
you're doing.
Films.
Yeah.
And I think that's huge because if Deron Bland has an all-pro year, he's got like 2 years of prime left. You know, if Overshown has an all-pro year, he's got 2 or 3 years left of his prime. If Guyton would do it, you're looking at 8 to 10 years.
Yeah,
of what has bought Philadelphia 3 trips to the Super Bowl and 2 championships. What made Detroit finally one of the best organizations in the NFC? It was offensive line, and the Cowboys haven't been able to get back there. You know, and that's why I didn't believe in them in 2022 or 2023, is they didn't have the protection or the running ability for Dak like they did when he first came into the league. That was the most dangerous. Even though Dak is a much better player, I felt the best about this Cowboys offense in Dak's entire career when he could turn and hand it to Zeke against a heavy box and still get 5 yards. You give me that Dak who can make a ham sandwich back there, and he will win the MVP. He will put you in the NFC title game. We know what this Dak can do with tackles that are just all right in a pretty good running game. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty in January.
Yeah, and if Guyton's going all pro, then that helps your run game and your pass protection. All of it would be amazing. I can't imagine, though, if Jake Ferguson gets back to, I mean, if he's a downfield kind of threat, and now it's Pickens, it's Lamb, what Flournoy's able to bring to the table, and then all of a sudden Jake Ferguson has some athleticism, and he's getting down the field, and he's not going for like 5-6 yards a pop. I mean, that could do some damage for you. So you can make a fun case for all of these guys, but I think Guyton is the winner.
Could you make Jake Ferguson a good run player as well? Is he going to go out there and block and help pass protect and yak? Are we snapping our fingers and bringing all of that to truth?
If we're talking all pro, I think so.
Or is it just him catching 100 balls for 6 yards each and scoring 12 touchdowns?
No, if it's all pro, you're getting the wiggle. You're getting the yak.
Yeah, I need
With
yak.
3 wide receivers, do you really need him?
Yes.
Because
Because I think Dak loves throwing over the middle of the field. I think that seam is still his bread and butter type of throw. Teams wanted to take that away. And I think that absolutely – and I think you are still seeing a shift to more 12, 13 type of personnel. I think that's getting back into the league. I think McVay really did that.
Those are the teams that have tight ends that can do that.
Well, I mean, who are the Rams tight ends? Right?
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like they don't have stars at the position is all it is.
Yeah, I understand.
But they run the offense well.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, another good question we had was from Caesar. And what's more likely, Flanoy going for 900 yards receiving or Jaden Blue getting over 300 yards rushing? Okay, this would be both players basically doubling last year's production. What is more likely to happen? Not what would you want to happen, but what would be more likely? And I go with Jaden Blue on this just because I think 300 yards is such a low bar. He was basically useless last year, and he had 130 yards on the ground. So, I mean, I think if he can get himself together, and what an added dimension that would be for the offense.
Basically useless.
I mean, he was.
Yeah, he was.
He was basically useless last year.
Active, yeah.
To have Flanoy go for 900 yards, that's asking a lot when you got Pickens and Lamb going for over 1,000.
This is over 900 Flanoy?
This is 900 yards for Flanoy.
Golly. 300 for Blue.
Yeah, it's got to be the 300 for Blue.
Yeah, because if you got 900 for Flanoy, it means one of your guys was hurt.
Yes.
And that would suck.
Right. Yeah. Or you've just got the greatest passing offense the league's ever seen.
Both are incredible long shots. But, yeah, you're right. It's Blue.
How about the Broncos waving old Deuce Vaughn today?
Oh, crap.
He's back on the market, man.
The deuce is loose.
Let's get him to some mini camps.
Perfect opportunity to join his dad in the scouting department, coaching department. Where's Dad at?
He could be a good coach. Yeah, he's a scout.
Yeah, scout him up. Or you could. What would you rather do? Join Dad as a scout and get started on that career, or go UFL, CFL? Like, I don't know. It's a lot of hard work for football.
It is. It depends on how much you love playing. If you just love playing and you're Deuce fun, you go out
love
there.
Love being part of a team.
Yeah, you play till you can't. Then you
love
always
the process. Love the guys.
Yeah, the camaraderie, the whole nine. So we'll see where Deuce Vaughn ends up after his Broncos tenure is now officially over. Thought this was funny. We have the NBA Combine going on right now, and you have Keaton Wagler, 6'6", $185, guard out of Illinois. He jumped 33 inches in the vertical, which is 1/2 inch higher than Caden Proctor, who's the offensive lineman from Alabama who got drafted by Miami, who's 6'7", 352 pounds.
It was weird.
Wow.
I was watching the vertical jumps. It's kind of scary. These guys really can't jump. I was watching the standing.
I think NBA, you just got bunnies all over the place.
Even the guys, and I was asking our guest about the running Isaac. I was asking about there's the 2-step and then go vertical thing. Some of these dudes don't even look like they could do that. I was like, that was surprising to me that how it's almost you could slide a sheet of paper under their feet, and they're basketball players. They're just so long and tall. That's why they're able to affect the games the way they are.
Eric, you nailed it, by the way. ESPN just announced Week 3, LSU and Ole Miss, game day.
So
we got it.
First Week 1 and Week 3?
Yeah, Week 1 is going to be in Baton Rouge. So LSU will be Week 1 and Week 3.
I got you.
So it'll go Baton Rouge, Austin, Ole Miss.
So what is Lane Kiffin doing here, calling out Ole Miss like that?
He just does that. That's what he does.
He sits down.
He just does that. Our coaches are insane over there. Seriously, I mean, they just do. It's weird. Our baseball team's horrible right now. We're fighting back with this. I mean, it's just
he just does that.
Kim Mulkey. We want to fight everybody. We just want. I mean, we stole the coach from North Carolina State, the basketball, after 1 year.
Yeah.
He's got one player in the transfer portal. That's all we've got.
That's all he's got.
He's going to go over to Serbia and get like the rest of the team. I mean, we're wild. We are a wild program over there in Baton Rouge. Seriously.
I think Lane
Tyler
just
Higbee?
said, you want to say all that stuff about me and my character?
Yeah.
Watch me go tell the truth about you and the vibe there.
Yeah, that you're still living in
You guys are racist.
Yeah.
How about that? Here at LSU, we're not as racist.
We're not as
We're somewhat racist. Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
But not to the full extent. And
They drafted Max Clare.
Yeah, they did. That's a good pick.
Ole Miss is just getting kicked in the nuts left and right because you got Sarkisian coming out, and he's like, at Texas, we will only take 50% of a player's academic credit hours. But at Ole Miss, all you have to do is take basket weaving, and you can get an Ole Miss degree.
I tell you what, Ole Miss
back-to-back days.
I tell you what Ole Miss must have been doing.
They must have been pissing people off.
They were going after your
dirty
players.
Recruiting.
They were going. Yeah, it doesn't matter now. Seriously, it really doesn't. If you need an offensive tackle, and you find the best one, like
Well, they won quite a bit.
Yeah.
Where
was LSU just took the best tackle? Colorado, right?
Jordan Seaton.
Yeah, we just went to Colorado and
$4 million.
Yeah,
dude, that guy is shredded. Just in like 2 months being in that LSU program, he looks like Tyron Smith. I think he's a sophomore.
That humidity's putting some work on that body right there, huh?
That humidity is no joke.
It was funny though at the end of that Vanity Fair article with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
He the writer Chris Smith, who was the reporter on the story, he says, after 4 hours of talking with Kiffin, I'm stumped. Is he endearingly sincere or so full of S that it's an art form?
I think he's full of S.
That's how
I think he is.
That's how he closed down his article when doing his piece there on Lane Kiffin. But so there it is. So we have Week 1, Week 2, and Week 3 College Game Day. That's going to be such a big build-up week, Lane Kiffin, because it's at Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah.
That is going to be so much fun, dude. I'm glad ESPN and Game Day is already just announcing that. Even though
they've unleashed the Labor Day weekend from September 3rd to the 7th. You got Colorado at Georgia Tech on the 3rd, Miami, Stanford on the 4th, East Carolina, Bama. That's going to be an ass-kicking September 5th.
Right, East Carolina's got a good team. They might beat Alabama.
Okay, maybe. All right. The 2:30 kick is Baylor at Auburn. Then the prime time's Clemson, LSU. The following Sunday, it is Louisville at Ole Miss. And then the Monday night game is going to be SMU at Florida State. That's a fun Labor Day weekend slate.
They got some ACC games going off here, right?
Hell yeah, they do.
Miami and who's Miami?
Stanford or something?
That's an ACC game.
Well, SMU, Florida State.
Man, amazing.
Traditional.
Stanford in the ACC.
I know, that's so weird.
Oh, God.
I mean, if you jump into this Mississippi thing, it looks like there are a number of students who are reporting like incidents. There was one highly publicized in 2024. There's still a lot of Confederate imagery around. I can't imagine if you're a recruit, you love to see that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then obviously the news of the voting districts and stuff this week. I think they're taking an opportunity to jump in here on a story that is captivating the nation's attention and trying to get football recruits off of it. I think it comes down to trying to steer people away from that university with whatever means necessary. All righty. Thank you, Chief. Football's Finest is in the books. We got Jared Sandler set to join you. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. They're going to host the Diamondbacks again, and we're back here on the Fan.
Sean and RJ here with the greatest of Underdog Fantasy. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Underdog is the place to get in on all the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's very, very easy. You pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. You get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. We love playing nightly on Underdog.
Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
No one gets you the answers like the Fan.
Chris Young joining you now here, wondering what to make of the Evaldi report of him getting scratched for tonight's start from last hour.
We are going to scratch him tonight. Our trainers took a look and decided the prudent thing to do is scratch him. We are going to get it checked out to find out exactly what's going on.
Breaking sports news as it develops. One of the many reasons to turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Divorce, foreclosure, loss of a loved one, life hits hard, and IRS problems often follow. You didn't ask for this, but you do have options. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. At the law offices of Namath and Flores, we focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, and even unfiled returns. We help taxpayers fight back legally and aggressively. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Is your testosterone where it should be? For over 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping men answer that question and helping them feel like themselves again, including me. While you'll be amazed at how quickly you start to notice results, this isn't about quick fixes. With precise biomarker analysis, they get to the root causes and create personalized plans that focus on hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain, and sexual health. 5 DFW locations, Saturday hours, and insurance accepted. Get dialed in today at mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. This segment, The Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We'll get Jared Sandler on here and talk Rangers baseball with the pregame coming up at 6:30, hosting the Diamondbacks. AZ Fudd is out tonight for the Wings. She has a knee issue. So we'll tell you more about that tomorrow as it becomes available. Jared Sandler joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Sands. How the heck are you?
Fellas, I'm great. Just would really like this team to score 2 runs tonight, and then maybe they can start a new wave. That's frustrating. It's not good when you lose a game where you give up a run, but this offense is a little bit of a mixture right now, and hopefully they can get things going because there are wins for the taking, and there are a lot of middling American League teams right now, and the Rangers could maybe stack some wins and get a little bit of a head start in a playoff race.
Well, how about that bullpen, though, as they're leading the big league in bullpen ERA by over a half run right now. I think with the bullpen and the quality of these starters, as the trade deadline approaches, Sands, I'd be talking about we should be buyers. Let's get a couple of bats here, and with this pitching staff, we'll be contenders.
Yeah, and I owe you an apology because I guess a couple weeks ago you were asking a question, maybe it was last week, and I thought you were asking, are the Rangers, it was after a loss, and so maybe that's why my mind went there. I thought you were asking about, are the Rangers going to consider selling? And, after the interview I hung up, and Bassick was like, hey, they were asking about buying. Or I don't remember, maybe you do. I think, Gavin, what's tough from like a selling standpoint is that you've got these veterans who you feel like if you can get something to click, you feel really good about the chance to make a run. And then when you've got the starting pitching that this team has, even though they haven't maybe performed up to expectations so far, it still is pretty appealing to go into a playoff series with the starting pitching and then, the bullpen, which only would get strengthened when you shrink the rotation and maybe a starter or two is now relieved. Like all those things, you'd really have to have a massive seller's market, I think, for you to get your money's worth. And the reality is with the extra playoff team now, with the way the wild card's structured, it's just going to be tough unless the Rangers totally implode for them to be somewhere that's not considered within striking distance, if not holding a playoff spot when you get to July 1st and you start to have a lot of these conversations. So I agree with you. Now the degree to which they're going to buy, I think depends on, obviously, are they entrenched in a playoff spot? Are they on the outside looking in, but within striking distance? And then also, what is their capacity to improve when competing for a similar player with teams that maybe have more ammunition? I think those are going to be questions that hopefully we get answers to because the Rangers are in a position to buy.
Why do you think they're leading off Jock Peterson tonight? He's 4 for 30 in 32 ABs, 32 plate appearances, just 30 ABs against Zach Gallen in his career.
Yeah, I think it's just to kind of switch things up. It's always what's interesting. You can, how do you reconcile that with how he's been lately? And how he's been lately is a guy who, has been getting on base a crap ton. His last 5 games, he's gotten on base, I think, 8 of 13 plate appearances. So, it's always tough to sometimes marry those two things. I think, Gavin, to be honest with you, a lot of it is they didn't score a single run last night, and they just need to change things up. Now, with Jock, it's always interesting because there's a chance he only plays half the game. And so I think there maybe are other factors there. If they were to pinch hit this guy or if this situation popped up, we like the way our lineup would look the rest of the way. But I think some of it is just, hey, he's going well. Maybe let's bump, Nimmo to the 2 spot. Obviously, they'd love to get Corey going. That can really help get everything in place. But I think it's just a team that's coming off a game which they got shut out, trying to do something a little bit differently.
Do you think Shoemaker's doing a nice job with his decisions in game and his lineups and all that?
Yeah, it's been a while since the Rangers have had a lineup where you've got a couple guys who just it's a pinch hit spot, right? Like We see this with the Twins and the Guardians and the Rays. And the Rangers have maybe had a guy like that who in certain situations you would remove. But, you got, like I'm looking at the lineup tonight, you got Peterson, you got Carter, and you got Osuna. Those are three guys that you would probably flip in a competitive situation in the middle innings or later if a lefty is on the mound. And so there are a lot more decisions for him to make in that regard. I think he's done a nice job. I'll tell you this, though, and I want to bookmark this for later in the year or another year. No one is questioning his bullpen decisions because the bullpen pitchers are pitching well. If they weren't pitching well, if he made the exact same decisions, people would be up in arms. Now, I guess if they're not pitching well, you're not going to make the same decisions. But you get what I'm saying. It's a lot easier to be beloved as a guy who presses the right buttons in the bullpen when those guys are doing their job. So from a bullpen standpoint, I think he's done a really nice job. The thing that I like about what he's done with the bullpen is he's not following some traditional setup because the Rangers just don't have a traditional setup, right? Jacob Latz as your closer who might give you a 2-inning save is not the way things are done these days, but it's how it makes sense for the Rangers right now. And not having set roles, I think, has really helped. And so I think the way he's been flexible with how he's utilized his relievers has been really, really impressive. Because a lot of people say it, right? They'll say no roles, but then when push comes to shove, this guy's in the 7th, this guy's in the 8th, this guy's in the 9th. That just hasn't been the way it's played out for the Rangers, and it's worked really well.
All right, let's get some runs pregame in an hour. Jared, we'll catch up with you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Sounds good, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. And with that, we go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag today. Wow.
Hey, man, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. How y'all doing?
Pretty dang good. You
doing all right?
Really good, yeah.
All right, cool. My name is Lucius Alexander. I go by L.A., LaPaul, Little Paul. I go by a whole lot of names. Matter of fact, people call me a lot of names, but only a few to my face. How about that one?
Respect.
Something like that. All right, this is going for two today right here. We have a heated exchange in a Michigan courtroom. Well, it wasn't actually in the courtroom. It was a Zoom court hearing. This judge right here, his name, Judge Michael McNally. He does not play. I don't know what this dude was on, but he went off on the judge. Judge got him right.
You mother.
Ooh.
Who said that?
I think that's Mr. Bogus, and I think he
it's
found
Mr. Bogus. You mother gonna cut me off?
Ooh.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I want to know what kind of a punk would do that. You are not going to swear on Zoom.
With you.
You are not going to. I'll tell you what, Mr. Bodges, you're going to come up here now. You're going to come up here in person. You talk to me like that, you'll be in lockup for 30 days. You want to act like a punk? I'm going to treat you like one. You get up to the courthouse now. You got it, Mr. Bogus, Mr. Tough Guy? You must have fought Muhammad Ali and beat him, huh, back in the day? Come on up. You're coming up, Mr. Bogus. You want to talk to me like that? You're going to end up in lockup, tough guy. You got it? No, sir. No, sir. Good. Good. He's coming up here. He doesn't come up. I'm defaulting him. I'm giving you half an hour to get here. Shut him up. Half hour to get here, Bogus.
Bogus. I don't know what his last name is. He got three different last names.
4 times. He didn't say his name right, I don't think.
Right.
I think the gentleman clarified earlier it's Bogus.
Yeah.
Mr. Bogus.
Couldn't believe it.
It's bogus.
Ooh. Yeah. What did Mike say? Hold on. Well, I'm trying to remember what that fool said. If you can't feed the baby, don't have the baby. Oh, Mike and his lyrics. Okay, let's see here. Got a whole lot of toxic stuff coming at you. On a Toxic Tuesday. Let's go to Baton Rouge.
Thank you.
Baton Rouge, home of Lil Boosie. Police arrested the plug.
Oh, no.
Yeah, arrested the plug. but they answered his phone as he was under arrest. And somebody thought they were talking to the plug, and they were actually talking to the cops.
Oh.
And the cops played along, dog.
Oh.
Hi, you at the spot?
Yeah, I'm at the spot. What spot? Where you want me to meet you?
Well, I was about to pull up at the spot. I'm right here, Super Stop.
So what you looking for? What you trying to get?
I was going to get that $20.
Man, so what you trying to get for the little 20?
You want a 7?
7
Huh?
20.
You want a 7?
Oh, 3.5.
Oh, 3.5.
What's the 7 is? This is some meat?
Yeah, it's some meat.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent. It'll get you by. I can do the 7 for 20.
Jeez.
All right, you got cash out?
Yeah, I got cash out.
All right, I'm about to.
Where you want? You about to pull up to the spot?
Yeah, right here on M.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool with me.
All right.
Hey, big brother. I talked to one of your customers on. Oh, say, hold on. No, son, what they said? They gonna meet you. They said they gonna meet you on Elm Street. Oh!
Johnny. 7 for 20. You should have known that was something going on.
Wow. Yeah.
7 for 20. You should have known, bro. Is it some meat?
It'll get you by.
Yeah, it'll get you by. Why they know the lingo like that? The cops. Oh, boy. Some more toxic stuff right here. This is really toxic. So if you have any children in the car, I suggest you don't talk to them about nasty, vile words. But Beast Mode is in this one. Marshawn Lynch. Michael Robinson is in this one. And Coach JB from Last Chance U.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's who's toxic in this one right here. Let's go to the Get Got Pod. The Get Got Pod. Beast Mode. And they were talking about, like, do teammates kick it anymore? Or you just go out there, do your job, go to practice, and you go on about your ways because we got computers and whatnot.
I was just talking to, I forgot which guy I was talking to, and I'm like, do y'all even get up after practice and kick it with each other no more? Yeah. Or, you know what I mean? I'm like, damn, well, see, man, the technology and the internet made that easy, too, because I know we used to go outside, Mike. Yeah, play. But now you just get on your DM and it's like mail order bride. You feel me?
Hey, dog, think about it. Think about this. In America alone, just facts, real facts. We got more fitness facilities in America than any other country. And we got more vitamin shops than any other country. We the fattest motherfuckers in the world.
Biggest obese.
Most obese in the world. So we don't chase no more. That's why we got hey, dog, look walking around here, dog. These motherfuckers got feminine and see these motherfuckers playing volleyball, that zesty motherfucker. I'm just telling you, dog, this is wild, homie.
So apparently we're fat because we don't chase the women's anymore.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he said. We don't. We're not chasing out here.
It's right there in your pocket.
And we got more vitamin shops than any other country. We the fattest motherfuckers in the world.
Biggest obese.
Most obese in the world. Because we don't chase no more.
we gotta start chasing. Get your steps in, bro.
What?
No chasing.
That's crazy, bro.
You just sit there now with a mail order bride. You know, no need to wonder. I think back in the day you could be kind of delusional. Like, I'm going to get that, that gal or this gal or that gal, right? I just got to get in shape. Right. Now you're getting instant feedback constantly. You are not this attractive. You are not this attractive. You are not this attractive. But here's your lane.
And she used to only have a little bubble of opportunity. You know, and now, it's worldwide.
You might be the lucky shot shooter.
Exactly.
She might not get another shot for a while.
Exactly.
So she's like, you know what? Yes, let's go to dinner.
They were down to settle back then, man.
They were.
They were down to settle.
You want to go to McDonald's? Let's go to McDonald's.
They were down to settle.
Who are you telling?
Hey, my man Action Bronson. Action Bronson was on Pat McAfee show on ESPN, and he admitted that he was high.
That's like the 5 Italian families.
Yes.
Okay.
5 Italian.
Those 5 frogs? 5 MEO. Okay, I like that. Lucchese. What? Gambino. What? Banano. What? You know what I mean? Genovese. Yep. What? I just smoked some crazy hash. Yeah.
Some crazy hash.
He looked blown, too.
I just like hearing them talk. Like, he's just got a funny voice.
Yeah.
McAfee will hit that hash with you, too. You see that clip of him handing the pen to Mike McCarthy?
No, I didn't see that.
I'm good.
Yeah, I was at the draft last year.
He's very open to that, yeah.
They're like on the set in a commercial break. He's trying to pass the Penske over to McCarthy. McCarthy's like, nah, I'm good. I got the munchies already, bro.
I get the munchies, man. Can't have it.
I'll eat too much.
Yeah, too much. Dawson, you might like this one. This has been sitting in the folder for a long time, so I got to get rid of it on a Toxic Tuesday. Saying goodnight to the homies. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Saying goodnight to the homies, get their reaction.
Shy doing what you doing?
Nothing right on 5-7. Pull up on me. Where you at?
No, I'm at the house, bro. I just got out of the shower. I ain't doing shit, bro. I was going to sleep, bro. Calling, telling my night.
What's wrong?
No, nothing wrong. I was just calling, telling you good night, bro. Sweet dreams and shit.
He's a bitch ass. Don't call me talking about no motherfucking sweet. Bro, stop playing on me, TD, bro. For real, bro. I got so much evil in you. I'll beat you to death. Get off my phone, bitch.
It paid off. That is some toxic content. Is it Mr. Bogus on Zoom Court? Is it Baton Rouge police arresting the plug and started answering his phone? Well, those were just pranks, right? They didn't really go arrest that guy.
That was a real arrest situation. He was sitting in the back of the car.
Oh, we're arresting people for 20 sacks still.
Yeah, okay. 20 sacks, bro.
We got Beast Mode podcast.
You can get 7 for 20 where?
Pat McAfee talking to the wise guys. Who was that wise guy he was talking to, McAfee?
Action Bronson.
Yeah. Or saying goodnight to the homies. Man, I guess I'm going to go with the Baton Rouge police there, Chief. How about you?
Man, this is a tough one. I'm gonna go with the saying goodnight. That hit hard, dude.
It did. That was a toxic son of a gun, Lucius.
Zoom Court.
We're still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I think I'm gonna go with the McAfee show.
We're still tied at 1, Brian.
Baton Rouge police.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, Baton Rouge's finest. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, and here is Lucius with LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
My nervous system recalibrated.
Everybody get high.
You know what's wrong with the internet? It gives dumb people access to each other. Before the internet, dumb people were scattered amongst the rest of us. So if one of them had a dumb idea, there were enough of us regular folk around them to shatter their self-esteem. Why can't the earth be flat? Because you're a fucking moron. But now, thanks to the internet, these isolated pockets of marginalized idiots are communicating with each other, feeding each other unwarranted positive reinforcement over a vast network that's multiplying itself exponentially. We've opened Pandora's box, and if you don't know what I mean by that, you're one of these.
Oh, man. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
We're busting out on some serious funk, y'all.
Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here radio station. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I got to watch the rest of the Kevin Hart roast last night.
All right.
Let's go. Got to watch it. It's the good stuff. Great stuff. Great production. Cheryl Underwood, that's where I fell asleep at right before she got on stage. But I started right there. She did her thing. She got a standing ovation. It was great to see Cheryl up there, especially after all of those schmooicide jokes about her husband. She delivered it back.
She did, man.
She delivered it back.
She was a good sport about the whole thing.
Great sport, bro.
Just laughing, smiling. Regina King did not look like she wanted to be there.
Regina Hall.
Sorry.
She is beautiful,
No,
by
she's
the
stunning.
way.
Hey,
but she was like, "Ooh, I don't know if I should laugh at any of this."
did anybody shoot a joke at her?
Nobody shot a joke at her.
I'm like, what has she got on everybody?
Nobody shot a joke at Regina. Now, I think they said it's something about her being like a late entry to the situation. So maybe nobody had jokes prepared for her, but I wouldn't joke her.
I thought her bit was pretty funny.
It was great.
And the way she executed it, where just, I don't know. I thought it was good.
It was great. She even introduced Cat Williams. Hold on, where's that? She introduced Cat. Cat said this.
I'm surprised they invited me. That's how little star power you have. They had to start inviting your enemies. I said, I hate him. They said, come anyway.
Yeah. The Rock was there. He did his thing. He lit that place up. He even took a shot at Kevin's wife a few times.
A few times, for
My
sure.
God, bro. That's the last thing you want is The Rock hitting on your lady.
Yeah. Slow down,
Playing a knot. Don't do that.
With like one button up on his...
He had a button-up shirt with no buttons.
It's just like everything was over, bro.
It was open, bro. And he was greasy. He was lanolated.
Yeah, he was.
Is he back on that juice, too? Is he all swole back up?
Yeah, he swole as hell, bro.
He had to get ready for Moana.
Yeah. He looking like his pops up there now. Looking like Rocky for real. But yeah, Cat Williams was in the building, and they pieced it up. Him and Kevin Hart pieced it up. That's amazing to see. I'm glad that these old school guys got because at a certain age, you can't be beefing. You're 50 going on, so you can't be beefing. You look crazy. But it's cool to see those guys beef it up. Here's some context to the beef. If you're unfamiliar with Cat Williams and Kevin Hart even beefing, remember Cat Williams is on Club Shay Shay? Yeah.
I'm surprised they invited me.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. There we go. There we go.
Kevin Hart done went 25 years without ever being in the same building with me at the same time. If I go in the building, he walk out. You've never seen us in the same building ever in 25 years.
My frustration with Cat Williams comes from, you keep pointing at Hollywood.
Here he is.
Just a little bit.
My frustration with Cat Williams comes from, you keep pointing at Hollywood. This, and this. When do you take responsibility for your actions?
So they had real beef. So seeing Cat out there actually, roasting Kevin was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Did Kevin at the end kind of ignite it back on?
Is it over with, though?
You say I can't act. Did you see what I just did with Cat Williams? Patching it all up. That was the best acting I've ever done.
I'm surprised.
Why not keep playing that one drop? That's got to go. Let's see. Oh, it's not there anymore.
Oh, no.
Oh, here it goes.
Everybody has said tonight that I can't act. Kevin cannot act. What I want you to do is go back and look at that moment where I shook Cat's hand and I looked him in the eye and I said, I just want us to be friends. Some of the best acting that I've ever did in my career. I did not mean one word of what I said. Cat Williams. Cat Williams.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. This weekend we got word that AP Icy is going to drop a $400 watch for the streets. The affordable version of a Audemars Piguet.
Ooh.
Yeah, apparently it's an AP Swatch collabo. Audemars is dropping an affordable new take on the Royal Oak with Swatch. Now, Audemars start like $30K and up. They all the way up to the millions, right? There were some AI images going around this weekend, and it was giving like G-Shock vibes. I don't know if you guys remember the G-Shock watch.
That's my go-to,
There
baby.
we go!
That's my daily driver.
Let's go. It was giving me G-Shock vibes, which I was cool with. But then the official watches dropped today. It's a pocket watch, bro. It's a plastic pocket watch. It's terrible looking. It is absolutely awful.
Okay, is it all these different colors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they totally, man, come on, bro. The streets are so disappointed in this right here.
Like, you're going to get cooked if you wear this out.
You look crazy right now. The AI slot version was better than which I actually put out, man. Hell of a pump fake by
There's
AP
not even a
right
wristband on this?
Come on, man.
Is that what they called it, the Royal Pump?
The Royal Pump.
Yeah, some of these AI imaginings were looking pretty slick.
They were looking better than what we actually got.
Yeah, they might want to go back.
That's disappointing, bro.
That's maybe worth $40, not $400.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Did y'all see that fool that threw a heavy ass rock at a seal in Hawaii?
Yes.
Whoa.
He's having a bad week.
Yeah, he's
paid
having
the
a bad
price.
week. Yeah, he did pay the price. 37-year-old tourist from Seattle stand up, is under federal investigation after being caught on video throwing a large rock at an endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Seal was just minding his business in the ocean, frolicking and everything. This was a popular seal, too, because it had a name. If somebody names it, it's a popular seal. Everybody knows it. Lonnie.
Lonnie?
Shout out to Lonnie the seal. An endangered species right there. There were people on the beach and whatnot. They tried to confront the guy. Hold on.
What are you doing? Why would you throw a rock at it? Hello? You Holly?
Oh. Yeah, the Ohana spirit's very important, Been to Hawaii a number of times, and if you get caught like disrespecting nature, that's like their god.
Why would you do that? Why would you go all the way out there to Hawaii, such a beautiful place, and then start messing with the endangered species, throwing a rock? What did you expect him to do? So if the rock hits the seal's head, you busted the seal's head open and you feel good for yourself?
What a jerk.
What a nasty person you are.
It's psychotic behavior. As a grown man.
Yeah. As a grown-ass man. And then they try to confront him, and he said, I don't care, I'm rich.
Yeah, and they'll let you make it if you're messing up and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. But like the way that he stood on it, it was so arrogant. I guess some dude ended up beating him up on the spot.
Yeah, some dude put the beats on him.
And now they're going to throw the book at him in court?
Dog walked him. Some dude put the beats on him.
Yeah. I think like $50,000 fine is possible and significant jail time. They don't mess around with that.
Yeah, $50,000 fine, jail time. There's penalties under the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Boy, you messed up, bro.
Oh, wow, that's bad.
You messed up, dog. How much your trip to Hawaii?
Yeah, no kidding.
How's that vacation?
Yeah, how'd that vacation go? So the guy that put the beats on the dude, they're calling him the ambassador of Aloha?
The Aloha spirit?
Yeah, they're calling him the ambassador of Aloha.